Lonzo Ball to the Utah Jazz. Cavs also send a pair of second-round picks to Utah. The Atlanta Hawks also part of the deal. The trade allows the Cavs to dump Ball's $10 million salary. Utah is expected to then waive Ball and make him a free agent. Trade deadline in the NBA. It's this afternoon, 3 o'clock. Cavs have certainly been busy this week. Part of the deal that landed them, Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis from the Kings. And then yesterday, the big trade with the Clippers, getting James Harden in exchange for Darius Garland. NFL Honors Awards show taking place tonight in San Francisco. Myles Garrett of the Browns expected to take home Defensive Player of the Year. Garrett set a single-season record, 23 sacks. Also a very good chance Browns linebacker Carson Schlesinger going to be named the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. Preparations continue for Super Bowl 16 Santa Clara. Patriots and Seahawks return to practice today. Seattle quarterback Sam Darnold been dealing with a sore oblique throughout the playoffs, but says the extra time off before the Super Bowl's help. New England's Drake May says his right shoulder feeling good. Gets Super Bowl 60 Sunday night right here on 92.3 The Fan. Winter Olympics, Milano Cortina. Action this morning. The women's hockey match between the United States and Czechia. Going to get going in about 40 minutes. Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards, part of Team USA. Mixed doubles in curling. The United States won early this morning, beating Norway 8-6, and right now leading Switzerland 7-4, heading to the 8th and final end. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Todd Monken should not be afraid of whatever internet reaction to make him a backup. If it happens, it happens. What are we holding on to? They won 5 games this last year. And he gets a full off season now. He gets plenty of opportunities now. What's done is done, unless there's no way that two coaches could be hoodwinked by whatever the other quarterback has. So it may come down to, as of right now, a quarterback to be named later once the new league year starts, or Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Okay, so be it.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Less than 5 hours away from the NBA trade deadline, folks. Cavs are approaching getting out of the second apron. Never good to have 2 aprons. Only need 1.
What if you have a double broiler?
Cavs approaching 1 apron. They've made trades. They've made 3 trades, apparently. And last night, with different guys, you saw Dennis Schroeder, you saw Keon Ellis, you didn't see James Harden yet. They smoked the Los Angeles Clippers. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner is Andy Baskin.
Woohoo, man, we got a lot of cool things going on right now. I can't wait. This is the start of the weekend. The Olympics are underway. Man, it was so good. Good. Super Bowl this weekend. I can't think of a...
Way to bring that up. Yeah.
What, the Super Bowl?
Yeah, we got that thing going.
Yeah, the Super Bowl. We're not in it. What do you want? I mean, you got Mike Vrabel. That's it.
What do I want? I
what
want to see a fun
you got
game.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. Okay.
And then I want to get on with it.
And then I want our season to start again, right?
Exactly.
Isn't that the beauty of the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl's over. Boom. Here we go.
Brown season starts at midnight on Sunday.
And that's a really good thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a really good thing. So we'll talk to Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter. Daryl's joining us at 11 o'clock. Is that correct, Anna? 11 o'clock straight up for Daryl, or is that 11:20? Daryl's at 11:20.
Oh, 11:20. Okay.
Chad Graff, the Patriots beat reporter for The Athletic, will join us from Super Bowl area at 12:20. That's at 12:20. And then Chris Rose, John Boy Media, will join us at 1:20.
Oh.
So a lot of things coming up here on Baskin and Phelps.
Yes.
Cavs have made 3 trades, Andy. Your impressions of this team after the trades. Did they need to make trades? Are they trying to win this year? Are they trying to just get out of the cap hell that they're in? What are they trying to do here, and what have you thought?
I think it's a little bit of everything that you're saying. I do think it's interesting that they have walked away from the core 4. That was one decision they decided to make, and they decided that the guard play that they were getting wasn't exactly what they wanted, so they decided to move in a different direction by moving out Darius Garland. I get it. I understand it, and it's a change of pace. It's a franchise that wants to go farther than the second round of the playoffs. Are they going to? I don't know. Where is James Harden going to fit into this thing? I think he can do a lot of things. I just don't hope that we get into iso ball, shooting threes, and just relying on that the whole way through. They looked good again last night as they played L.A. I just think that this team needed a little bit of cologne because it wasn't smelling so fresh. They got their cologne. Now we're going to find out how long that cologne lasts. They didn't smell real good. They got some new cologne.
They'd been winning. They'd been playing really well.
Yeah, but it didn't smell fresh. It wasn't fresh cologne.
Really?
No, it was kind of like Polo from the 80s. They were still wearing Polo from the 80s.
Really?
And now they decided to upgrade. I don't know what
Though they were winning and doing well.
They were winning, but I don't think the long-term effect of the cologne they were wearing was going to get them what they wanted, their eventual goal.
I'll just let that one sit.
Can you think of another analogy to kind of?
I don't need an analogy. They'd been playing good, very, very good basketball.
They also realized that
I think the big trade they made.
But the cologne they were wearing when they didn't have the scent of Garland in it wasn't exactly as good as it was when you took the scent of Garland out.
Okay.
Well, that's the numbers in it, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh, you can't listen to the way I'm describing it.
I know. I'm listening to everything you're saying.
Regular fans like us, we like to talk like this way.
Did I try to cut you off? No,
I don't know. You just there's a little bit of an arrogance to your
I let you bury
answers.
yourself in the cologne analogy.
Why? Just because you can smell me coming from a mile away? I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, come on.
That's why you need the cologne, Andy.
And that's why they got new cologne, because now they want other teams to smell them coming from a mile away and to fear the Cavaliers when they get into the playoffs.
Fear.
I want other teams to say, they picked up Harden for this staff, for what they got right now? Man, I'm just wondering if they're willing to go the next step. This is what I'm waiting for till 3 o'clock today. Are they willing to go to the next step? Could they get Giannis? And how could they do it? And Mobley's the only way they can get there, I think.
Well, they don't have enough to trade to get Giannis unless you want to trade Donovan Mitchell or maybe Evan Mobley in a package.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. Well, I said Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm not saying Donovan. You've got a core.
Well, I mean, if you want to get Giannis, that's what it's going to take.
So unless you think Mobley is the end-all, be-all that's going to take you there. One of those two is going to have to be.
Yeah, it would be Mobley in pieces and Donovan in a piece or two, probably.
But the fact they would get rid of Darius kind of makes you think that they'd be willing to move pretty much in any direction other than maybe Donovan. And who knows? Maybe they'd be willing to let Donovan go.
Well, I wouldn't think so, but you never know. But obviously, it would be a complete upheaval of the franchise. That's one of the things about the NBA trade deadline that's so fun is that because the fact that there are so few players on a basketball team, and rosters are bigger than they've ever been, but there's still very few players compared to the other sports, and one or two people can dominate a game and dominate a team and dominate the sport. And because of that, I think it's fascinating when you get to the trade deadline and they start doing things like absolute crazy. Darius Garland is no longer a Cavalier. He is now a member of the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yes.
He was in the Intuit Dome yesterday, and he spoke with the Los Angeles media before the game, and he sounded nothing but mature, nothing but understanding, and nothing but appreciative of what he had here in Cleveland.
I mean, it was a great time in Cleveland. Started my career off there. Took a leap of faith. Drafted me at 5th over 5 games of college basketball. So they really took a leap of faith for drafting me. So really appreciate them for everything. But last 48 hours been crazy. I mean, the trade happened and I was already here, so it wasn't like that big of a move. So it was pretty easy for me. Just switched hotels, basically.
Yeah.
Switched hotels. Doesn't have the apartment yet.
Not as easy as Ricardo Rincon? Walk from one dugout to another?
Probably not quite as easy.
Yeah, not as easy as that, but pretty close.
Probably pretty close. Not a bad way to go. I thought I listened to 15 minutes of Darius's press conference, and he was done talking about the Cleveland stuff. But he sounded extremely mature and very understanding of the situation, talking about basketball as a business. And let's be honest, Andy, if you're an NBA player and you get traded here, paydays don't change. And paydays should hammer home to you what a business it is.
True.
The ridiculous money that the top players make, it's just silly. So Darius clearly gets it, and he had a few more things to say about Cleveland and about his new situation and understanding what's going on.
Cleveland was great to me. and my family. I have the utmost respect for all those guys over there in that organization. I got a lot of love for everybody over there, but basketball is a business, and that's part of it. 7 years was a really long time, and it was great. I'm glad I'm here now.
There you go.
He's not the first to say 7 years is a long time with one team, is he?
No, Commissioner Stern.
Remember when he said that?
Yeah, we didn't like that at all.
No.
Did we?
No.
Did not like that one at all.
Taking LeBron. See ya. Sucked.
In Darius' situation, he came in here as a young guy, and then when Donovan Mitchell came in, it felt a little, Andy, like Kyrie when LeBron came in. Darius, I think, was in a position where he thought, okay, this is my team, and I'm going to be the guy here, and I'm going to be the straw that stirs the drink. And then all of a sudden, here comes Donovan Mitchell. And when Kyrie was here, coming up with Tristan Thompson and their building and everything else, and then all of a sudden, here comes LeBron James. Well, that was a different world, wasn't it?
Much.
And Kyrie ended up getting out of here because of it, eventually. And I think for Darius, it's an opportunity to go to a different team. He'll be more vital to the Clippers than he was to the Cavaliers. And so I think I understand that. He understands that. His agent, Rich Paul, understands that. And now Darius won't be playing second fiddle to Donovan, which unfortunately for him, he was. Now he'll be with Kawhi Leonard, who plays about half the time, it seems. And so I just think it's an opportunity for Darius to be a little more front and center. And if he plays well, if he's healthy, if he can stay on the floor, maybe be a little bigger factor in the NBA than he was even here. Then you have the Cavaliers version of this. And you move on from Darius, and you bring in James Harden. Donovan Mitchell had a big game last night. Donovan put on some moves that were really fun to watch. But afterwards, he talked about everything, and he talked about James Harden coming to the Cavaliers. Dana, is that the one we're going to hear now? No, we're not. James Harden coming to the Cavaliers, and he said it basically raises our ceiling. Here it is.
I think this is an opportunity for us to go out there, and I think our ceiling is definitely, obviously, higher when you have a guy like James Harden. It's just when you look at it, it's like, all right, cool, like you know what he brings. But also with that, there's an expectation. There's an understanding of like this is what we got to do.
Changes things a little bit. I think the expectation was still try to win an NBA championship, but now the thing that if it raises expectations here, it's because you traded a 26-year-old guy for a 36-year-old guy who can opt out of his contract at the end of the year. I mean, there's a little sense of urgency that's been added to this, Andy. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's a good thing.
I think this franchise thrives on that. They like it.
Well, they have for some time.
They don't have any problem throwing everything at one season. And while you'd like that for them to worry about the future, I think we all learned how to live with LeBron here. And you got a championship out of it. And you got plenty of trips to the NBA Finals because of it. Because you have an organization, a franchise, that is driven to win every year. And, yeah, there were a couple years there after LeBron was gone where we realized that this franchise was going to pay its dues. But I think if the pieces are there and you're close to making a run, the front office ownership will do whatever it takes to win. And I love it. It's super aggressive. Super aggressive.
In a sport, Andy, where though teams do build and teams, you'll see teams bottom out and try to build for the long term. The Cavs did it. And then here comes LeBron. That finishes it off. When LeBron comes back. They built for the long term when LeBron was drafted in the first place. Oklahoma City has certainly done it. You see it around the NBA, teams that have done this, but things can change really quickly if you just make a trade or two. And that's why I think you see so much activity at the trade deadline. Folks, the new look Cavaliers will really debut on Saturday when James Harden is expected to play. And it's in Sacramento, so he'll be going up against DeAndre Hunter, Keon Ellis, and Dennis Schroeder going up against their old team as well. Do the Cavs need another trade? what does this roster look like since these trades have happened? Three trades pulled off by the Cavaliers. It's aggressive. Is it beneficial? It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
beating Norway early this morning 8-6, and then just wrapped up their second victory, beating Switzerland 7-4. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Number to join us here at Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner is Andy Baskin.
Yep.
Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Matt Corrali taking your phone calls. And we're talking a little Cavaliers right now. Trade deadline coming up at 3 o'clock today. So a little over 4 hours to go. Trade deadline coming up, 4 o'clock. 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And the Cavs have already been extremely active. Could they be more active?
Yes.
According to our buddy Brian Windhurst, yes. Because Brian saying that the Cavaliers are a team to watch when it comes to Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Oh, bad drum roll.
Man,
boy, you soft-shoed that one, didn't you? That could have been big and bold. The Cavs are in on Giannis.
Well, if I believed that there was any chance in hell that they could get Giannis, I would have been bigger and more bold.
Why do you think Brian would? If Brian's out there saying it, that means there's a chance.
Brian's saying the Cavs might be in on him, along with other teams.
Is it might or are? Big difference.
They're not the only team. It's not like Cavs and Clippers are talking about a James Harden for Darius Garland.
I like a Harlan. That'd be good. You get a play-by-play guy.
We could have
and a basketball player.
We could have
Kevin
Antetokounmpo.
Giannis Harlan's way easier to say.
Yes, it is. I wonder.
When's he back? That's my first question.
The idea of Giannis being traded, I think, is a reality. I think that's going to happen. You know, he and I don't mean by today. I would think by next season, Giannis is playing for a different team. However, I don't see that happening today. I don't see it happening today. Dano, what's the report officially say?
Direct quote from Brian Windhorst on Get Up this morning. Quote, there are a couple other teams out there that have shown interest. Cleveland has shown some interest in Giannis, but they are in a position with James Harden now where they've sort of picked a lane. Portland has sniffed around Giannis. They have Bucks draft picks and draft assets from the Damian Lillard trade, but those are not compelling things. So unless there's a secret thing going on, I am not feeling Giannis moving right now.
Well, Brian and I feel the same way. Brian knows a heck of a lot more about it than I do. So, but I don't see Giannis moving now. I do see him moving before the season gets going. We'll see. For the Cavs, and I wonder this, but see, this is the nature of the NBA. You can absolutely rebuild your team at the trade deadline.
For sure.
You can.
Yeah.
You can't not even just turn left or right. You can just put it in reverse and go backwards. I mean, if you ended up with Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and Giannis, well, you go play ball and you see who wins, you know? But to make that trade, for the Cavaliers to pick up Giannis, I think you're talking about Evan Mobley, Jalen Tyson. I would think you'd have to put Tyson in that trade because if I'm Milwaukee, I'd want him.
Okay.
Evan wouldn't be enough for me if I was Milwaukee. Draft assets, which the Cavs have very little of.
True.
It would be a first-round pick like 4 or 5 years down the road. So at least, and throw in maybe talk of Max Strus. I mean, you'd be gutting your team, and all of a sudden your team would be Donovan Mitchell, James Harden for now, and Giannis. And then you'd have to put pieces around those guys. Could that work? Yeah, that could work. But you'd have to put pieces around those guys. And Giannis, those 3 salaries would be outrageous. So you'd be back in, I would think, second apron hell again, if you could even do that. But that would be a huge swing. I just don't see that happening.
Right.
That doesn't seem like a likely scenario to me.
So 2 days ago, Tom Haberstraw from Yahoo Sports put this out there.
How the Cavs can pick them both up?
Yeah,
I saw that.
And Giannis and his brother at the same time.
Yeah, because his brother is so vital to the on-court success of any team that they're on.
Do we still have both Mobleys under contract?
No.
Okay, we just had the one. I didn't know how the G League stuff worked.
This way, Giannis's brother going with him means that Giannis would never have to get an Uber.
Okay. He said, as I mentioned,
thank you, Dan.
The Cavs
I got the nasty head shake. I like that.
You earned it. The Cavs are operating second apron team, which complicates any Giannis trade to Cleveland. They can't aggregate salaries unless they dump about $14 million worth of salaries to a third party. Would they $4 million?
We are now at $4 million.
Mm-hmm.
After the Lonzo move.
Okay.
If the Lonzo
so they
move
are
goes
$4
through,
million from getting under, which they can do.
So basically, if we see how are they going to get $4 million under? They have to do it by 3:00.
If they want to make another trade, they'll have to do it before 3:00.
So but to get Giannis, they've already dumped. This was as of 2 days ago. They had to dump $14 million. Now it's $4 million because you got rid of Ball. So now you would need to dump another $4 million and then try to bring him in. So keep your eyes open for the Cavs to try to dump $4 million in salary.
So here are the guys who could make some level of sense for this kind of thing. So like Tyrese Proctor is making $1.2 million. Thomas Bryant is making $2.2 million. Larry Nance making $2.2 million. So if you trade Bryant and Nance, you could be under there pretty easily.
Folks, would you gut what it is they've been doing?
Seems like they're willing to.
And trade Evan Mobley and whatever else it took to bring in Giannis. Giannis injured right now, maybe pulling the plug on this season if Giannis doesn't come back anytime soon. If he does come back by the playoffs, that's a different situation completely. But would you give up Evan Mobley and everything else that it would take to bring in Giannis and try, at the very least, a two-headed monster? Because James Harden's not under contract for next year because he has the option. I don't know if you could even include him. But if I'm Harden, I'd probably want to stick around. But can you make all that fit? Would you do that? I think it would be.
It's a total change of what we've been used to watching all season. Yeah. I mean, you're already, even last night felt that way.
Andy, maybe it would be Evan and Jared Allen. You know, whatever it would take. Would you do it? Whatever it would take, folks. Because it would change the course of things. But then you'd be building around two guys right around 30, which, LeBron's 41 and still playing at a great high level. Giannis is starting to show a little wear. That calf injury might be a little concerning. But are you willing to blow it up and go for it?
All right, so let me go
216-474-0092.
Let me go back to the Yahoo story because they laid out a scenario to make that happen. So, excuse me, the Cavs would get Giannis and his brother, and then Milwaukee would get Evan Mobley. But in this deal, they had them getting Lonzo Ball.
Yeah,
Ball ended up getting
a couple
traded.
Of days old.
But it still works out that way because I think it's because of the money. So Evan Mobley would Ball, a 2031 first-round pick from Cleveland, Tyrese Martin from Brooklyn, and then Brooklyn absorbs Max Strus's contract and earns the right for a swap of first-round picks with Cleveland in 28, 30, and 32. Man, we're almost at 2040 for first-round picks for the Browns for the Cavs.
That's not enough to get Giannis here. It's not enough to get Giannis out of Milwaukee. My humble opinion.
You'd be giving up what? Evan? What's left on this?
Evan and future assets.
Yeah.
That's not enough. You'd give up Max Strus and they'd get Martin. That's not enough.
But it's interesting to look at. So he was just saying the starting five would be Harden, Mitchell, Jalen Tyson, Giannis, and Jared Allen.
Yeah, that's not enough.
Would that get you a title?
Who knows?
That's the question.
You got to go play.
How would you feel about Harden, Mitchell, Tyson, Giannis, Allen as your starting five?
There's no way Milwaukee does that trade.
Okay, you can say that. I'm just looking at it. It's fun to dream a little, isn't it?
If you have a chance to get one of the 5 best players in basketball, you have to do it.
Got to do it.
I think you
have to do it.
Isn't that the same philosophy that brought Mitchell here?
If you have a chance to get one of the, that's the exact one. If you got a chance to get one of the 5 best players in basketball, you have to go all in and do it.
The only issue there to me is this: you're building around. Let's just say, let's count Harden, 3 guys. I would think you have to give up Tyson or you have to give up Allen. And can those 3 guys do it for you? Can you fill in the pieces around those guys to make it work? You can find guys. And you have some guys here that could play. I just think that's a ton. It's a ton for Milwaukee to give up, hoping that, okay, well, we had to move Giannis because he wanted out and we figured it's time and we got to blow it up. I don't think they'd be getting enough back. I don't. Now, clearly, you chance to get Giannis? Sure, you do it. There's another first ballot Hall of Famer. But I don't. If you could get it, great. Just know I think you'd have to give up a lot more than Tom's talking about in that article. I do. Ken's in Brooklyn. Hello, Ken.
Hey, Ken.
Guys, my contacts in Wisconsin say that's not what Milwaukee wants. Milwaukee wants multiple young players on lower salaries, on rookie salaries, and picks. That's not what we have.
Well, but you've got to make the money work, so you'd have to throw in, it would clearly be Evan and more, right, Mayor?
Well, but they just don't want that. They want multiple young players.
Right. There's one with Evan, and throw in Jalen Tyson. And
Jeff, you're not understanding. They don't want guys with $25 million salaries.
Okay, well,
that's not what they want. They want.
Ken, I disagree with you. Evan Mobley would be the key piece for them.
Listen, they want multiple guys because they don't have any draft capital. So what they want is they want guys like Jaquez, Khalil Ware, those kind of players that they're not going to have to pay till down the road, and they can take a team, those kind of players, and build around them and move forward with picks.
Okay.
They want to do this quick. They don't want guys, 2 guys making $40 million or whatever. That's
all right,
not
Ken,
what they want.
I'll disagree with you on that. I don't think there's any way they make a deal for Giannis with the Cavaliers that doesn't involve Evan Mobley. And if they did, well, then the Cavs clearly don't have the assets to pull it off. I mean, the Cavs have one asset that could pull off a trade like this. It'd be Evan, surrounded by everything else they could throw at it. Otherwise, what could the Cavs possibly offer them that they'd have an interest in? I'll wait. Anybody? They don't have anything.
Crickets.
But you are offering the best available young player that anybody can offer you.
Who?
Evan Mobley.
Well, Ken just said that they wouldn't want Evan. Well, of course they would. Exactly.
Oh, for sure they would.
Of course they would. I mean, he would be in it. Ken's point might be accurate. They might want lower salaries. Well, then the Cavs don't have enough to pull it off.
And nobody does.
I would think a team like, I don't know, Oklahoma City has tons of draft capital, and they have good young players who are under contract. They wouldn't have to trade Shea, but would something like that interest Milwaukee? Maybe, because of the draft capital. The Cavs don't have the draft capital. When they traded Donovan Mitchell, and I think Donovan's terrific. Obviously, he's a great player. But the Cavaliers gutted their future assets to do that. Not all of them, but enough of them that they can't pull off a trade like this. Unless Milwaukee wants to take a salary that Ken says they don't. Unless they want to take a salary in Evan Mobley and make him the centerpiece of what they're doing moving forward, which is the only thing that makes sense to me if the Cavs are in a situation where they can pull off a deal and bring in a guy like Giannis. Would Jarrett Allen, Jalen Tyson, Sam Merrill, Max Strus get it done? I don't think there's any way. There's no way. And the first-round picks the Cavs could trade aren't in years until they start with a 3.
Isn't that crazy?
In the final digit, yeah. Because the Cavs.
Well, it is only 4 years away.
The Cavs have locked. Well, but that's a long time in the NBA, Andy.
Not when you have to. When you have to go every other year on a first-round pick, it's really only one cycle, right?
No, but what I mean is this: is Milwaukee going to trade their star player and sit there for 4 years and wait for these picks, or they could always trade them, trade a future pick for a pick this coming year,
right?
But I just don't think the Cavs have the assets to pull something like that off.
This is why I think the rumors about Milwaukee wanting to be in on this deal in the offseason make way more sense.
I would agree with that. 216-474-0092. Something to think about, though, folks. And it is fun, isn't it? Trade deadline. Less than 5 hours away in the NBA.
It's last call for football, and FanDuel is giving
part of Team USA. Currently mixed doubles this morning. United States taking 2, beating Norway 8-6, then knocking off Switzerland 7-4. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Could the Cavs actually be in on Giannis Antetokounmpo? Could they be in? Could they pull it off? I don't think so. I don't think there's any way they have enough to pull it off. I just don't think they have the assets. Could they get creative? Yeah, they're pretty darn creative. But you can't pick up a guy like Giannis because Milwaukee's like, yeah, we just want to make him happy, so we'll let him move on. I just don't see that happening. 216-474-0092. I'd love your thoughts on this. Baskin and Phelps coming up at 11:20. Daryl Ryder. We're going to talk a little Browns at 11:20. Jack's in Oberlin. Jack, welcome.
Hey, Jack.
Hi. I tend to agree the Cavs probably don't have enough to get Giannis. I think the only way it really happens is the fact that Evan Mobley's probably the best player for a rebuild they could get from the top teams contending for Giannis. I mean, the Heat have some guys, but I'd rather take Mobley over like Jaquez and Ware. So if the Bucks value Giannis highly and maybe aren't getting the offers of young players they want, but other than that, I don't really see it happening.
Jack, I'm with you on that. Jack, thank you very much. Clearly you have Evan Mobley tied up, contractually. So I think that's an asset. We just heard Ken in Brooklyn say, nope, that they wouldn't want Evan. I can't imagine that they would want to trade Giannis and keep your fingers crossed with young players who might develop and might not when you could get a young player like Evan Mobley, who's already established. And Evan could be a centerpiece of the future of that franchise. Remember, in Milwaukee, that's the team that traded Lou Alcindor back in the day. A gentleman named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Wow, you're going old school on that.
Well, but Andy, that was one of the biggest trades in NBA history at the time.
True.
I mean, that was a big deal. And it's a similar type of deal. Kareem was the best player in the league, and Milwaukee traded him. Wayne Embry traded him. And why? Because he wanted out, and they kind of figured, what are we going to do here? And they ended up getting some pretty good talent back in that trade. Junior Bridgman was in that deal. Brian Winters was in that deal. But, you don't replace Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and they won't replace Giannis.
No.
But you better get something. And I just don't think the Cavaliers have the assets to pull it off. We'll see. We'll see.
It'd be interesting, but yet all these reporters keep saying that the Cavs are in on it. So they're trying to make something happen.
Yeah, and that's okay, but...
how would you feel, though?
People get arrested for trying to be shysters when it comes to business. People get arrested. I don't think Kobe Altman would get arrested, but if he could talk them into trading Giannis for what it is he could offer, I would say, congratulations, Kobe. That would be phenomenal. The Cavaliers have made 3 deals. Andy, I look at what they have now.
Can I just go back for 1 second on this? What would it mean if the Cavaliers, let's just say they did trade Mobley for Giannis, okay? And you got to believe that he'd be the let's just say there's if Milwaukee was looking for a player, he'd be one of 2 players they would be looking for from us, correct?
Well, in my estimation, it would be one of 4 or 5 players you're looking for.
There are 2 major players left on that, though, don't you think? That you could try to get from the Cavaliers that would...
Well, it would be Evan Mobley, and it would be, I would think, Jalen Tyson and or Jared Allen.
Oh, okay. I thought you.
I'm just sitting here winging this. I don't know how the money works, but if I'm Milwaukee and I'm talking to Cleveland, I want Tyson and I want Mobley, and that's where the conversation begins. Then start throwing draft capital at me. Oh, wait a minute, you don't have much? Well, then maybe we can let's go chat with somebody else.
I would think my conversation would start with Donovan Mitchell or Evan Mobley.
Well, I don't think they would want Donovan.
You don't think they would want him? Okay.
No, and I say that for this reason. I do think one thing that Ken mentioned earlier when Ken called is right. They want young players. Donovan has a fine future ahead of him, but he can opt out after next year, Andy. If I'm Milwaukee, do I want to lock into that?
No, you don't. So,
right.
but
and Cleveland's fascination with Giannis would be to pair him with Donovan. Wouldn't be to pair him with Evan.
My question then would be, Cavalier fans, let's just hypothetically go at this, right? Say that Mobley gets traded for Giannis, and whoever goes along with that package goes along, okay? Within 24 hours, you will have traded Garland and Mobley to do that, which is a complete deviation of everything that they've sold us over the last couple of years.
Well, maybe they decided the whole thing's not working.
Well,
remember, the key here, they want Donovan Mitchell to stay past next year. That's the key to this whole thing. And what can they do to convince Donovan Mitchell that he should stay here? That's what they're trying to do. Well, you bring in James Harden. James might be short-term. He might not be. I would assume he's short-term. And if they work together well, maybe he thinks about signing here, and maybe they think about paying him to stay here.
Right.
But if you're Donovan Mitchell and suddenly you're playing next to James Harden, even in the short term, and Giannis, whether that be this year or next year, well, why wouldn't you stay? I mean, that's a twosome that could take you to the NBA Finals. Just a twosome.
For sure.
Forget James Harden. You could find somebody else to play and help you out a little bit. You don't think Caleb Porter would be a fine point guard next to Donovan and Giannis?
I would take it.
And that's what they would be thinking of. But remember, the thing here is Donovan Mitchell can leave after next year. The Cavs gave up all those draft assets to have Donovan Mitchell. If they didn't have Donovan Mitchell and didn't have the draft assets, oops. Let's put it this way, Andy. If you're Kobe Altman and you're at next year's trade deadline and Donovan Mitchell hasn't opted to extend his contract with you, you're moving him.
I don't think you have a choice. You have to move him.
I think you would too. And that's the NBA, the way it's built right now. You can't let your star players walk away. Can't do it.
If the Bucks came to you and said Giannis for Mitchell right now, would you do it?
Yep.
Andy?
I would talk to Mitchell, too, just to see what his long-term feelings were. And then I would probably pull the trigger.
Star players who are 6'11" are my preference over star players who are 6'2".
I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yep, me too.
I would still talk to him and try to figure out what the future is, but at the end of the day, I would do it.
I mean, Donovan Mitchell is one of the 20 best players in basketball. Giannis is one of the 5. Give me the 5.
Dan, making sense.
Mm-hmm.
But see, I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would want.
So the way you
but here's the other thing. Look at what the moves they made over the last 2 days are about Donovan Mitchell, aren't they?
Well, but again,
it's about this window, So
it's kind of like the Lakers Luka thing, where it basically turns into, well, we really like a core that we have of LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Wait, who's available? Yeah, let's go.
Yep.
And it would have to be one of those things where it just completely changes because it's like, wait, we could do this? Now we have to do this.
Giannis wouldn't go for this. If the Cavs had to trade Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley to bring in Giannis, you probably do that too. Because as Dan said, he's one of the top 5 players in the game, and he's still young enough that he has a future. And now, how do you put pieces around him? That's the problem that Giannis has with Milwaukee right now. So I don't see that happening.
You'd sell the Mitchell part to Milwaukee going, you could turn around and trade him where he wants to go and recoup all your picks.
Right.
That's how you'd sell it.
Right. You could sell that to Milwaukee, but what do you leave the Cavs then? Hi,
James
Giannis,
Harden, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And no picks.
Evan Mobley. And Jalen Tyson and a whole bunch of guys. I mean, it would be straight up Mitchell for Giannis. That's how you'd have to do it.
Oh. But I don't think Milwaukee does that, personally. Jim is in Strongsville. Jim, welcome.
Hey, guys. I know before I said, what did you expect to get? This is all you can get. And the more I've thought about this trade, all of these trades, actually, this team has, on paper and in my mind, has gotten so much better. You know what they brought in? They brought in toughness. They brought in experience. Don't underestimate the Schroeder part of this trade. Schroeder is a tough guy that is a pest and is going to wear another team down in a series. And this might be the first time in Donovan Mitchell's career in Cleveland, and you could make the argument that there were times with Darius Garland, but I would say that it wasn't consistent. This is the first time that he has a guy that literally can carry the load when he goes to the bench. That is another thing that's going to be huge in playoff time, huge with Donovan Mitchell's minutes down the stretch. I like what this team's done. They got veteran guys, but they got veteran guys with an edge, something that they were missing in the past. I think they've automatically upgraded this team. I don't really care what they do here on out. I get I like that we brought everybody's with the Sacramento deals putting the shooting guard as the main. I think Schroeder's that's the shooting guard. That's great. We can find guys that can spot up and shoot all day long, but do not underestimate that kid's just tenacity as a player and his grit and just the edge that he brings to a team. I think it's huge.
Jim, thank you very much. I was just looking at the overall roster, Andy, and I'm wondering, is this enough?
Okay.
Is this enough for the Cavs to move forward with this year? If Evan comes back, you have, and he will, but you wonder about his health right now because he's not there. Evan and Jared inside, terrific. James Harden, Donovan Mitchell in the backcourt, terrific. I see a combination of Dean Wade and Jalen Tyson. That gives you 6 guys who I think you're really comfortable putting on the floor. Dennis Schroeder makes 7.
Okay.
And then you pick and choose from the rest. If you're
Max
Kenny Atkinson.
Strus 8 then?
Well, I'm not going to even count on Max Strus.
Okay.
Until a guy's in uniform and performing,
Mm-hmm.
But between Sam Merrill, Keon Ellis, Craig Porter, that's all well and good. But all 3 of those guys I just mentioned are you kind of have it circled like, well, I think he can play a little bit of forward for you. They're guard heavy, and Naquan Tomlin has been a really nice addition. But if I'm them before 3:00, I'm still looking to try and add somebody with a little length out there on the wing. If you're looking for this team and thinking this team now can go compete for the NBA championship, I wouldn't mind one more tweak. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Winter Olympics right around the corner. There's one sport where I asked, if you win the gold, do you get a celebration?
Can something notorious be good for a sport? It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app. Hey, let me go!
Daryl Ryder's coming up, going to join us at 11:20 to talk about Browns' new head coach Todd Monken and what may or may not happen with his defensive coaching staff. I'm Jeff Phelps, my buddies Andy Baskin, Dan Mennigan, Matt Corrali, helping with the fun today. We're looking at the Cavaliers as the trade deadline approaches in the NBA, now under 4 hours, Andy. 4 hours. Andy.
4 hours, Jeff.
Four. And I think it would be unrealistic to think that the Cavs can make yet another deal that could help them out here, but I wouldn't put it past Kobe Altman. The NBA is a strange league, man.
I just feel like their hands are tied, although it does feel like we've seen a massive flurry of trades here in the last 24 hours. I love it. I love it.
Well, there's a name that I heard last night from somebody that Connor and Willoughby wants to mention right now. Connor, I heard this name last night. Go ahead.
Yeah, I saw something similar. So my biggest thing with this is every trade we've made up to this point, it just looks like they're gearing up to get a trade for Giannis. And obviously everybody's looking at it going, oh, we don't have enough. Well, I think the 3-team trade with Brooklyn, maybe adding Cam Thomas to that, Evan Mobley, and maybe some picks or some young players, that might be enough because that's Evan Mobley, Cam Thomas, 2 young rising stars, and maybe some younger players, some picks. I think that's enticing enough for at least to make a run at them before 4 here.
I don't know. A run at Cam Thomas or
How does that work?
Run at Giannis?
How does that work with the Nets giving up Thomason?
So, yeah, that's where I was looking at more because I saw an article last night. I believe it sent Dennis Schroeder back to the Nets, but the whole trade would end up with Evan and Cam Thomas both in Milwaukee because I don't think Evan and Jalen Tyson or some picks are enough.
Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype wrote something there and said that the Cavs and the Bucks are showing some interest in Cam Thomas. And Cam, to me, would be a guy who would fit here. And I was texting with our buddy Sam Amico from Hoopswire, and I said, Caleb Porter and Lonzo Ball, this was before the Lonzo deal went. And that, if Brooklyn likes Porter, might be something there, Connor. We'll see, but that's a name to keep an eye on, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Connor, thank you very much. Name to keep an eye on. I wonder, do they move anybody else here? They just picked up guys. There are restrictions on that. I think a guy they could move before 3:00 would be Max Strus. And Max hasn't been in there this year. He's had the injury situation. Could be coming back this season. If he does, he'd be a help. But tell me this.
Okay.
You got Max Strus, you got Sam Merrill, you got Keon Ellis. Enough similarity there that somebody wouldn't see the floor at all.
Right.
So is there
you may as well clear the path.
Well, you could clear a path for somebody else and maybe
and you still need to
pick up a different piece.
You also need to clear cap space too, right?
A little bit.
So I could totally see it. I get it.
We'll see. Then the dust is going to settle, and you're going to see what's going on and who ends up where and all that stuff. Atlanta apparently making a trade, sending Kristaps Porzingis, who's been injured, to the Golden State Warriors. That one came down last night, and they get one of my favorite guys who's just never clicked at Golden State, Jonathan Kuminga. And Kuminga going to Atlanta would be an interesting situation there when that gets announced. I like Kuminga a lot. But will he play in Atlanta more than he played at Golden State? You would think so. But still, there's that situation. Kuminga is a guy that I thought would have been a great addition here. I thought, that's a guy who could play some forward for you. And he would be a nice fit between the guards and between the big guys. Put him at the 3 spot and go play. But I don't see that one happening.
I've heard his name a couple times too. You were talking somebody. I was listening to a national show and they kept bringing him up, especially for his defensive prowess. So,
I like him. I think he's really athletic. it hasn't worked real well, but will it work eventually? Who knows? But he's a guy that I would have an interest in if I were the Cavaliers. Do you like the way this team is built now? And do you think this team is ready to make a run?
Yeah, I do think they're ready to make a run. I still feel uneasy. As I was watching last night, there's just some parts of it that are uneasy because I don't know what Harden's truly going to look like in this. I know you've got to give him a minute to get settled in, too. I know he's a vet. I know when we talked yesterday that we thought, well, he'll be able to get into this thing really quick. But by the same token, it's like watching Schroeder last night. I'm like, oh, okay. Like you kind of have to settle into it when you see a new face get, integrated into the other four guys that are out on the floor that you're used to seeing. Like, you ramp up towards the beginning of the season when they get new guys in the roster. Like, okay, I get it. Okay, that's my team. And now all of a sudden you're in the middle of the season and you're playing pretty good basketball. And now all of a sudden you're switching things around. So I don't know. It's just you just got to get used to it. I think that's it.
Cam Thomas is an interesting player. I don't know that you need another guard. That you would change guards to go get a different guard. I don't know about that, but I keep looking at that wing spot. And I think if there's an Achilles heel on this Cavaliers team, that's where it is. And could it cost you? Yeah, it actually could, because those are oftentimes the types of players you have to defend in the postseason. Now, let's flip it. Good luck defending James Harden and Donovan Mitchell if that clicks. I mean, that's some serious firepower that the Cavs are going to have in the backcourt if it clicks. Dan, I said that for you.
If it clicks.
If it clicks. And if it does, that's going to be an absolute nightmare for another team to deal with, especially if Evan Mobley and Jared Allen are patrolling the inside. At that point, you can put somebody out at the small forward spot if you're the Cavaliers, ask them to play the best defense they can, funnel guys to Evan Mobley, and go. I think the Cavs are in a much better spot to compete than they were before the Harden trade, in my opinion. But I still, and there's no perfect roster in the NBA, so keep that in mind. I do think that some of the guys in the other teams, I should say, in the Eastern Conference got better. I like what Boston did, getting Vucevic. You put him with Jaylen Brown. Okay, that makes Boston a little bit better of a playoff team. Last night, the Knicks had a nice double overtime win. Mike Brown coaching there, former Cavs head coach. They beat Denver in double overtime. That was a good finish. Could the Knicks still? Yeah, I think the Knicks could still be a real threat there in the East. And the Cavs have put themselves in that conversation, Andy. They are definitely now, and I think they were before, but now more so, a real threat in the Eastern Conference.
But what did you? We didn't even talk about this. What did you think of Ellis last night? He had 19 minutes, and so did Schroeder. Had what do you have?
Let me see a few games. I did not see the game last night because this guy passed out on the couch.
Yeah, no, I was up and down. As I was watching, I was like,
I saw extensive highlights of the game.
Oh, they're up 6. One of those hard games to watch.
I will tell you, they did not include Schroeder or Ellis in the highlights of the game, and it was a little lopsided. So they were not playing big roles in that game. I like Schroeder, and I've seen Schroeder play with way too many teams, but he's scrappy, and I like him, and I think he'll be a nice addition here. And Keon Ellis, we'll see. I wonder if Keon plays ahead of Sam Merrill. I wonder how they use those two guys. If Max Strus comes back, I wonder how that all works, and we'll see. I think Ellis has to kind of find a spot, but as a defensive-minded 6'4" guy, I could see him on the floor with Harden and with Donovan. The only problem is, if he steps in for Donovan, guarding whoever Donovan would be guarding, well, then who's Donovan going to guard? Is it going to be a wing guy who's 6'8"? He's not going to drop down low and guard a 6'10" guy.
No.
And though Donovan has the longer arm reach and everything else, defense is not the strong point of his game. So I do think there's still a little bit of an issue there.
Well, they had 10 guys last night play more than 19 minutes, and then they also had, they have 5 in double figures last night too. So, it was pretty balanced. It was a nice win, 124-191. So.
Who's feeling more pressure here? Do you think it's Kobe Altman or do you think it's Kenny Atkinson? I think
it's always Kobe.
I think it's Kobe,
too. I mean, if you got to meet with Dan, I'm assuming that he's meeting with Dan or meeting with anybody in the ownership group more often to try to justify the moves that he's making. But I also think he's been empowered to make these moves. I think all the general managers are empowered to make the moves, and as long as they keep making the right moves, everyone's happy. But if they take a chance to make the wrong move, although they've stuck with him for a while, sometimes you find your general manager looking for another gig. Here especially. It's not an easy job. No. I don't think I'd want that job in a minute.
Kobe made the big move to get Donovan Mitchell, and he made it work in the first place when Donovan signed his first extension. I think now there's no question. He has to make it work and has to make Donovan happy because your future of this franchise right now is based around Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
You don't have the draft assets. You bring in James Harden hoping that's a better fit and that it works better than it did with Darius Garland. And I wonder how it plays out and what happens if it doesn't play out exactly how they're hoping. You know, do they try to sign Donovan to the extension? Yeah, you bet they do. What if he doesn't do it? And what if you get to this point next year and Donovan hasn't signed an extension and he has a player option for the following year? And if he's playing well and healthy, he's not going to pick it up. What do? I think this next year is just vital for the organization because you're looking at either, I think, one or the other, signing an extension with Donovan Mitchell or trading him. And if you trade him, then it's a major reboot. Harden wouldn't be here. They'd move on from him. Even if he came back, they'd move on from him. Then you're probably looking at Evan Mitchell, Jalen Tyson, and any other young guys they can put on this basketball team.
I'm just a little torn by everything that's going on right now, and I don't know why. Just because I think again, I'll get over it. It's not a big deal. It's not a reason to change how you feel about the team. It's just they know they needed more. They've got to go in a little bit of a different direction or just a different direction in general from where they were going and what you've invested yourself into watching over the last year and a half, 2 years. And again, it's just like there's a uncomfortable, uneasy feeling about walking away from something that you've believed in for so long. If you're the front office too, it's being comfortable isn't part of the gig. If you want to be comfortable, you better not be a general manager in any sport. But there's a part of me that thinks, oh man, I hope that this thing works. I hope that every move they've made takes them in the right direction because it is. I'm sorry, these moves they're making are not. It's not that they're not getting better because I think they're getting better. It's just a little uncomfortable. I'm just a little uncomfortable until I watch it play out. I need to see Harden on the floor, and then I'll feel better.
I hope you're more uncomfortable by 3:00.
I hope so too.
Let's see another little move. I hope so too. Let's see
could you imagine if they got Giannis by 3? I know you're totally not looking at it, but I'm going to be staring at that clock till 3:00.
You know what I want to see? I would applaud if they move one of their Max Strus, Sam Merrill. You're going to keep Keon. If you moved one of those guys and brought in somebody who's 6'8", 6'9", who can play on the wing and help you out, especially defensively, I would applaud. I would think that would be a phenomenal trade. We'll see what they do. Deadline's at 3:00. We'll keep you posted all day long right here on The Fan. Anything that happens around the NBA with the trade deadline, we'll have it for you. Who's the defensive coordinator of the Browns?
Who?
I don't know. Maybe Darryl Ryder does. He's going to join us next here on Baskin and Phelps. Chad Graff will join us after that. He's the Patriots beat reporter for The Athletic. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy is Andy Baskin. And this would be our Browns beat reporter, Daryl Ryder. He's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Hello, Daryl.
Hello, boys.
Daryl, how are you?
Who's the defensive coordinator of the Browns today?
We'll see.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
You got a front runner?
No.
You got a.
I don't think it's going to be Jim Schwartz, but we'll see. Never say never.
We thought the same thing after we listened to Todd Monken the other day, and Todd was very nice in his praise of Jim Schwartz, and he was also very clear to say, "Let's cut to the chase. It's the players. It's not the coach." Would you agree?
Well, I mean, coaching does matter.
Yes, it does, but as he said, and I'm not chipping Jim Schwartz or chipping,
Yeah, players matter. I mean, look, I've bemoaned for years the Browns just have not had enough talent on the field to win, and they haven't. They didn't have it last year. They didn't have it the year before, which is why I kind of scratched my head with the whole coaching change, because I don't know what the hell Kevin Stefanski was supposed to do with that offense.
Agreed.
So that all being said, they're resetting. They're starting over. They're going to. Monken talked about earlier this week. They're going to rebuild that offense from the ground up. It's one of the reasons he took the job. In addition to the defensive players on the team, but I'm very curious about how much latitude he's going to be given to do that, because that is not an overnight DIY project. It's going to take, at least in my view, 2 seasons to do that. And by the time you get that fixed, guess what happens? Now your defense is too old, and you've got to repair that. The Browns always seem to be caught in this catch-22 in their processes, and their processes are their processes. But it is, I think, smart of him to make it known to the players. He's not going to change up the scheme. He wants to continue doing what they're doing. And so I kind of feel like promoting a guy like Tarver or Banda or something like that internally who knows the offense would certainly make a lot of sense if the decision is made to move on from Jim Schwartz.
Daryl, can I get your thoughts on Todd Monken right now? And I know we talked immediately after he was hired, but
he was good in that press conference.
You've had the press conference. You've kind of a couple.
He's 1-0. He won the press conference.
Well, we knew that was coming, but
there it is.
Is there anything that's been lackluster, or is there anything that's impressed you, or anything that's made you say, "Okay, I'm going to have an open mind to this or that"?
I will say this. Usually introductory press conferences are like a really happy occasion, right? And you leave the building all energized and fired up. I'm going to tell you right now, I did not leave that building energized and fired up. He said a lot of good stuff. But, I've been hearing good stuff for 27 years. They have 4 winning seasons collectively. And I don't have the belief that this is going to go any differently right now. Now, giving him a fair opportunity, I think he's got a few things working against him. But the vision that he has laid out makes total sense. It really does. Jimmy Haslam talking about, hey, they recognize that fans say that they're not a fun football team to watch. Well, because they're not. They're boring and they lose. That has resonated with them organizationally. Okay, that's great. What are you going to do to fix it now, right? Words are just that. So I'm going to kind of sit back and just watch how this thing comes together this offseason and the moves that Andrew Berry makes with roster-wise through free agency, and then obviously the draft, if he's able to make a trade or two or whatnot. I like what Monken's doing as far as assembling his offensive staff. He seems to be doing a really good job of that. But, I mean, we've had a lot of good coaching staffs here over the years, and they don't produce results. So that's why I'm just I'm more focused on results and seeing, what progress is made next season, rather than just sitting here selling fans on how great Todd Monken's going to be as a head coach, because I was impressed what he said at a press conference.
One thing, though, Daryl, as we pointed out right after the press conference, he's already outproduced Kevin Stefanski Well, when it comes to hitting the dump button for press conferences, already he's ahead of Kevin's total. Kevin had 0 and Todd had 1 or 2. Dan.
Oh no! Kevin Stefanski had 1, and it was when a bee flew onto the microphone. And he was afraid he was going to get stung.
Okay, and Todd had 2, did he not?
You could argue 3.
Okay, so see, he's already ahead.
Well, when you carry those press conferences in the fall, Dan knows he has to have his finger on the trigger at all times. And listen, if it's a rapid fire situation, you might just have to cut away altogether.
Can I put the minds of Browns fans at ease here? You'll like this. You'll like this, Daryl. If Jim Schwartz doesn't return as defensive coordinator, you'll love Jason Tarver because as defensive coordinator of the Raiders in one game, he flipped off the referees twice. I mean, he'll be a huge hit here in Cleveland, won't he? No?
Yeah, no, he would.
Love
yeah,
that.
absolutely.
Everybody will love that.
Well, he is one of the guys. He's one of the guys that I did mention that it would make sense to promote them to carry Jim Schwartz's scheme forward here.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you're right. I think that fans would enjoy if he would end up doing that as Browns defensive coordinator. I don't know that his pay stub would enjoy that, though.
Yes, I would agree with that. Did you get any feeling about the quarterback situation after listening to Todd Monken?
Well, I think he's going to be open-minded when it comes to Deshaun and seeing what, if anything, might still be there with him. I think he's going to be obviously open-minded when it comes to Shedeur Sanders and seeing what they can do to develop his game and figure out whether or not he can do this thing on a full-time basis, right? So, and look, I think that right now that's probably the wisest thing to do if you're the Browns. Looking at the market right now, I don't. There's no long-term solution available in my view, and especially where the Browns are positioned 6 overall. So, why not see what you have this year and what you can make work and build around that? The good news is he is not scheme-specific offensively. He's not married to one specific system. He likes building around the talent that he's given to work with. So that's just kind of where I'm at right now. He is the impression he gave off, aside from that Jim Schwartz isn't coming back, was that he's going to be very open-minded about that quarterback room and giving those guys an opportunity to show whether or not they can do this thing, and also open-minded about bringing in some help if needed.
Do you need a Schwartz decision here in the next day or two?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. I just to kind of put it to bed, right?
I would think so, Daryl.
So yeah, I think they need to get that figured out by the end of the week here, so that everybody can move. And also, to be fair to Jim here, right? I mean, he's in a little bit of limbo as well.
Sure.
So to be fair to him, to give him the opportunity to move on too, because of once the Super Bowl is played. Everyone moves. There is no break. It goes right into off-season preparations. Right, the combine is just a couple of weeks away. Free agency is a couple of weeks away. I mean, this off-season calendar moves very, very quickly. So, I kind of feel like they need to get this thing resolved, make a decision, and then everyone just move forward accordingly.
Daryl, what have we learned about the front office over this last month? What, have you learned anything new about them? Has anything surprised you? Have you been, has anything made you super happy about them?
Super happy? No.
Or super sad? I'll give you super mad. Either.
No. I mean, look, they went through a very detailed process when it came to the coaching search. Big shock. Andrew Berry's in charge, and that's what they do, right? And that's not a criticism. I mean, of course it's going to be a detailed process. That is how Andrew operates. It at times was very methodical. The smart aleck in me says, congratulations, it took you 24 days to figure out that Todd Monken was your guy. after he was the first guy that you put in a request slip into the league office to speak with, right? But that's also understandable. They did talk to a wide variety of candidates. They talked to the young whippersnappers who were thought to be the next big thing in the coaching pipeline. Those guys aren't ready just yet, and there's nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't be shocked that the next time the Browns do this, they don't revisit some of those individuals. They looked internally as well. So, I mean, the search kind of, took a little longer than I would have liked, but that doesn't matter. As long as the Browns and Andrew Berry and the Haslam Sports Group feel that they got the right guy, that's what matters. And then it obviously now is on all of them collectively to start producing results for fans who have been asked to be patient with this organization way too long and way too often.
Daryl Ryder joining us. He's a man for all seasons here at the Fan, so I'm going to ask you a Cavs question. It's 3.5 hours before the trade deadline.
Yeah.
They've made 3 deals. Anything more?
Yeah, I think there's a chance they make a fourth to get under that second apron. They're, I think, 3.8 or 3.9 million shy of that. If they can get under the second apron, that unlocks a bunch of stuff for them this summer, flexibility-wise, including might make life easier pursuing Giannis. Not to say that that's ultimately going to happen, but, I mean, it's very clear that Koby Altman and the organization just was not satisfied with the status quo, and there's nothing wrong with that. I had been saying for almost 2 years now that the core four, as talented as they are, it just wasn't going to work. So it'll be interesting to see what happens over the next 3.5 hours plus here to see if there's another deal in the making. Wouldn't be surprised if it's another opportunity for them to get under that second apron. I mean, look, they traded Darius Garland, for Harden, and people are acting like Harden is washed. The guy's averaging over 25 points per game this year, so
with plenty of assists.
Right? I mean, he's not. Now, does it tend to end bad everywhere he goes? Yeah, absolutely. Will it probably end bad with him with the Cavs? Sure, probably, right? I mean, the history is the history there. But at the same time, he is a top 75 player in NBA history. And look, let's be very honest about it. When he's healthy, Darius Garland is an electrifying basketball player. He's extremely talented. I never thought the two small guards was a winning combination in this era of NBA basketball. I don't think it works. That's not a slight on Darius. That's certainly not a slight on Donovan Mitchell. I think that Harden has a better chance to be a better pair with him. And then obviously you saw the respect, the love and respect, I should say, that all of Darius's teammates have for him when you saw the interaction last night in Los Angeles with everybody taking time to essentially say goodbye to him. So, wish him well in L.A. I hope he's able to stay a lot healthier than he was while with the Cavaliers. But, his unavailability due to injury, like it or not, I'm sure was a factor in that decision to move.
I would agree.
To move on.
Yep. All right, Daryl. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks, Daryl.
You bet, guys.
Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter, who also covers the Guardians and the Cavaliers for us. And he's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Coming up at noon, we're going to talk to Chris Rose. And Chris getting ready to cover the Super Bowl for NFL.com. Chad Graff, Patriots beat reporter, doing the same thing for The Athletic. They're coming up in the noon hour. Curling coming up next. Kind of. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
Starting to take control are Czechia, leading 3-0 in the second period. Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards an assist on the first goal for Team USA. Currently mixed doubles, the United States taking 2, beating Norway 8-6, then knocking off Switzerland 7-4. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Check out the Fan off-season special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder, who was just with us live, recapping all of the latest Browns news and the moves ahead of free agency in the off-season. We're talking about the draft and free agency as well. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
So I walked into work today, and I made some fun, I thought, comment about what was on the television in our little news area.
What was that? A news team all wearing the same clothes?
I just thought it was a fun comment, because the Winter Olympics are underway.
Yes, even
I was
before
chastised
the opening ceremony.
very quickly.
Well, you earned it.
Because I thought it was a fun, enjoyable, I'm into it comment about the curling that was dominating our newsroom. Because we have a diehard curling fan here at the station. But I was reprimanded very quickly, and I thought, I don't know that I deserve that because I wasn't making fun of the sport. I think it's kind of cool. But the Olympics are underway, Andy.
Yes, they are.
So if you don't like curling, don't say anything to Jeff Thomas.
Yeah, stay away from him. I don't know. It's been fun to watch the curling with him because he is totally into it. He totally gets it. And he is passionate about it as much as I am passionate about watching this USA women's hockey game, too.
I feel it's our time, don't you, Andy?
Yes, Mr.
So I think
Hand.
this is our Chile.
Yes. Let me give you the update on Layla Edwards real quick, who's playing for Team USA, who's from Cleveland Heights, by the way. She has 1 point. They're up 3-0 in the game they're playing. She's got 1 assist. She's +2 on the day for the 3 goals, so she's been out on the ice for 2 of the 3 goals, and she just drew a penalty. She's killing it. Killing it! Come on, Team USA!
Oh, they're killing them. It's 3-0.
Well, they weren't. I mean, they were having
football,
trouble.
It's 45-zip.
So silly and ignorant on this. So
tell me that's not close to true.
45-0? No, it's like 21-0.
Yeah,
in
probably
a football
21-0.
game. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can come back from that.
That's okay.
Yeah, you easily. I've been in games where we've been down 4-0, 5-0 to come back. Back when I played.
When you didn't
or
play,
coached.
you were sitting.
No, I've coached games where we've come back from like 4-0 is almost impossible to come back from. But
they're not coming back, baby. It's over.
Oh, there's no way. Team USA, they've been so
That's my
good.
point.
Yeah, Team USA has just dominated them. I don't think. Ooh, it's getting a little chippy too. Oh, I love it. Refs getting in there trying to break things up. Oh,
not allowed to call play-by-play off the TV.
I'm
You'll
not.
be getting
I'm just
a
saying
cease and desist.
I'm just saying it's a little chippy.
You'll be getting a cease and desist.
Anybody who thinks the women don't play physical, they play physical.
You'll be getting a cease and desist.
Okay, well, thank you. Boink is right. They're just dominating offensively. They've been in the Chesnia's zone the entire game.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. I know.
We're down in Prague. We're taking Prague.
Can we?
You've been there. It's gorgeous.
No, have you?
Yes.
Did you take the train over there?
Yeah, listen to that. That was a ding right there.
Yeah, you did ding.
Yes, I've been to Prague.
I've been to Prague. Ding. My favorite part was it was cheaper to buy beer than it was to buy water.
That was Italy wine.
Do you think?
It's my favorite part. Soda costs more than beer.
I enjoy the Winter Olympics. I enjoy the Summer Olympics more, but I do enjoy the Winter Olympics. But I wonder, what's the right way to put this? I wonder if there are enough huge events in the Winter Olympics outside of figure skating to attract. Well, I'm looking at television ratings.
Yeah.
To attract big television ratings. I mean,
hockey ratings are normally pretty good for depending on United States. If they're decent.
Skiing. You'll get it with Michaela Schiffer, and you'll get it with
I'll tell you what,
Lindsey Vonn.
I love the downhill skiing stuff. Downhill skiing is incredibly fun.
The aerial freestyle stuff is really cool.
Snowboarding is getting bigger too.
They're insane.
That stuff's all very cool, but I don't think it's a major draw. Like the tunnels, the the snowboarding, it's really cool, but I don't know that it's a. I don't know that these things are a draw. The
figure skating
the big
is
draw
the big
is
go.
figure skating. Yeah, I mean it's outrageous the way that these things draw. In the Summer Olympics, I think you have a lot of things that draw.
Let me ask you this: would you be opposed if men's basketball was in the Winter Olympics?
Yeah, because it'd be in the NBA season.
The NHL does it. They don't care. They can do it.
I wouldn't want the NBA.
I mean, no
to
one
shut
cares
down
about
for
the
it.
NBA anyway till New Year's. It's the difference. Till the All-Star break. Seriously, the league hasn't
Dan
really
and
started.
I both just collapsed.
Oh, we just gave up a goal. Ouch.
I was going to say, I thought it was the period break for a minute. I'm like, wait a minute, he's taking pot shots. He's back.
Thank you.
But no, then he's calling live play-by-play.
I have not called live by play-by-play.
Oh, there's a goal.
I can't give updates. And do you know what the delay is? It's not like we're live. I'm sure we're like a minute behind on all this game. Thank you. Sizzled. Ouch.
Andy.
Jeff.
There's a good enough draw, though.
Talking about
I
the
think
Olympics.
especially with the fact that it's winter on top of that, so you got a lot of people who are inside where it's cold. The skiing is a draw. People want to see Lindsey Vonn, especially on his torn ACL and what she can do.
Ski
Michaela
jumping is
Schifrin's
crazy,
that same way.
too,
That's a
right?
big name. The fact that I even know that name.
I love ski jumping.
Ski jump is
I've always loved watching ski jumping. Even though it's so repetitive, it's silly. It's a fascinating sport to me. I think it's awesome. I think the Summer Olympics get everybody all jacked up, and I think the Winter Olympics are a little more of a niche thing.
Speed skating is also awesome.
I love
Speed skating is so cool.
You know what I also really like? Short track speed skating.
Yes,
that's roller derby on ice is what
Pretty
that
much.
is. It's a lot of fun. So I'll be watching a lot of this stuff. I think it's great fun. I just don't think the masses are quite as into it as the masses are into the Summer Olympics.
I would put figure skating's numbers up against anything that happens in the Summer Olympics.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But that's my point. It's figure skating, and then everything else. I think you have to kind of buy into a little bit.
Can somebody help me? I don't.
We've been trying.
Well, I mean, I appreciate figure skaters because
Come
I
on,
think
that was a joke.
What
wasn't
they
it?
do, I
Toe
know.
pick.
You know, I'm just like you. I'm being Jeff Phelps today.
Toe pick.
Come on back over here, because we're talking about the Olympics. I don't understand the why I want to watch figure skating kind of thing.
Because I still have no idea what the difference is between a sow cow and a triple loop and all what that.
I mean,
nonsense.
unless I see the
they're all
Iron
spins
Lotus,
to me.
unless I see an Iron Lotus, I'm just.
Is that what
gonna-
you're talking about? The fact that you can't tell the spins? Because I can't.
I don't know.
I guess it has to do with your skate.
It's a very graceful, beautiful sport to watch, and I don't get it. I don't get it, and I've watched it my whole life. They've had the best ice times ever. They get the best ice times over hockey. It's like,
well, they should.
It's crazy. No, they shouldn't. I just don't get it.
You guys are going to mess up the ice, so they
What do you
get
mean,
on
guys and
first.
gals. Jeff, get with the program, bro.
Guys and gals for what?
Hockey.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
You just said guys only. It's not guys and gals.
I used it as a general term, Andy.
Well,
I didn't use it as a,
I got to get you up to speed.
No, I
Come with me.
understand that.
Come on over. Follow me.
It's like, you hear a bunch of ladies talking to each other, and they might say, "Hey, guys, come on, let's go." That's what I said.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I don't know that I've
absolutely
ever
true.
heard that. Have you ever heard that?
Absolutely.
Absolutely true.
Just making sure.
But yeah, I have no idea what the difference is between a Lux and a sow cow and a loop.
Just give me the old Hamel Camel.
Triple pick.
That's why I always
I just made
appreciate
that
it.
up. I don't even know what that is.
That's why I always appreciated Scott Hamilton doing backflips. I'm like, I could look at that and see it's cool. That's different than everybody else.
All right.
I've watched figure skating. I know way too much about figure skating as far as the people who have done it in the past.
You're like the Dick Buttons of 92.3 The Fan.
Gold medal winner from Lake Placid, 1948. I believe.
Look at that.
Champ.
Look at that.
On a pond.
That's a champ.
Pool pond. Pond was good for Dick Button. Aaron is in Cleveland. Hey, Aaron.
What up, Aaron?
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on?
Good.
Nothing much. I was just calling in. You guys were talking about the Winter
Olympics.
Games and what's the draw? What's the major draw to it?
What do you think?
And I love the sleds and the toboggan. They were always great for me.
I
loved
do
them in the
love the
70s, 80s,
bobsled.
and the 90s. Yeah, I love them, and I still, no one talks about it anymore. And, and with all of the social media and all the stuff how it is now, the Olympics, I remember the days when the Olympics used to be tuned in by the whole country. It was just so important. You can't miss it. But it's a little different now. But
well, the numbers are skewed because you can watch everything live. It's not like I remember how bad it was when they had tape delay stuff. Even like the Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan stuff was all on tape delay. I know it was tape delay for me when I was in the Mountain Time Zone when that was going on, and I was just like, "This." Now you see everything when you want to watch it, and NBC puts together whatever they want to call that their primetime programming is. Although I still get hooked in on that sometimes too, but sometimes there's too much on the backstory and not about the game.
Yeah, and still the X Games. Well, it's not X Games, the Olympics, but the snowboarding. I still like that. I'm into that. I grew up with skateboard and stuff like that, so it's still those are fun to watch too. The quarter pikes, half pipe. It's still exciting, but the Winter Games are still exciting. What I don't like is, when they invent these crazy sports in the Olympics. Those I'm not interested in. So one to mention was the breakdance. I don't know where that came from.
Well, yeah, that's kind of weird.
Aaron, I'm with you on that. Aaron, thank you very much. I was wrong. The 48 Olympics where Button won his gold medal was in San Moritz. Wasn't it? I apologize.
Mark it down. First mistake, 14 years, Jeff.
No, I don't think it was. I did just fix it, yeah.
By the way, do I have to get rid of that?
But it was 48. No, that stays forever.
I was going to say,
We'll get it fixed.
It's like found its way into my lexicon when I screw things up.
Mennigan uses that in normal life now.
What, that sound?
Yeah, Kevin.
I'll goof something up, and I was going,
We'll get it fixed.
That stays. That's a part of the show. It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
The skeleton is also up there. That scares me every time I watch it. That's the head first luge.
That's nuts, man.
That's insane.
I mean, think about riding, the roller coasters at Cedar Point on a sled. Whether it be
the Schwabian, wasn't that what that was?
I just think it's insane.
No,
those guys are nuts.
What was the ride at Cedar Point that had like the ski?
I was talking about the Olympic event.
Yeah, no, but they had
compared it to a roller coaster.
Yeah, but they had a ride there too.
I was going to say Schlitterbahn is the massive water slide, and I can't remember where that is. It might be in like St. Louis.
I do love the bobsled stuff. That's fun to watch, even though you get in and then you just like, if you're not the driver, you keep your head down. That's good stuff there. Hope I didn't eat some bad oysters or something for lunch. Isn't that funny?
Watching the tail try not to hit the side.
Remember when Herschel Walker did that?
Yeah.
I think Willie Davenport, who was an Olympic sprinter, might have been one of the first guys to do it. But Herschel Walker was on the bobsled team because he could, run and push, and then you get in the sled and you put your head down. You hope your driver knows what he's doing.
Also, for everyone my age, Jamaica has a bobsled team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The U.S. used to be lousy in the bobsled.
Right, that's what I was referring. But legitimately in the Olympics this year, Jamaica has a bobsled team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The U.S. used to be a lousy bobsled organization. Not anymore, baby.
Hey, by the way, big
make
week.
That investment and put the time in.
Just while we're doing shout-outs, big week for Walsh Jesuit High School, right? Because you've got Mike Vrabel coaching in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then, is it Kira Dosa?
It's Kira Dosa.
Kira Dosa, who's going to...
in the aerials at the Olympics.
Yeah. No, she goes to University of Utah, but she went to Walsh and another Northeast Ohioan. I love it.
We're everywhere, baby.
Let's go.
Northeast Ohioans all over the place, including in Los Angeles, California. That's where Chris Rose is. He's going to join us next. We'll talk a little Super Bowl with the man from the NFL Network right here on Baskin and Phelps.
This is
taking place in women's hockey prelims. The U.S. up 3-1 on Czech Republic in the second period. Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards tallied an assist on the first goal of the game for the United States. And earlier today, U.S. curling winning their opening 2 matches in the mixed doubles prelims as they took down Norway 8-6 and Switzerland 7-4. NFL Network and John Boy Media's Chris Rose is coming up next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. For the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Oh, the big band's out for this one. Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2 with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith on Thursday, June 25th at Huntington Bank Field. All you need to do is enter the word HOME, H-O-M-E. H-O-M-E, home is the word you want to enter by the end of the hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, all courtesy of our friends at Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Tuesday, that is February 10th, 5 days away, at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. The word is HOME, H-O-M-E, just double checking that. Yes, that word is HOME, and that'll be your shot to try to get on Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2 with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith on June 25th at Huntington Bank Field.
Okay, there you go. That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Get ready. Super Bowl's coming up. Do you like the 2 weeks off between, or does it just kill the vibe?
Sometimes I don't know. There are years I'm like, man, I wish we could just get to the game. And then there are other, I'm like, okay, I get it, 2 weeks. Okay. At least we get healthy players. So that's the one benefit of having that extra week off. So.
Okay, let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's going to be a little busy coming up on Super Bowl Sunday. He'll be hosting the pregame and the postgame Super Bowl on the NFL Network. He's our buddy, Mr. Chris Rose. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
Gentlemen, I am proud to announce that I snapped a long losing streak of seeing the Cavaliers in person last night. I went with our oldest son, Josh, and we're not the reason that they won. Maybe part reason.
Yeah, maybe part.
Yeah. But when you don't get to go to that many Cavs games based on where you live, you keep track of this stuff. And I think the last time I saw a Cavs win in person, I think I'd lost like 7 or 8 in a row. Was like when the Cavs were out here and D'Angelo Russell was a rookie for the Lakers, I want to say, or had just been traded there. Maybe it was in his first year with the Lakers, something like that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is that a road winning streak then, or a home winning streak? Like, have you seen them here?
It's a rose streak is what it is.
Yeah, I went to the Boston game last year in late January, which was a big game. Lost that.
In Cleveland?
I went to I went to a Cavs-Knicks game there a couple of years ago in March, like March of 2023, I want to say. Saw a loss there. Brunson had a ridiculous night. So, yeah, I was happy to get that out. And it was cool. I actually put a video out. I don't know if people have seen the whole DG. It was like a wedding line where he was just getting hug after hug at the end of the game.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, we have a little update from Dan here.
According to Shams Charania of ESPN, the Milwaukee Bucks have indicated to teams that they are keeping Giannis Antetokounmpo through the trade deadline and will start making other trades. They've also been rumored to be interested in Ja Morant, so they might be going the other direction.
Okay.
Yeah, Giannis off the table, according to Shams.
All right, we'll see where that goes. Cavs have made some moves this week. Darius, as you just mentioned, now a Los Angeles Clipper. What did you think of that trade?
I understand it to a degree. I do. I was hoping that maybe it would lead to something else. Apparently, it will not. Look, James Harden's a future Hall of Famer and a great basketball player. He's not my favorite guy to watch. I've never turned on the TV to watch James Harden, as good a player as he is, and I do think he'll make us better. Like, if you're asking me, are we better now than we were 72 hours ago? I would say yes. What's his extension look like next year? Who knows? who knows what it means. I mean, obviously, this is a long play in order to make sure that Donovan Mitchell doesn't go anywhere. Do I think that we can win the East with the team currently constructed as long as Evan Mobley gets back? And I saw him pregame working out on the court and looking good. Yes, I do. I do think so. I mean, I think to me the great mystery is kind of where is Max Strus and his whole hell? We haven't heard boo about him, and I think that like we need one more wing. It feels like, and he can certainly help us out because he played well in that well-ish in that Indiana series, comparatively speaking. So, you know, I'm excited, though. I am excited to see kind of how this team comes together.
All right, so when you first heard James Harden's coming to the Cavs, like, just Chris Rose thought this. What'd you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, I really had to sit down and think about it. Look, we've talked about this for years. The main deficiency is backcourt lack of size. You just don't win a championship when the biggest guard back there is 6'3". I know Donovan plays bigger than that, but still, they'd get caught in switches, and they'd figure out a way to ISO Garland and be over. Not that James Harden is going to be confused with Gary Payton or Michael Jordan defensively on the perimeter anytime soon, or anybody in the modern era who can play defense as well. But he is 6'6". He is 6'6", so that does matter, and his ability to run a pick and roll offensively is going to be huge for us. And I know that there are shortcomings with him when we get to the playoffs. And people will say, well, if they get to game 6 or 7, he's not going to show up. I got it. But it's not like, as much as I love Darius Garland, he doesn't exactly have a track record of leading teams to the next round either. So, I mean, if that's the argument, it seems a little silly to me.
So stay tuned. Trade deadline coming up in less than 3 hours now. Congratulations. Enjoy your Super Bowl day because you'll be working very, very hard. Seahawks, Patriots. Let's focus on the Patriots here. Their turnaround was stunning. How'd they do it?
Well, the good news is they had a quarterback in place, and that's the number one thing. And that's when you hear Mike Vrabel talk about why he was so excited to go out there, it's all about the quarterback. And as disastrous as the rest of that team was, and I called 2 of their games in 2024, the offensive line room and the wide receiver room made ours look elite. That's how bad those 2 groups were. They have gotten better in those areas. Stephon Diggs has really had a nice comeback season after he blew out his knee in Houston. Kayshon Boutte has developed into a really good downfield threat. They drafted 2 starters on the offensive line, in the first 3 rounds, I believe. They signed a couple of other guys to help them on the offensive line. It's still not great, but it is significantly better. So let's start with all that. And then what Mike Vrabel has been and what he has, how he has commanded that room and not accepted excuses is phenomenal. Have they had an easy schedule? Yes. I mean, if Patriot fans want to, they say, well, don't talk about our schedule. Facts are facts. This is the easiest schedule any Super Bowl participant has had since the '99 Rams.
Wow.
And they shouldn't apologize for it. They can't help it that teams either underperformed or whatever. That's fine. Take advantage of that. And people will say, well, look at who they played in the playoffs. They played the Chargers, who don't have any starting tackles. They played Houston, where C.J. Stroud looked like he had been on the JV team. And then they took on a quarterback who was a backup who hadn't started in 2 years. I got it. I understand. I'm checking all those boxes, but that's not their fault. Their defense has bordered on elite. Drake May, although he hasn't played great in the playoffs, has played well enough. And Mike Vrabel has shown you that leadership matters.
I love the Sam Darnold story. I love it. Yep. I just love everything about this. And it's also fun to watch Jackson Smith and Jigba get into the end zone as well. Your thoughts on the Seahawks? And I'm assuming I shouldn't assume anything. Who do you like in this game? Who do you like?
Well, we give predictions on Sunday, but I mean, if you had to, I would say Seattle. Obviously, really the in my opinion, the way that the Patriots win this thing is if they do force Darnold, who led the league in turnovers, to give them short fields. It's going to be hard to go against Seattle. Like Mike McDonald, his playoff teams do not give up points in the fourth quarter. So if New England's not leading after 3, it ain't happening, I don't think. And I agree with you. I think the Darnold story is great. He has handled himself so well, and I don't know if there is, because he won't say it publicly. He won't say it that, like, I can't believe the Vikings quit on me after I'd led them to the playoffs and 14 wins, and then look at the disaster they turned into without me this year. The stuff with the Jets and the Panthers, he was still figuring out who he is as a quarterback at this level. It's not easy. And the fact now in year 8 that he's not only gotten here, but is the first of a highly touted 2018 quarterback class to perhaps reach the mountaintop, it's pretty damn cool. And if he does win it, I hope he gets to enjoy the moment and look back on all the tough times that he had at this level and say, you know what, it can work out for you.
Chris Rose joining us. You can see him coming up on Super Bowl Sunday, pregame, postgame shows on the NFL Network, and Chris always does a phenomenal job on all of that stuff. Can the Browns take anything, should they take anything, out of the Patriots story with Vrabel turning things around quickly, with Drake May being the young quarterback, or flip it with Seattle, with Sam Darnold being a cast-off, from so many teams, and then great year in Minnesota, great year in Seattle?
Well, I don't know who that would be this year. Like, who is this year's version of Sam Darnold? Is it Malik Willis? I don't know if there's enough.
Make a deal for Mac Jones? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, the Mac Jones one is a better comparison than Willis just because of the number of starts both those guys have had in this league. So, yeah, I would say more Mac Jones. And as far as the look, let's call it what it is. Even the most ardent Shador supporter is not going to say that he's on the level of Drake May. He's just not. And that's not a shot at Shador. He just isn't. Drake May is probably going to finish runner-up for the MVP tonight. And he completed more than 70% of his passes and played exceptionally well. I hope that Shador proves me wrong, and next year we're all laughing about it, but the odds are against him. So we have to start with this, that as bad as New England's situation was in 2024, they had the quarterback. We still don't know if we do. What I would say is that if we do want to try and build it up a la Seattle, their defense, like they drafted so well on defense, and then they added in a couple of huge pieces via trade, right? Leonard Williams up front. Ernest Jones was kind of like the capping piece that took them to another level with that Mike McDonald defense. But do you know that their offensive line has a chance to be the first entirely homegrown offensive line to win the Super Bowl in almost 20 years?
Wow.
The entire team. They've got 2 first-rounders on their left side in Cross and Zabel. They've got an undrafted rookie free agent who was actually Zabel's college teammate at center. They've got a 4th-rounder at guard who they're dying to replace. He's the one, like, weak link. And then they've got a 3rd-rounder at right tackle in Abe Lucas. So my point is that we're not going to draft 5 offensive linemen this year that are going to make the difference. But I would look for the Browns to go possibly – I would say at 6 they're going to go line. And then I would say one of those 2 picks in the 2nd or 3rd round have got to be another starting caliber lineman. And you start fixing it that way.
This is my pure jealousy question. Help me out with this one. I've never had the chance to attend or cover a Super Bowl. What is the best part of covering a Super Bowl or attending a Super Bowl? And that maybe perhaps fans don't know about, something that happens that fans just don't get to see, that's something cool behind the scenes?
Well, I mean, listen, I love the fact that I get to host what in my opinion is the best 2 hours on our network all year. I mean, right after the game's over, when you're walking out there and the confetti's falling down, it's not about business and contracts and all that sort of stuff. It's about watching people kind of achieve their dream. I know it sounds cheesy or whatever, but think about it. Think about whatever goal it is that you had in mind your entire life and you finally got to enjoy that. It's pretty cool. So getting to sit there with whatever coach it is, whichever Mike coach ends up winning it, Drake May, Sam Darnold, all the other stars that'll end up joining us afterward, it's neat. You can just see it. And when their families are standing around them, to realize how many people poured into that journey is really damn cool. So that's the coolest part. Now, in my earlier days when I went out and went to some parties, that was cool. That was fun. I've kind of reached an age where I've kind of aged out.
Yep.
I think with that part. Cool behind the scenes stuff. What you hear about is kind of what it is. You get to see a lot of people that you don't normally get to see. So that part is kind of fun as well for us, but there's nothing, I don't know. Michelle, you enjoy it, right? My wife's going for like the 7th or 8th time, and she seems to enjoy it. She always brings a different friend, so they get to experience that.
Nice.
While I'm off working.
Nothing wrong with that. She's earned it.
Not at all.
She puts up with you every day. Are you kidding?
Oh, I'm off working.
She should just go to Hawaii the whole trip and be that. She's earned more than that, I'm sure.
I will say this: there was one night, and I forget which Super Bowl it was, that I went to bed early. We were on the West Coast, and she was out and came in. It was like 2 a.m. in the room. I'm like, all right, what's going on here? But good for her. She's allowed to enjoy that. Go have fun this weekend, honey.
There you go.
Gee, thanks, Chris.
That's Chris Rose, Hubby of the Year. Hubby of the Year, Chris Rose, who you can also see on the NFL Network pregame, postgame. He'll do a great job. I watch him every year, and I'll be watching you again on Sunday. Thanks, buddy.
Chris. Have fun.
Always appreciate it, boys. Take care.
Chris Rose joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Super Bowl chatting continues. Chad Graff. What happened in New England? How did that happen? He's the Patriots beat reporter for The Athletic, and he'll be joining us next on Basket and Phelps.
It's
Milan Cortina taking place in women's hockey prelims. U.S. up 4-1 on Czech Republic in the third period. Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards tallied an assist on the first goal of the game for the Americans. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows, along with live streams each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Hey, as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's Andy Baskin. I am Jeff Phelps. Super Bowl 60 coming up on Sunday, and I'm anxious to see the game. I'm anxious to see the guy who was helping the Browns last season as a coach on Kevin Stefanski's staff, kind of, now leading the New England Patriots. For some insight, well, let's go to a guy who's covered the team all year. He is from The Athletic. He is Chad Graff, and he joins us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. And you can follow Chad on X at ChadGraff. Hello, Chad. How are you?
Hey, Chad.
Doing well. How are you guys?
It's good to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Of course. It's a busy week out here, but it's a fun one.
Yeah, I can only imagine because our team hasn't been there, and who knows when it will be.
Yeah, those long-suffering Patriot fans, we feel bad for them here. Like, so much sympathy.
Exactly. Well, that's like a fascinating part of this, too, is I totally understand every fan base being like, you know, this team, they don't need to be back here. They had a 6-year rebuild. But also, I'm kind of curious, like, from your perspective, Mike Vrabel at the top, Northeast Ohio guy, like, do you sense Cleveland kind of pulling for the Pats and Vrabel, or does that not matter?
I hate to tell you this. If Vrabel wasn't there, I'd be rooting against the Patriots and say, we're tired of this story. But because Vrabel's there, it immediately made me root for the Patriots. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, and it's fascinating, too, with him, like, being in the building last year. Now that we know that changes came to Cleveland, like, man, if, you know, just thinking about how things could look different if Mike Vrabel were the Browns coach.
Chad, man, it's like you have a big bottle of salt and I have a wound. Thank you.
You
appreciate it.
Yeah, you have a Browns fan, like, you know, pincushion there that you're sticking needles into.
Oh, gosh.
Thanks, Chad.
Unintended.
Really nice of you.
That's all right. Ah!
Now tell me this one. How ready was that Patriot roster? And I know that Elliott Wolf did a lot of tinkering in the offseason. But how ready was that Patriot roster to jump from 4-13 and 4-13 in back-to-back years to a Super Bowl? And what role did Mike Vrabel play in it? Or was that roster just ready to go?
That roster was so far from ready to go. It was not at all ready to go. Vrabel, you know, had a heavy hand throughout free agency and picking out the players in the draft process. And so it's hard to overstate how much he's done. He's not just the head coach here. He's the culture setter. He has a big say. He's, you know, almost a de facto general manager. And so the roster was so far off. Like Bill Belichick, the greatest coach of all time, won 4 games with a roster that was not all that different from what Vrabel inherited 2 years ago. So it's really remarkable the job that he's done.
Hey, can you talk about Trayvon Henderson for a second and the year that he's had and the ups and the downs? And, you know, because Ohio State fans around here always have their eye on him.
Right, yeah. It's been interesting because his playing time has been cut in the playoffs, only 4 snaps in the AFC Championship game. And it's a little bit because what was both so exciting about him in the regular season is also why he hasn't played a ton in the postseason, which is he's been so boom or bust. Like, if you have 4 yards blocked up for him, he might get you 0. Then you have 4 yards blocked up for him, he might get you 0. Then you got like 1 yard blocked up for him, and he pops it for 50 yards. And so that's kind of been what TreVeyon Henderson has done this season. And it's, I think, grown a little bit frustrating for the coaching staff. So I'm going to be curious to see against this Seattle team that does a good job of stopping the run, how much they lean on that versus how much they continue with Ramondre Stevenson.
Chad Graff joining us. He covers the Patriots for The Athletic. Drake May, phenomenal. Didn't take him long. How has Drake developed as a quarterback, and how good do you think he really is, Chad? I mean, you guys go from Tom Brady in New England to Drake May. In Cleveland, we go from Bernie Kosar to nothing.
It's really remarkable because going back to the question about the roster, like, I think it's fair to say that 2 through 53, when the Patriots go into games, like, the opponent usually has, as good a players 2 through 53. But Drake has just been that good for them that he's been that big of a difference maker. And I do think Mike Vrabel's impact, while he's not the offensive coordinator or the play caller, I do think he's made a really big impact in terms of just helping Drake become a leader, helping him, figure out how to lead a huddle and to, be the quarterback of a team. I think that's been really important for him.
Can you just talk about about New England being the underdog in this game? It's just something I don't think we're used to, but it's almost like, no one respects us. It's just a weird concept to me.
Yeah, well, I'll one-up you. It's not just like being underdogs in this game. I think you could make the argument that the Patriots are like the fun, upstart, young team in this entire matchup, with a fun coach who's hugging players and getting his lip bloodied by, his players from hugging them, who's waiting outside the locker room to handshake everybody, with the quarterback who's married to his 7th grade sweetheart who's baking cookies for the team. Like, it's just weird that the Patriots, who I think for so long were kind of the evil empire of the NFL, who were so easy to hate given that who their head coach was and that their quarterback was eating avocado ice cream. Like, that team, that franchise is now kind of the likable, fun group, which is just totally flipped on its head.
Don't get carried away. Come on, Chad.
No, I think you're right. Actually, I think that's a great – you're dead on. You're dead on.
Yeah, maybe that's not what we needed after being like, well, imagine if Vrabel was leading the Browns. So apologies again.
Yeah, again, we're really glad you're with us. That's Chad Graff from The Athletic joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Were you surprised that the Patriots moved on as quickly as they did from Gerard Mayo and brought in Vrabel?
A little bit, yes. Like, it wasn't just that they did it, but that Gerard Mayo was Robert Kraft's handpicked successor.
Yeah.
They put it into writing a couple of years before Belichick. Like, they wanted a plan, and they identified Gerard Mayo as the guy. They truly, truly thought that he was going to be the coach who led them for the 10 years in the post-Belichick era. And so for them to that quickly, like, there would have been plenty of excuses for them, plenty of reasons. They could have looked at it and said, Gerard's roster stunk. He won as many games as Bill Belichick did. We don't need to make a change this quickly. And so I do think Robert Kraft deserves some credit for making a change as quickly as he did. Because I think there are a lot of franchises that would have, even amid that bad season and with everything going wrong, kind of like the Jets this season, frankly, like, are we sure that Aaron Glenn is the guy there? I don't know, but they don't seem willing to make a change that quickly. And so I do think Kraft deserves credit for that.
All right, how does this one play out?
I don't know. I've gone back and forth on this one about a dozen times. And I know it might sound like a homer, and it sounds, I think, different because every time I go to Radio Row here at the Super Bowl and talk to everybody else, everybody thinks that the Seahawks are going to win. And I think that plays into the Patriots' hand. Like, yes, it's true. Their schedule has absolutely stunk. And this road to the Super Bowl, when you look at what they've done in the playoffs by playing a Chargers team with no offensive line and a Texans team when C.J. Stroud just stunk, and then, Jarrett Stidham last week, it's all fair to know all of that. But the fact that everybody likes the Seahawks right now is kind of making me like the Patriots in this one.
I want to go back a little bit. Bill Belichick, with Tom Brady, that combination really worked. It feels to me in the last couple of years since, his last year there didn't go well and all, that Bill's getting no credit. And Tom Brady's getting all the credit for the great Patriot run, double-digit wins for 17 straight years and all the Super Bowls. Do you feel that way? Is it that way in New England? Or is Bill still getting credit that I think he deserves? Does he deserve it?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I think New England's about the only place left that's defending him, given the poor PR, let's say, that he's had to go through in the last 18 months. But I also think that this could be, an especially bad week for him. We already know, due to unfathomable changes to the rules and whatever else, that he's not going to get into the Hall of Fame tonight when the Hall of Fame class is announced. The NFL honors.
Yeah.
That's the start of it. But then, we know that he split with Tom Brady amid kind of a difficult circumstance. They were not best buddies by the end of that, to be sure, even though they've since made up. Then he watches Brady go and win a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay. And then, Belichick did not end on great terms with Kraft. They still don't have a good relationship. Belichick does not allow Patriot scouts to come to North Carolina to scout his players. That's how icy the relationship still is. And if he watches Robert Kraft now turn around the Patriots and go win another Super Bowl, I think that has a chance to be a really bad week for Bill Belichick. And so, he was a fixture for a long time. He'll have a statue outside Gillette Stadium one day, but is he rooting for the Patriots this weekend? I'm not sure.
Does he deserve the credit for a lot of what happened there, or do you think it's more Tom Brady?
Yeah, I would say like the first half of their two dynasties, the first of the two was all about the defense, and it was about building up Brady. And he was, in a lot of ways, the perfect head coach for Brady. Like, Tom Brady was best with a chip on his shoulder, and Belichick just took a shovel to that chip every day, over and over. And so I think, to just give credit to Tom Brady takes away what Belichick did in building him up. Now, having said that, I do think that the latter half, probably 2 out of the last 3 Super Bowls were more because of Tom Brady. But I think it's hard to separate totally those two. And Bill, of course, deserves a ton of success because the Patriots, they are not what they are without Bill Belichick.
When you look at the Seattle defense a little bit and just kind of size them up for the challenge they're going to give this this New England offense, because I've been watching them and I'm like, oh man, they kind of I don't know, how does that play out? So just kind of break down the Seattle defense for me.
Well, what's interesting is they don't blitz a ton. They have like 4 giant dudes up front on the D-line, and then they play with an extra defensive back a lot. And so they're basically feeling like, okay, we can take away the pass because we have an extra defensive back on the field, but we built up our defensive line with so many big humans that we can still take away the run. So I don't think the Patriots are going to be able to run the ball very well in this game. I think that they'll certainly try early. They'll give Henderson a couple shots. They like Ramondre Stevenson. But this Seahawks defense is good at taking away the run, even with the extra DB. And so this game, to me, comes down to Drake May. And is he good enough to elevate a tough situation elsewhere around him? And the other part of it is the Seahawks play with 2 deep safeties quite a bit. They want to take away the deep ball. And no team was more explosive through the air than the Patriots. And I think no quarterback has a better deep ball right now than Drake May. So that's a fascinating matchup of like strength on strength in that perspective.
Chad, last thing. You mentioned Vrabel and you were thinking about the Browns and everything, and we appreciate your concern. But did Mike ever say anything this year about what this year in Cleveland, when he spent working with Kevin Stefanski and the Browns, what it did for him or what it meant to him?
He said a ton about it. He really genuinely loved that experience. I think both because he got to be back home. Like, he's a kid just north of Akron. Like, he got to see his parents. He got to go to Swenson's and have a couple burgers. Like, he got to be back to what he was doing as a Walsh Judgeway kid who was a 3-sport athlete there. So he loved it from that perspective, but he also loved it from seeing an analytically driven organization, seeing how they do things. One of the things that these coaches don't get to do when they're all consumed by their job is you just don't know how other places are doing it. So he said it was really valuable for him to see that, and I think he learned a lot from his 1 year with Cleveland.
Hey, Chad, one more thing of just Boston sports misery. Alex Carpenter has a goal and an assist from outside of Boston today for Team USA. So, I just feel so bad for those fans in Boston that don't have anything to root for. Another good day for you today.
It was 4-13 in 2 straight years. Think of what they went through. 2 years they were really bad.
Oh man.
Chad, thank you, buddy. Enjoy covering the Super Bowl, and we really appreciate your time today.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Chad Graff from The Athletic, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He knew his Vrabel, didn't he?
He did know his Vrabel.
Dropped in a Doug J, dropped in a Swenson's,
wow,
dropped in north of Akron.
If he would have said Route 8, I would have just been blown over.
That would have been something there. I'll tell you what, that was impressive. Have you done what Chad did and thought about, Vrabel was there and now he's in the Super Bowl? I know
you're not walking down that road.
It's Baskin and Phelps right here on the Fan.
Hey, everybody, it is Andy Baskin for Bookman & Son, and you know what's a week from Saturday? Let's talk about it. If you don't, you probably should figure it out. It's Valentine.
Republic in the third period. Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards tallied an assist on the first goal of the game for the U.S. And earlier today, U.S. curling won their opening 2 matches in the mixed doubles prelims. They took down Norway 8-6 and Switzerland 7-4. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Yeah, Andy, I'm going to go ahead and go there.
You're not doing the story.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm going to go there.
Hey, let me get everybody. No, never mind. I was going to read something else, but I changed my mind. Go ahead. You do it. Knock yourself out.
Okay.
I'm try to help you out.
Chad Graff was just with us. He's the Patriots beat reporter for The Athletic.
Do you want a second? I'll give you another second if you just want to figure out. I want you to really think about this. I'm going to read this. Oh, are you doing? I want to make sure we're on the right page here. You're going to do the story we were talking about?
I'm going to do what I teased, not what Dan put in front of your face.
Oh, I got scared there for a minute. Okay.
He's going to go Super Bowl. He's not going to try to get me fired.
Oh, all right.
I'm going to go Mike Vrabel, Browns Super Bowl.
All right, then
I'm not going to go measuring of male athletes in ski jumping that could get them banned because their suits are bigger in certain places than they're supposed to be.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like extended skis, like that they were using illegal skis.
I mean, it is an extended ski.
So to speak.
That's another argument.
So is anyone in trouble with this, or?
Yes, WADA is actually in the mix. The World Anti-Doping Agency is now investigating claims that male ski jumpers are extending their skis to improve sporting performance.
So wait,
sounds
WADA,
like a Nick Wilson story to me.
WADA is calling them out. That's not the gas station on the East Coast.
Nay.
What are you doing? WADA. What are you doing?
I like that.
What are you doing?
Thanks.
Well, the other one's Wawa, right? That's the gas station we don't have around
So we
here.
ran into it earlier with the Norwegian ski jumpers.
So what is the deal here,
so
man?
this is becoming widespread that apparently
what about Vrabel?
They're putting...
We'll talk about him in a second.
Jeff, come on now. If we were doing a news program, what would you put first?
Yeah, seriously, you want ratings?
This?
Wait a minute. Let me put the red breaking news banner up to start the whole thing.
Oh, you got to get super serious, too. You got to give the...
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dan Mennigan. I'm on the scene. Let's talk about these ski jumpers in what country? Norway?
So in apparently this is everybody. I'm grabbing this from the BBC.
Oh, we've got a big scandal in the ski jumping industry. Apparently, men need to use those little pills to become better jumpers.
No, this is an injection that is taking place in that particular area. That is to increase the surface area of their suit during competitions.
Increase the surface area of your suit.
Which could increase the flight.
How is that possible?
That's what she said.
I am not a physicist. I don't know if I want a physicist to explain this to me either.
All right, just getting into the aerodynamics of this.
Are you a urologist?
Why would but they're looking. You're saying that they're taking injections to create a larger surface area.
So much for the Vrabel talk.
For extending ski jumping by millimeters.
Centimeters.
Centimeters. Okay.
And circumference centimeters, by the way. According to the BBC.
Wow.
Yes.
There are
apparently
so many jokes that we could get in a lot of trouble for.
The crotch height of their suit must conform to the athlete's crotch height with the addition of 3 centimeters. And the injection can last up to 18 months.
That's not true.
That is
not true. That's a
BBC,
part of the story.
Baby. I'm taking this directly from the BBC. We are adding no editorial comments. This is a problem.
All right. So
we got a big problem.
Major problem.
Major problem.
At least a couple of centimeters.
Overextending skis.
Wait, can we just shrink the story down for just a second?
Wow.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure this thing out.
Well, you got to give it a little more time.
But it could, again, there's a doping agency looking into the Olympics.
WADA. The World Anti-Doping Agency, which is also used, of course, everybody remembers because of Lance Armstrong. And
Yeah.
What are you doing?
So this group is first of all, who turned who in on this?
Well, so this goes back to what we talked about previously with the Norwegians.
Yeah, but I thought that was just material they were using.
Because we are at the forefront of this kind of doping, of course.
Apparently, they measure the
crotch
guys. No, the entire guy with like lasers.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get it done before you get your suit made, by golly, there's more aerodynamic stuff going on there. Can we talk about Vrabel now?
No, because now seriously here, and I'm be honest, like
go ahead, Andy.
They measure.
Andy, careful. I think
Do you want me to hand you the piece? I
think we've pretty much nailed the story.
So they do like a 7th, 8th grade contest where everybody measures.
Again,
sounds like a Cleveland Heights problem.
I am reading this directly from the BBC. So if you have a problem with the words that are going to be said,
what I don't understand is like,
Andy, you're going down a slippery slope.
Who is the person
you're going
that
down
decided,
a slippery slope?
You know what? We're going to start measuring guys.
Okay, I'm going to just sit back here.
And because this is a competitive advantage.
Rules state that their suits must have a tolerance of only 2 to 4 centimeters. And as part of the measuring process, crotch height is also measured. Again, direct quote from the BBC.
I've enjoyed my career.
So is that
You're watching it flash before your eyes. Is it as beautiful as you hoped?
I'm just
so
sitting
are you
here
saying that
watching Andy's get flushed.
No, I'm watching. I'm thinking about this. Like, so if you open up a program at any other sporting events,
Andy's
it would
thinking
say
about where you can get shots.
Dan Mennigan.
If you say whip-de-doo, I'm leaving.
No, that was Jeff's old shtick on Channel 43.
I know. That's why.
It would say Dan Mennigan, ski jumper, 6'2".
You're going to get fired.
Don't say it,
210.
Andy, don't just
get
stop.
fired.
And then they would have another measurement in there because that's part of the competitive balance.
Cute. Stop.
I'm not trying to be cute. I'm trying to be enlightened and try to understand.
No, there's nothing light about it. They're trying to add girth.
Now you're crossing the line.
So
I'm trying to be educated. If you guys want to be like 8th graders, that's fine.
You just mentioned.
I'm trying to be educated.
I can only work off of what the BBC has reported at this time. I am not as well rehearsed to answer that question.
All right.
That would be a good question for the director of WADA. I will not pronounce this gentleman's name because I'll butcher the snot out of it.
I just
WADA.
Someone had to think of this though in the beginning.
We will keep you up to date on any of the proceedings involving injections,
all physics, Andy,
and doping in ski jumping.
I often wonder about that. Like someone had to, think about how the telephone works. Someone had to think about how they're like, oh, let's drink this soda. Someone had to think of this thing.
Needles in that part of male's anatomy is just something you don't.
Wait. Are you saying? Does it say the injection is in?
Well, you're not going to put it.
Where
in your
is
arm,
the injection?
Andy.
Again, I am not qualified to answer this question, nor am I going to type that into Google in a workspace.
Well, Jeff, I mean, it's not like, if you take vitamin V, right, that's going to...
We are not going to Google this.
Wouldn't know.
It may say
it's not
safe
like
search, but it's not safe enough.
All right. Obviously, you guys don't want any educational value in this show. You're strictly about... Let's just go straight down the line and do analytics. So let's continue to have our...
Well, apparently they're doing a lot of analyzing, Andy.
Let's have a, Paul DePodesta show where all we're doing is
he's not here anymore.
Analytics.
Apparently he's working for WADA.
Well, and when you apply for the job, like you're applying... What would you... I would like to be a WADA measurer. What? Like, is that... Can we find that?
It feels like something that you'd have the underling do. Like, that's kind of like, son, you're going to work your way up. We're very blue collar here.
We're going to start as a WADA measurer. Yes.
Andy,
what do you do for a living? Measure
Andy's
for WADA.
Stringing this along more than it ever needed to be strung along.
The fact that you're pointing that out makes it even worse.
Okay.
Let's talk about something serious.
Again, we will keep you up to date of any more developments in the Olympic ski jumping doping scandal.
It is really all about development.
But this is 2 days in a row this has happened. Correct?
Well, the other story was about 2 weeks old. Yeah. This is current as of today that this is taking place.
Are these folks ejected from the Olympics?
We do not know yet. The investigation is still working. We will keep you up to date of this developing story.
Man, you are good. You are really, really good. Did the lights go out on curling again or no?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right, good. U.S. women's hockey team is killing it today.
That's great news.
Yes, it is.
No measuring going on there. They're just keeping score.
Let it go. You said I stretched it.
Let it go.
Now you're stretching it.
Baskin says, let it go. Good Lord.
You want me to do the promo now?
No, I really don't.
Yeah.
I really don't, Andy.
Okay.
I really don't.
Trying to keep this show on its tracks.
Our social media mentions powered by Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Here we go.
Bill helping us out with this one. Oh, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. And you can always send a message to the show at Cioli Talking Heads. Bill helping us out saying, gentlemen, don't get fired.
Oh, thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
We appreciate Bill looking out for us to make sure we don't get pulled into a
We
meeting.
are just trying to educate. That's what we do.
And again, our social media mentions presented by Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Yes.
That's a very good thing. Browns fans, you're not sure who your defensive coordinator is going to be.
You got a rope to get us out of this hole we're in? Go ahead, sir.
I had no intention of going here. You two took us down this rat hole.
Oh, sure, you wanted us.
Okay.
Sure, you didn't want us to.
You're right, Mr. High and Mighty, highfalutin.
wow.
I'm sorry.
There.
I
You see a story like this. Am I supposed to ignore it?
I mentioned Mike Vrabel beforehand. I thought that's where we were going. You guys hijacked the segment perfectly fine. I thought it was wildly informative.
We hijacked the segment.
It's wildly informative.
Go home and read Italian poetry and sip wine,
right.
Jeff.
It's quite all right.
Since you're so highfalutin.
It gives
clearly someone who didn't pay attention in 8th or 5th grade health class, where questions get answered and we become smarter about things, and we don't have to learn things on the back of the bus or on the street.
I swear to you, when I was in 5th grade, we had like this health teacher who came in. She was a nurse.
Don't get fired.
And no, I won't. But I think I've mentioned this on the show before. And we played this game, and she called it baseball because no.
Nurse
Because you
Cratchit, right?
moved, if you got a question right, you went to first, and then second, and you came all the way around, and you scored a run.
Toeing the line.
No.
Yeah.
I'll always remember this. One of the questions I was, it was my turn, and she truly asked this question.
Jeff?
A man's testicles are the size of an official NBA basketball. True or false? I swear to you, that was a question.
Did you get the answer right?
I actually did.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah. So it worked out really well. Thus,
Like the Guardians Indians used to do this all the time. They would bring in managers that were kind of in between gigs or not working at television, and you'd be surprised the people that would walk through the halls of Carnegie.
Buck Showalter did it.
Guys like that. And I think that's exactly what happened to the Browns. Mike Vrabel had the opportunity to not only come back home for a bit and spend time with his family here in Northeast Ohio, but and have a chance to help out with the Browns. I don't ever feel like that was a means to an end. That wasn't an assistant coach that was going to get elevated at some point. I didn't see it.
I agree completely with that. And I've said this forever. There are a lot of different ways to coach in pro sports, in the NFL, in the NBA, whatever. A lot of different ways to do it. Vrabel's approach in New England was the absolute right approach at the absolute right time. And it's intriguing that it was only 1 year removed from Belichick. That's the one thing here that I think is kind of interesting, because Bill was their coach 2 years ago. Then it was Gerard Mayo last year, and Mayo lasted 1 year after being the hand-picked successor to Bill Belichick.
I was shocked they let him go as quick
Me
as they
too,
did. Yeah.
because I thought, he took over a 4-13 team, and he went 4-13 with it. But I think that Robert Kraft probably thought, I didn't think it would go that poorly, and Mike Vrabel's available.
Or Robert Kraft was on the edge of thinking of who should his coach have been a year ago, and he had a chance to correct it, and he took advantage of it.
That could have been, but it just seemed like Mayo. Well, even when Belichick was the head coach, everybody kind of knew that as soon as Bill steps down, Mayo's going to get that gig. Maybe Kraft had second thoughts about that, put Mayo in place anyway, and then Vrabel gets the gig.
There were other names floating out there, though, at the time.
Not really, Andy. Mayo was the guy who just seemed to be the predetermined successor to Belichick. He was on the staff. He was there.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like that was the way that was going to go. But it only lasted a year. And, Bill does things one way, Mayo did things another way. And then Mike Vrabel comes in as a different kind of coach. And the television networks have done a great job of latching on to we love watching Vrabel greet his players as they come off the field before they head into the locker room thing. That's been all over the place. And it's fun to watch. Mike's really into it. The players really respond to him.
But Mike's always kind of been that way. Mike was like that at Ohio State as a teammate. I think back to the guys that he played with on defense at Ohio State. Those guys were all kind of in that same world, the Greg Belisari's of the world, Ryan Miller, all those guys that were real close and tight. And that Mike's always been that way.
And so he's that way now. It's certainly working in New England. Belichick wasn't that way. It worked beautifully forever, for Bill. So, again, there are a lot of different ways to coach a team.
I didn't say Steve Belisari. I said Greg Belisari, didn't I? Did I say Steve? I just want to make sure.
I don't listen to it.
They're brothers.
And so I get that. I wonder, I would have loved to have had Vrabel here as head coach. I thought that from the day he walked in. But I also think Kevin did a nice job here, and I agree with you completely.
You weren't walking away from Kevin after last year.
No, they weren't going to walk away from Kevin. And Vrabel, I can't imagine Vrabel would have taken the job anyway. And I say that for this reason. He came in and Stefanski kind of did him a favor.
Yeah, it was an attaboy.
It's like, man, I'd love to have you help us out. And I know you want to kind of like reset a little bit. Come on in. We'd love to have you. And Vrabel was awesome when he was here.
It wasn't like, okay, so when the Cavs hired Ty Lue, right, as the highest paid assistant coach in the league, and they knew David Blatt was there, I think we all kind of looked around and goes, if this David Blatt thing doesn't work out because it seems like it's a flyer, Ty Lue's going to end up being the head coach. Look
same thing the Cavs did when they hired John Beeline and brought in J.B. Bickerstaff.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. Mm-hmm. That's standard operating procedure for the Cavs, not in any other place that I've seen.
I would agree with that. And
just kind of shady if you think about it.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Kind of weird. And so Vrabel goes to New England, turns it around quickly, and does his thing. I don't know if it would have happened here, but let me turn it this way. I wonder if the Browns just hired somebody similar in Todd Monken. Todd's older than Vrabel. In fact, today's Todd's birthday. Happy 60th birthday to Todd Monken. And Vrabel, I believe, is about 10 years younger. But Vrabel's clearly an old school style coach who has embraced a lot of the new stuff, as Chad Graff told us. He learned he was in an analytics-based organization here in Cleveland, different part of the game maybe that he wasn't as familiar with. He learned something there, took it to New England, whatever. But I wonder if Monken can be that kind of a guy, because Todd's more gives you the feel of being an old school type of coach, Andy, because of not just because of age, but we heard him the other day. He didn't sound like Kevin Stefanski.
No.
He didn't sound like a lot of the younger coaches who are so guarded in what they say and are so based in analytics in so much of what they say. Todd sounded like an old school football coach. And I wonder how that plays and if that will be able to work. And if I keep thinking Bruce Arians, if he can be Cleveland's Bruce Arians. And I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that he can be.
Do we have any? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and rip the team apart or sit here and say everything's bad. And who knows? You just don't know. This is the wait till next year part of our lives and existence as sports fans here in Cleveland.
Right.
It's not like you're going to sit around and go, well, they don't know how to win a championship, and guys that were here, because they don't. They don't know how to win a championship. We haven't seen a football championship in my lifetime since I've been around here. So, there's no. The bar is up. The bar is up. Where else are you going to go with it? You can't. If you want to be a Browns fan, this is you have to accept it and move forward. And I'm willing to give him a chance. I want to see what happens. I'm kind of excited. I wasn't anti-Kevin though. So I'm kind of just don't be worse than Kevin. That's what I'm asking for. And I don't think that's asking for.
Well, it'll be a different approach, different style of coaching. It probably needs a different style of coaching after 6 years of one guy, and we'll see how it plays out. I still wonder, and I wonder when this gets resolved. And I would think by Monday at the very latest, the Browns know who their defensive coordinator is. Whether it be Jim Schwartz or whether it be you're searching for the next one. You still have to do interviews for a defensive coordinator's job in the NFL.
I need someone Monken's going to be able to get along with, and if some reason but the problem for Schwartz is, and I think that's kind of it's Haslam's problem too. It's the return on investment. It's like Deshaun. He's got $5-10 million still wrapped up in Schwartz, unless they can either come to a settlement or him not show up for work and say, I quit, and not take money that way. I don't know. What are you going to get him for not showing up to work now? Is that what's going to happen next?
The fact
Are they expecting him to show up for work?
Good question.
And then if you have him, you don't need a hostile work environment, especially in football.
The fact that the Browns' defensive staff is still under contract, I think, gives Todd Monken flexibility there. He can just promote from within if he chooses to.
I mean, if you took the whole staff and promoted them up, who's going to be upset about that? Nobody. Who's going to be upset about that?
Nobody. It would seem to be the way it's going to go. Based on what Monken said, we're going to play the same scheme. And though he was complimentary of Jim Schwartz, he also pointed out that it was the players that concerned him more than Jim Schwartz.
But that was being truthful too. That's the difficult part. I mean, we want to sit here and listen to have this guy tell us the truth and not lie to us. But then everyone's got to interpret it. Well, that means Schwartz is gone 100%. He doesn't want to work with Schwartz. Did you already said he's got?
No, it didn't.
He's got Myles Garrett to chip, not the defensive coordinator.
But you thought the same thing.
I walked away from it thinking,
okay, yeah, he's not as concerned about Jim Schwartz as he is about just that he has good talent on defense. That's fine.
But that should be true of every head coach.
Well, exactly.
Yeah,
that's fine. New head coach, it's his gig. He doesn't have to worry about anybody who is employed by him.
He needs a circle of trust that he can feel good about having things and have them help out, with the things.
I made the circle of trust sign.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
Yeah. And he's looking around like, what the heck am I supposed to do?
Is there someone behind me?
No, I was doing De Niro.
Okay, I was just trying to.
From Meet the Parents.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
That whole thing?
Yeah, you take your two fingers. Okay.
That whole thing.
Yeah.
That whole thing. I would think by Monday.
I don't know.
And you can
Jeff,
make it real quick.
if you've got the staff in place.
You can make it real quick.
I mean, what do you – is there really a hurry here? What's the hurry?
Just to get
When's the next time these guys get back together?
If somebody gets promoted, you'll need to replace him.
If you're going to run the same scheme and you have no new players in yet that need to know the scheme, you literally could wait until the draft.
Oh,
you
yes,
could.
yes, but we don't think they will. I just need to I think you need to draw some conclusion here. Just is he or is he not? And I'm guessing they will by Monday.
Is he not the defensive coordinator? But you're waiting on. I mean, this is lawyers now, isn't it?
Well, I don't know.
It could be. It could just be a settlement. Go away.
It might not be a settlement. It might be. Are they still trying to talk Jim Schwartz into returning?
Well, if they fire him, they've got to pay him.
Well, correct.
You're fired. You owe the rest of this contract off.
Yeah.
He quits. They don't have to pay. I would think they wouldn't have to pay anything. If they come up with a settlement, then it's over and he can move on. And part of the settlement's got to be he can move on.
Thank you, Law and Order.
Well, I mean, this isn't,
right.
This isn't mock trial 101, which, by the way, I it's in. Feeling good about that.
No surprise there.
Street law, baby.
That was one.
That was it. It's hard to drag that GPA up when you have 6 Fs and 1 A. No, 2 A's. I got an A, Jim.
Did you?
Advanced ice hockey. Boy, was my dad mad when I took that class at Kent. He was like, what? Because you had to take, I don't know if you remember this or not. I know I'm sidebarring, but did you remember you had to take some sort of recreational education at Kent to graduate?
No.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Would you take bowling, golf?
Bowling?
Yeah, keep going.
Racquetball.
Oh!
Coaching baseball.
Big winner.
Basketball. And billiards.
You took that many rec classes? Was that a minor? Did you have a rec minor or something?
No, I took one of those classes every semester just to have some fun.
Yeah, well, I got one of the look on my father's face when he came back and said, "Oh, what classes do you take?" By the way, you don't even get the right to look at your kids' classes anymore if they're over 18, just so you know that. So I remember showing my dad the classes I was taking one semester, and he was like, "What's this ADV ice hockey?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's advanced ice hockey, Dad." And he was like, "Wait a minute. We're not paying for advanced ice hockey." And I'm like, "I got to take a gym credit." He's like, he was speechless. So
you know what time it is, Andy?
Time to talk about advanced ice hockey?
It's an hour and 45 minutes from the NBA trade deadline. Is there more to come for the Cleveland Cavaliers? It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
One hour, 38 minutes. NBA trade deadline, 3 o'clock. Coming up. Is anything going on? Yeah, you can be sure that there are phone calls being made and there is conversation being had. You can be sure that's happening over at One Center Court as well in Cleveland, Ohio. The official address of Rocket Mortgage, Quicken Loans, Gund Arena. I'm Jeff Phelps. This would be Andy Baskin.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to simply play 92.3 The Fan. You got to just say, play 92.3 The Fan. Okay, thank you. Now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, that's us, Jeff, in case you're wondering.
Heard.
From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. That's live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free, the best price ever, and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan. You can do that live or on demand, and you can do that now.
Okay, so the trade deadline coming up. After the trade deadline, we'll see what the buyout market looks like, and do the Cavs add anybody, and blah, 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 blah. Do you think this team is capable of getting out of the Eastern Conference now?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I do too.
I actually thought they were capable before the trade too.
I did not.
Okay, you can feel that way. I felt good either way.
Do I think they will? No, I'd bet against it, only because I think odds are, But I think they have a better chance now, and whether that's true or not, and I wonder what ownership thinks. Does ownership think, yes, we definitely have the best team now, and if it doesn't happen, Kenny Atkinson is out? Does that happen? If it doesn't happen, is Kobe Altman out? I wonder if ownership is at that point. And ownership, obviously, I mean Dan Gilbert.
Right.
I wonder if Dan is to the point where he thinks, all right, I've put enough into this. We're either getting results or I'm making changes. And I say that for this reason mainly, Andy. They pushed the core four forever, 3.5 years. I mean, that was the thing. They've busted that up. If you've busted that up, you're probably at the point where it's like, okay, well, something's got to give here. We're going to change something. And what might be next, I would think, wouldn't be the roster as much as maybe the guys running the roster or the guy coaching the roster. And I don't necessarily think either aspect of that needs a change right now. But I just wonder where ownership is. Does Dan Gilbert think this team's ready to go? Be hard-pressed to think that he thinks it is, since they haven't played James Harden for 1 second yet.
I got to believe they think they're going at least to the Eastern Conference Finals right now. But that's what we were thinking going into this in the beginning. I still wonder if they're going to do anything in the next hour and a half. I don't know that they can.
I bet they do something minor still.
Just to dump, somehow or another, maybe to shed.
Somehow get rid of something, either to get under
$4 million, right? Isn't that where they kind of want to be, Dan? They want to dump about $4 million here.
Yes, $4 million gets them under that second apron.
But even if you don't do that, Andy, if you trade from your glut of guards and add a wing player, I think that's a good thing.
I feel like we're on a Monty Python movie. You have a gluttony of gods.
I said glut. I didn't say gluttony.
You're very close, but glut is gluttony, isn't it, though, Jeff? Come on.
I think gluttony is more of like eating rather than a glut. To me is just kind of like you have a log jam. You have too many.
Yeah, like too much food. Like you're overeating.
Okay, well, whatever you want to do.
Well, that's what I was saying. Anyway.
Whatever you want to do. I think you can still tweak the team and get it better, but you got to find a trade partner for that to happen. And I think at this point, you brought in Harden because you want to give it a run this year. At this point, if you could make some kind of a move and trade from that group of guards.
Thank you.
Rather than just
Well played.
Roll in and think, boy, we still have a hole at the small forward spot, and see if they can pull it off. Though the Garland and Harden trade clearly is, the headliner and probably the biggest trade that any team in the NBA will make at the deadline. And I know there have been some big trades. You'd make the argument the Anthony Davis trade is probably bigger. Yeah, it probably is bigger, even though Anthony barely ever plays anymore, which is a shame. And that trade, by the way, is interesting. Dallas got terrible grades on it, from the people who grade things. And Washington got a big A because the idea was, well, you didn't really give up much. And that's really true. Then again, you got a guy who doesn't play very much. But I though the Garland-Harden trade, okay, I get it, makes sense, big trade. The DeAndre Hunter trade, I think, is still interesting. And I wonder how that plays out. Does Keon Ellis become a factor here? There are a lot of guards. Tell me is going to play ahead of Sam Merrill? Okay. Schroeder's going to pick up I would think, the big backup point guard minutes and
he got 19 last
guard
night in his first game. So
well, but there was no James Harden.
True.
So I wonder, does that mean Craig Porter never sees the light of day? How does Kenny Atkinson work this out? I think he has a lot of figuring to do. And I'm guessing he'll do a good job of figuring that out. But that's just kind of why I still think, man, if I'm them, I'm still working the phones trying to find somebody who I think might be a little different type of player than some of the guys I have on the roster right now. Somebody that Kenny Atkinson can drop out there to go play defense against a guy like Jaylen Brown, somebody else that they might run into in the playoffs in the East, because the Cavs still are not a very big team. And you traded DeAndre Hunter, who's 6'8", and didn't seem to really work here. Like Darius Garland, DeAndre Hunter said, I enjoyed my time in Cleveland. It wasn't very long. But, he said nice things. I
liked him. I just thought he was quiet. He was just a quiet guy.
Well, that's okay. Nothing wrong with quiet. Evan Mobley's quiet.
True.
We got a lot of quiet guys. It's weird to me that it didn't work out better. And again, I don't think DeAndre is a superstar type of player. But he was making a lot of money and probably didn't produce at the level that he produced at in Atlanta, and either on the offensive or the defensive end. And I just kind of wonder why. It screams failure, because he was the piece that you really thought you needed last year to push you over the top, and then it didn't work out. I just think, why didn't that work?
I don't know. I really don't. I just felt like he didn't have the same. Maybe his hand was still messed up a little bit from last year. Because I thought up until he got injured in the playoffs, it felt like a great fit. I felt like everything was going in the right direction.
I thought last year was a good fit, and this year it seemed to be anything but. And he didn't play that well. It was interesting. Braylon is in Cleveland. Hello, Braylon.
Hey, Braylon.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay, good. Thank you.
I'm just here to talk about the Cavs' current situation.
Yeah, what do you think of the roster after all the trades, Braylon?
I like it. Just having James Harden as a facilitator, and for him to unlock Evan Mobley, because he's been kind of shaky to start the season. He's kind of picking it up, but I think James Harden can really unlock that, because Garland's been out and Donovan Mitchell he's been having a more load on him. He's been facilitating, scoring. So to have James Harden as an elite playmaker, when he was in Brooklyn, he was averaging 10, 11 assists a game. But just having him come in and just unlock our bigs, I think our roster, I think we can go to the finals. Obviously, I feel like we're still missing that one, maybe four, that 6'9" wingman to complete our team. But
Agreed.
I think we're definitely a contender in the East for sure.
All right, Braylon. Were you named after Braylon Edwards?
Yeah, I was.
Were you really?
All right.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Does he know? Did you ever meet him? Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Actually, I have met him. Yeah. My mom worked at a dry cleaners, and he used to go there. So
that's cool. That's awesome.
Oh, that is cool. All right, Braylon, thank you very much. Did an interview with Braylon Edwards at an Arena Football League game, I think.
Ding!
And he couldn't have been nicer, because we didn't come to me to do the interview right away.
Yeah.
And he just said, hey, just sit down, just wait, we'll wait. And we hung out and waited until he did his thing, and he was terrific. So there you go.
There you go. Nice guy
And boy,
story.
did he have one really good year.
Yeah, he did. Edwards, Winslow, Jaravicious. Man, what was it like when we had guys that could actually catch
It was
the ball?
it was a pretty good crew back
That was
in the
fun.
day.
That was fun.
I'm anxious to see this. We've heard a lot about and Danny Green told us yesterday as well. And, guy who played with James Harden telling us stuff, I'm paying attention. Danny said, he will make your bigs better. And, that's what we've heard from other people. And then Danny said it here on our show. I'm anxious to see what happens to Evan Mobley. Is the change that we've been kind of hoping to see, and Evan's already a top-notch NBA player, but is he able to bust through and make another step? Does James Harden allow him to do that? And if James Harden can do that, that in and of itself makes the trade worthwhile, because I don't think Darius was able to do that. Darius got his offense, I won't say at the expense of Evan Mobley, but I don't think Evan, throughout his career, he's gotten better, slightly every year. But he hasn't made that big jump. Maybe he never will. But I'm curious to see what James Harden does on the floor and how it affects Evan Mobley. And to a lesser extent, Jared Allen.
I agree with everything you're saying there, and I want to see how Mobley looks, especially if Harden can facilitate the way I think they think he can. It will change Mobley's game. Let's hope that's what happens. But let's play this game. Ready? I just want to play one really quick game. Think about this before we go to break. The Cavs right now are what, 31-21. That leaves you 30 games left for the rest of the season, regular season, right? 82 less 52. Yep. So you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, they're 10 games over 500. How many games over 500 will they finish the rest of the season? And right now they're 7.5 back on Detroit and in fourth place. Rather than saying, will they catch Detroit? I don't care about that. What place will they end in?
Third or fourth.
So you think they're what you're saying, though, is if that would mean that the trades would mean virtually nothing because they're in fourth place right now.
Oh, I don't care about numbers right now.
Well, it depends. Your seeding is going to be there.
What I care about is how the team's playing when they get to the playoffs.
Dan.
I would expect them to take a step back, only because you would naturally think, new guy coming in, it'll take it a little time.
Yeah, I don't.
Might or might not.
Not getting that feeling.
But I don't see them jumping up to first or second.
Dan, they're 10 games over 500. How many games over 500 do you think they'll end of the regular season?
10 to 15.
I was going to say 13
so still
or 13
about the
or
same,
14.
And what place?
Third.
So you'll say they'll move up at least one spot, which is unbelievably doable. They're only 2.5 games back on Boston and New York. So
yeah, I don't think they try for the 1 seed. I don't think they're going to be gung ho on the 1 seed. I got to feel.
the Americans. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
1 hour, 20 minutes. NBA trade deadline at 3 o'clock today. 1 hour, 20 minutes. Yes, we're counting it down. Yay or nay? Any little move by the Cavs?
If they make a move, it's to get the $4 million off the cap. That's it.
I'd rather see a little move to add a wing player. Whether you can pull that off or not, I don't know. If I'm a team, I know people love this guy. If I'm a team that needs a point guard depth, if I'm the Cavs, I might be willing to trade Craig Porter for that wing guy.
Who are you getting? Who do you want?
Some wing guy.
Just some random wing guy?
No, not random. They do, it's their job to know which random wing guy. But you have James Harden and you have Dennis Schroeder. When is Craig Porter going to see the floor?
That's a good question. And
Thanks.
It does make him expendable.
I think it does.
Huh.
So you do have an asset that you might be able to trade. Another team needs a young point guard, have an extra young wing. Maybe that's some kind of a fit. Jeff's in North Olmsted. Jeff.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How we doing?
And to you.
So listen, I wanted to talk about the game last night real quick, a point about Dennis Schroeder, and then I'll address what you guys were talking about Harden in the offense. I loved seeing Schroeder suit up finally last night for a couple reasons. Number one, the guy is so annoying defensively that he does. He loves the contact, meaning he loves to rub on you. He wants to touch you. He's letting you know he's there at all times. Secondly, he's got a great knack for the stocks, blocks, steals, whatever, getting the ball out in transition. A couple times he made some beautiful, almost half-court chest passes. One was to Craig Porter for a dunk. I just love his IQ, and he does bring championship pedigree, and that's important. If we have to lose Porter, if it does happen for a wing, I agree with you guys, Jeff, especially. He's going to get buried on the bench, and it sucks. You guys know I'm a Craig Porter advocate. I've called probably 3 times just to talk Craig Porter. But
he's a good young player, Jeff. I like him, but I think he's buried now.
I know, and why I like him, Jeff, is because he can play against bigs, and he's versatile. He can guard bigs. He's not afraid of, being tough and physical, and look at him. He's blocking guys at the rim, guys that are 6'8". That's why I like Porter, because he just plays both ways. To your guys' part about Harden, what I see happening is, opposed to how Darius played, Harden can have a bad game shooting, but he's still going to keep attacking. A lot of times you saw Darius where he'd have an off shooting night and he'd attack, but then he's getting caught under the rim, throwing a pass across court and getting a steal, whatever. I love Darius, but what Harden brings differently is his IQ in the passing game. Guys like Tyson shooting 47% from 3, Merrill shooting 44% from 3. The spacing and what could happen if this offense flows properly is you're going to have to pick your poison with the shooters. And guys like Tyson, who's emerging, coming into his own, whether I label him as a starter or not, if Wade plays a game ahead of him, whatever. But Tyson is one of those guys that is going to benefit greatly from a guy like Harden being on the floor, because he's going to give him, a little bit of IQ. He's going to give him more looks. As far as Mobley's concerned, I am hoping that James Harden being here gets Evan Mobley off of the three-point line and more on the elbow and the block, playing a more natural big game, because the lobs are going to be there.
Running a lot of pick and roll with Harden?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Run it all day long, because that's what's beautiful about his game. But Mobley's shooting 33% from 3. And I got to ask you guys one question before I go. Do you find it strange that with Mobley off the floor, we're seeing a reemergence of Jared Allen, or are we just seeing what we know he's capable of, but because of the two bigs and the rotations we run, he's not getting consistent looks? I just find it
I'll take the second part of that because of the rotation.
Right now.
Yeah, I'll take the rotation part of that. Jeff, a couple things to just talk about real quick before we get off the air. The Core 4 banner coming down. They took it down.
Well, they have to.
I know, but they took it down
isn't on
today.
your team anymore.
I know, but sometimes you get in these situations where you
You mean
banners and advertising.
Isaac Okoro little
Well, no, I'm
poster
just saying that,
was
like, I'm sure that
sitting
banner.
at the corner of Carnegie and 14th until about 2 months ago, it seemed.
How many times have you seen a banner that's been up for a long time and way too long? That banner came down pretty quick. I give them credit for that, which, by the way, is also artwork if you're looking at the big banner, right? This was another story.
Is it on the billboard still? On 77 heading out of town?
I don't know. I'll have to check that one out on the way home. I didn't see that one. I thought it was interesting. Mark Spears had reported that the Cavs had their first conversations about James Harden 6 weeks ago.
Well, that's what these guys do for a living.
Yeah.
They're just not sitting around eating bonbons.
I know. And then here was the this also happened during our show. Dennis Schroeder, this was a crazy stat that came out last night. Schroeder, when he made his debut with the Cavs last night, moved into the top 10 list of players with the most career teammates in NBA history. I love that
He's been
stat.
on like 7 teams in the last 7 years.
This is the story I don't think you want to hear. I just grabbed this on Hoopsite because I just saw it. J.R. Smith thinks LeBron James will go back to Cleveland next season. And he said it was on one of FanDuel's shows. I mean, this is speculation. I don't know. This is all speculation. But we still got our group chat and all that. We still talk. But honestly, this is my opinion. But I think he goes back to Cleveland next year, rides it out, rides into the sunset. I don't think this is his last year. I don't think he has to keep playing. But I think he's got a lot left in the tank to where he's very impactful, especially to a team like Cleveland with the pieces they already have. It's clutch points.
Okay.
J.R. Smith said that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jeff, I don't know that Evan Mobley being off the floor is the reason for the Jarrett Allen kind of bounce back a little bit. Jarrett didn't get a whole lot of shots last night. So Jarrett's very capable offensively if they just look for him a little bit. That's all you have to do is get him the basketball. I don't want to go too deep on LeBron. We're almost out of time in today's show. But if
do it tomorrow. I just thought that was
if
interesting.
LeBron at the age of, what is he now, 41?
Yeah.
If LeBron next year plays 2/3 as well as he played this year, he'll help somebody.
Yeah.
And this team, it's funny, my good friend Sharon sent me a email today, and he said, that 6'8" guy you want? Sharon said, well, he'll be back next year.
A lot of speculation.
Mark my words.
A lot of speculation. What's he going to take for a contract, though?
If he wants to make it work, a vet minimum.
Ugh. He's worth more than that.
Well,
if
sure.
you take the numbers,
Of course he is. But it might get down to this, Andy. What do you want? Do you want to finish your career in Cleveland? Well, then you're not going to make $50 million.
No.
So at some point, he might have to make some kind of take a step back financially. You want to play here? We'd love to have you. Here's what we can give you. Here, take a look. Look at the numbers. They're right here. This is what we can give
Especially with the apron.
And we'd love to have you. But we can't pay you $50 million. And he's probably not a $50 million player anymore. Might be a 40. He's really good.
A lot of money.
He's still really good. Yeah, it's not like he'd miss it. We'll see. I'm more worried about this year for him still. Let's see how that goes for the Cavs, not LeBron.
Good question. Is he back next year? Yes or no? Your gut.
I haven't given it enough thought yet.
Okay, I'm asking
I think
your
it's
gut.
50. I think it's 50-50.
Yes or no, he's back next year. Just
No.
give me your gut. You say no. Dan, you say
Does it count if he signs like the one-day contract to retire a
no.
Cavalier?
That doesn't count. No.
Okay, then no.
I don't think he's ready to retire.
You guys are both no's. I am going to say yes. He's back next
There's some rumbling about Golden State. They just picked up Kristaps Porzingis. And if Porzingis is still there, Steph Curry, Draymond, and LeBron, you can go win some games.
I'll tell you where
Team
else.
elder statesman.
Team elder statesman is right.
Talented elder statesman.
Team elder statesman that might have one more run in it, you know?
Player coach Vegas.
Oh, that's 100% on the table.
Yeah.
No.
Player owner. I'm sorry.
Player
Not coach.
owner.
Player owner. Player owner.
Except I don't believe you're allowed to own while you play.
Unless he
They'd have
gets
to change the rules.
They change the rules for
You think-
LeBron.
Is there any possibility the NBA could tweak things for LeBron?
No, they would never do that.
Well, with 4 hours of basket, it felt.
1 hour.
What's up?
10 minutes till the NBA trade deadline. Moment of the show. And in case you happen to miss one, by the way, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Matt Corrali.
Boys, I have a secret. We don't have a moment of the show because I couldn't fit all 20 minutes in of the 1240 segment. It's called Don't Get Fired. You're going to want to get your butts to the free Odyssey app and listen to that, or Spotify, Apple Podcasts, however you listen, because that was awesome. That was one of the best segments that I've heard in the near year working on this show. So that was a good time.
Oh, that doesn't say anything for this show.
That sums up our show. Thanks.
All right. No
problem.
Great working with you, Jeff.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it, Andy. Thank you very much. Best of luck to you.
Great 14 years. I just really want to thank you.
I think Arthur Blank will bring you in for Home Depot.
Oh, man.
In 9 minutes, the ski jumping official training for the men begin in Milan. I am sure we will get more details of what is currently taking place.
I thought the training lasts didn't you say weeks or months?
Months.
I don't know if you can get that thing trained in that amount of time.
Quick Olympic question in this last minute.
Does it involve
quick.
extending your ski?
No, should they have events before the opening ceremony?
Yeah, it's kind of
You kind of have to, though.
They do the same thing in the summer games.
I know. Should they?
You kind of have to because you're getting so many things going at the
Should
same time.
they? This isn't a conversation. Should they? Yes or no?
So you're saying
Should they have the opening ceremonies and then play the games, or should they? Is it okay that they play games and then have the opening ceremony?
You think about that. Why Are We Smarter is brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Opening games, Dan.
I mean, Andy, I don't think NBC would like that very much if you started it earlier. That's the problem. Because they want to blow out the opening ceremony, and they're not going to want to do it on a Wednesday night.
So you just wait.
So you think wait? Just make it go longer?
Oh, that would mean the closing ceremony. The opening ceremony should always be on a Friday or Saturday night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, Mennigan's not smarter.
Are you smarter?
I mean, come on now. Olympic skiing. Or Olympic ski jump. Come on.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's why we're all smarter.
Matt Corrali.
Smarter because of Chad Graff. That was really good, smart. And also because of Jeff Thomas teaching me curling before the show.
He did, actually.
Yeah, it was very insightful.
With an edge. Yes, with an edge.
Because why would Jeff Thomas not teach with an edge?
That's exactly right. Andy Baskin.
I'm smarter today because Layla Edwards was at least +2 on the ice today in Team USA's first win, and we got to talk about the Olympics. And I got to be honest, every once in a while I like talking about things other than the Browns, Guardians, Cavs. And I love the Olympics for that reason. Thank you, Olympics. Appreciate you.
I'm smarter today after our conversation with Chad Graff, the Patriots beat reporter from The Athletic. And the thing in particular, he said Mike Vrabel has talked extensively about the year that he spent in Cleveland, what it did for him. And then Chad rattled off Northeast Ohio things like he grew up in, Richfield.
I was impressed. I was impressed with that.
Dude said, Walsh Jesuits, Swenson's just north of Akron, blah, blah, blah. I almost asked him, you from here?
I almost did too.
But he went to the University of New Hampshire, and he's not from here.
How do you know he didn't grow up here or have family members here? Maybe maybe grandma, papa?
1 hour, 6.5 minutes. 1 hour, 6.5 minutes until the NBA trade deadline. Jonathan and Nick will have it all for you right here on The Fan. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. Make sure you're listening to Afternoon Drive as they bring you home next. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
and you have a real opportunity ahead of you in a wide-open East.
You're kowtowing to a great player, but a guy who isn't LeBron, who isn't Kevin Durant, guys who do not swing NBA championships
nothing
now.
if not for Donovan. Mobley never took an ascension.
Evan Mobley.
He never took the ascension.
Yeah, but why? Could it be possible that Evan Mobley's never taken the assembly because you've never built around him?
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are live from the 26th Annual Greater Cleveland Sports Awards. We are Afternoon Drive. We got that open, courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network Ohio and Mac Robinson, the supreme leader on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murn, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and, of course, producing us as always. And, of course, like our videos, we like to be liked. And don't be afraid. Hit that subscribe button to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel as well. Oh, we have Jax Gregory actually on the board. Yes. And aside, next to me, rather, the great Jonathan Peterlin. How we doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Happy trade deadline day.
Yes, an exciting day. I'm happy you showed your face in this building. That's very brave of you today after the past couple days.
Listen, I am nothing if not a glutton for punishment.
There we go.
I already fought half of Cleveland over the last 2 days, and my best friend in the business, why not also show up and just anybody that wants some here. I know they're out. Yeah.
You're like this guy on TikTok I see. It's like a ask an attorney type thing, and you just show up and ask him questions, and he answers them. That's you. You're just going to hold court. Anyone with the Cavs want to come on down, I will explain where you're wrong, and we can go from there.
And here's the thing. The best part about that is 90% of people in this organization are out in L.A. right now.
Yeah, no, that's fun. It is cool looking at the Larry O'Brien trophy right in front of us here. That's very nice.
Yeah, it's funny. Obviously, we're going on a decade now of the title, and I don't tire of looking at that thing.
No, it's still very cool.
Yeah.
That's
so today is a trade deadline coming up at 3 o'clock, and of course, if any big news happens previously, but nothing's really changed since we closed off the show yesterday from a Cavs perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So if something does change, we'll get right to it, and of course, we'll be alerted to it by the many hands on deck that we have today as we are live from the 26th Greater Cleveland Sports Award here. We like to get here early, make some noise, and then simmer down right when everybody kind of shows up.
Yeah, if this is like a normal party where people are like, oh, yeah, it starts at 7, just swing on by. We're here at 4:30. Like this is saying this thing doesn't go in for a while, but we're here. And I'm excited to be here.
So we're excited to be here. If any of you happen to actually be here today,
come on by and say hi.
Come on by and say hi.
We might even throw you on the air. We don't have many guests today.
Last year,
why not?
JP tried to fight every mascot in Cleveland.
Well, I let the mascots that I don't like know that I don't like them, and then that was really about it. And the ones that I did like, Slider, you know who you are. We're okay. I didn't go Jackson Hayes on any mascot though.
Yet. That was your first. That was right when you first got the show. So now you're feeling a little confident. You got that #1 book in the back there.
Well, we had that at nighttime too, so we're okay. But with Jackson Hayes, I was thinking about that earlier. I was like, what guy would just go and attack a mascot just unprovoked, unannounced, on anything? As I'm saying the take in my head, I'm like, me. I guess that's me. I would do that.
You would do that.
I did that last year,
but not physically.
No. And that's where Jackson Hayes he stepped over a line.
So while we have that going on, obviously we are one day closer to the end of the football season with the Super Bowl coming up. A lot of interesting content actually coming out from Radio Row despite the lack of buzz, but yet Todd Monken continues to make his media rounds. Yesterday, in the middle of the show, we played his appearance with Channel 19.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he actually went on Nathan Segura and on the Browns YouTube channel and talked about the plan for the quarterback room that I do think is going to open up an interesting question to start the show here.
I'm excited to get started with the guys we have in the room now and then looking to add to that possibly, because you said it. I mean, you've got to have a quarterback to give yourself a chance to win in this league. We know that. You also have to have good players around them to really get it going. So I'm excited about Shedeur, Deshaun, Dylan, and who else we might add to that in terms of competition to really have this offense take off.
So it's interesting from a few different spots here. But if you said, Nick, how aggressive do you want the Browns to be on fixing the offensive line? All guns are blazing. I need you to go out and get me 5 hosses out there and a couple developmental guys, and I need to build something real here. If you say number 1 wide receiver, how aggressive do you want the Browns to be in getting a number 1? I want them to go guns a-blazing, go this offseason. I don't want to wait. If you said quarterback, there's just a weird flexibility, despite the fact that it's fine if you don't look at this quarterback room and see a starting quarterback yet, and if you look at the actual landscape of what quarterbacks might come available and say, well, I don't know, there's a starting quarterback that's going to come available.
And what's interesting about that is because it's not because you're like, we need to see another year of Shedeur, or you have some sort of reclamation project with Deshaun Watson brewing. Is it more about the 2027 class? Is that the idea here?
No,
is it the lack of good options elsewhere if you were to add?
I think that's where it is. Like, listen,
I feel the same way, but I'm trying to figure out why.
To me, it's like a comparative thing. If there was a quarterback out there right now that I knew was available, that I thought not only would be an upgrade now, but in a year we wouldn't get sick of.
Yeah.
Like Kyler Murray, theoretically, is an upgrade over what you have now. I think he would step in and be better than what you've had certainly last year. And yet,
it's going to age like spoiled milk.
And yet, a year from now, I'm going to be like, "Oh my God, this guy is mid." And same thing with Tua, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's weird. Like, I've got guys that I'm going to think about that in a year.
Yeah, well, and what's interesting is that even with last year, it's not as if we had a bunch of great guys that we were discussing. But obviously, one team made a move for Sam Darnold, and it worked out great. They're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that because I'm looking at this now, and I'm like, listen, I can't definitively tell you the quarterback room this year, or going into this offseason, is better than what it was going into the season. And yet I have a weird confidence in Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders that I didn't have about the 4 guys they had going into camp. And I don't know. Some of it is just the rookies
Well, and
played.
it's also not just a 4-quarterback class that seems like, first off, they have no direction, but they also don't know where they're taking it either. Like, it's like the 4-quarterback class and the idea that it was going to be a competition, and I know some people still believe that Kenny Pickett was going to win that thing if he stayed healthy, but the idea that it was a real competition with 4 quarterbacks is clunky and not something you see across the NFL.
I mean, the question we start with today, 216-474-0092, at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. The question we're going to start with is, how aggressive should the Browns be in addressing the quarterback situation this offseason? And the truth is, it's a trick question, because you do have flexibility, because I don't feel, because you actually have people in the room, like DTR was gone, you had other moves that had yet to be made. Like, you were coming, Deshaun wasn't going to play this last year. You literally had no quarterbacks going into free agency last year.
Yeah.
You at least have 3 guys that I could see being here, all 3 of which I can see being here in September.
Well, last year we knew they had to do something for the reasons you laid out. This year we don't know that they have to do anything.
Yes, and this feels like if you fall in love with, or like if there's a reclamation project that Todd Monken goes and says, that guy doesn't fit there, that guy doesn't make sense in what he is, but I think I can coach him up, I'm so much more open to it, simply because, like, I think it was easier to scout who would fit what Kevin wants to do and who wasn't, because you knew exactly what Kevin liked as a quarterback.
Yeah.
But it took so many options off the table, because he had a kind of narrow view. It was Kirk Cousins. He wanted Kirk
that was
Cousins,
his ideal guy, yeah.
Right? Or something approximate to that. Even Baker, who fits a lot of what he wanted to do, wasn't enough of what he wanted to do because he was too much of a gunslinger. So with Monken, you can really be really flexible. Like, if you look at Michael Penix Jr. and think, hey, if he becomes available, that's a guy that Todd Monken thinks he can work with, I can sell that because I know Todd Monken's going to build a system to suit him, which will give that guy the best chance to succeed, instead of, hey, Nick, why don't you squeeze into this Superman suit?
Well, so now the other question off this is whether or not Andrew Berry trusts Todd Monken enough to be able to make that call. And I don't know. They seem like they're very much in control of who comes in and who leaves. I don't know how much Monken has as far as the flexibility, but if you were going to do it now, like, this year would be the year. Like, if you're ramping up for another season that has a potential to maybe not be the greatest in the world because you want to dip your toes in the 2027 draft, and that's what you're really shooting for, is the 2027 draft, now would be the time to say, all right, Monken, you got a guy? Let's go ahead and let's see what you got with this guy. And you give him 1 year, and if it falls flat, then you're in the draft and you're fine. And if it works out, well, then great. Monken figured it out.
And we're also in a weird spot where, as long as you're attacking the offensive line and wide receiver rooms, and honestly, I think you got to re-sign Devin Bush as well. I think that should be another thing that I know I'm saying that you have to do these things. He's going to get to free agency, and the market will decide. But I like, as long as you're being aggressive in upgrading the rest of the roster, there's a part of me that goes, well, if they don't bring in somebody, or if they don't draft Carson Beck in the second or third round, or if they don't see value in Ty Simpson, or they don't see a McCarthy or a Penix or a whoever could be out there as a reclamation project, and they don't bring them in, to me that will say, oh, just nothing matched or bettered this room in the eyes of Todd Monken, so let's give him a chance to see what he can do with these quarterbacks. It's the weirdest thing. Like, as long as you're aggressive over here, I can take you being a little more passive
what
at
if
the
you're
most important position in the NFL.
Okay, but what if they're not aggressive in the O-line and wide receivers? What does that signal to you?
I just think it would be a massive mistake.
Well, it just tells me that then they're just doing everything for 2027 more than anything else.
Yeah. We do have a little trade here. Shams Charania, been a little sleepy today.
Hey, a little tradio.
Saying the Clippers are trading Ivica Zubac to the Indiana Pacers.
Yes. What's with the Shams sleepy comment?
People are down on Shams.
They've been destroying him for like 48 hours now. But this poor guy, he waits for this
I
stuff.
do like that we're presenting Woj like the man had a soul. Like Woj, Shams, Schefter, and Rappaport. I'm not convinced it's not just one giant alien that is somehow simultaneously filling four bodies. It's the same guy. Lack of soul, lack of anything. There's no personality. There's a sociopathic thing to it.
I don't know that Shams has the greatest personality either. The only thing I know about Shams is that he likes to hit on Kay Adams.
Who doesn't?
It's the only thing I know about him.
Half of Up and Adams is NFL guys going,
and Kevin
good one,
Durant.
Kay.
Well, she upgraded. It started with Shams, and now it's like Kevin Durant and all these other guys that are sliding in. Big glow up for Kay Adams, all things considered.
You know what annoys me about that is Kay is awesome. Not
Why
what
is that
you're
annoying?
saying.
Yeah.
No, not what you're saying. What
Well,
I'm saying
they're
is,
pretty awesome too.
Is that
professional
that
athletes in certain
because
moments.
it's so obvious how much what the gooner that Kay Adams brings out in every man.
Yeah.
That,
Did you see the Gronk video?
Yes, 100%. He was willing to get choked out. Who wouldn't, by the way?
And did you see? Did you? Oh, come on.
Well, no.
You're
the
not gonna
point
out-freak
is
this freak. Okay.
The point is
Now you're gooning.
No, I'm not gooning.
You're gooning at
No
the thought
I
of
am-
Kay Adams.
I will not be gooning. My point is
Don't look at Gronk's pants in that video, by the way.
Somebody's not getting a Taylor Swift song written about him.
My goodness.
But my point is, she's so good, and her interviews have been incredible this week. And all anyone is thinking about is all of these millionaire prima donna athletes slobbering all over Kay Adams.
And Shams was first until he wasn't. Until she realized she could do better than Shams.
But Ivica Zubac going to the Pacers, if that does anything for you. Of course, today's
Another guy that Harden has elevated, by the way. He's on that list of big men that Harden has helped make much better.
I do want to know guys that he's elevated and guys that he's maybe not elevated or maybe done the opposite of elevation.
If we're
and then I want to
speaking-
call it James Harden, James Soften.
No, if we're speaking big men specific, all right, it was just for a joke. But if it's like big men specific, Zubac is on that list. Clint
Okay.
Capella is on that list.
Kawhi
and then
Leonard, soften.
Joel Embiid is on that list.
Kyrie Irving, Soften.
Kawhi's averaging 27 a game this year.
Yeah, well, no. We're talking about who James Harden is elevated and who he hasn't. Kyrie Irving was not elevated by James Harden, so Kyrie Irving softened. Yeah. See? It's got some legs to it.
Yeah, no, it could be a good bit.
Yeah.
I think honestly, you should get to somebody in this building and you should talk it out with them, and then maybe it's like a pregame show bit.
Is Dan here?
Maybe.
Buddy boy? Anywhere?
I thought you were gonna do like the what's eating Gilbert grape. The oh Gilbert. I don't know. I really thought you were gonna do that.
I don't think I've upset enough people this week.
Really thought you were gonna do that. Oh Gilbert.
I don't think I've started enough fires for Keith this week.
Okay.
So yeah, let's do that one. 216.
We just touch them all with all the owners.
Just start. For some reason, the second week of February, the first week of February broke Nick Wilson, and he just became an absolute psychopath, just going after everyone and anyone. No one's safe today. 216-474-0092. Bill Ryder, host of Ryder Than You, and obviously now with a Ryder Than You Substack coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk about the trade deadline, the moves that were made, the Cavs and James Harden and whatnot. Donovan Mitchell says expectations have been elevated. We'll get to that with Bill at 3. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com. He's at 3:40. We'll talk about how aggressive the Browns should be in addressing the quarterback situation and how do you build around the quarterbacks that you have. But we are live at the 26th Greater Cleveland Sports Award. Always fun times, always having different people pop over throughout the show, so who knows which guests might pop up at any given time here as the night goes on. The 216-474-0092. Also want to hear from you guys on Twitter and the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. How aggressive should the Browns be in addressing the quarterback position? And Joe Flacco had some thoughts. Some were right, and some probably shouldn't have been spoken. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes there. We do have the NBA trade deadline coming up in about 40 minutes, and we got two big bits of breaking news here. One, on the Zubac deal, which we totally made fun of in the first segment, well, that's now getting Bennedict Mathurin of the Pacers sent to the Clippers as part of this trade. Still working through the details there. I want Mathurin here.
I know. He won a lot of people over in that Pacers series, Pacers-Cavs last year.
He's honestly, like right now, Jason Tatum and Donovan Mitchell, and it's Jalen Tyson and Donovan are kind of playing the nasty ball that I like. Like they're playing with an edge. You add Mathurin, and we could have some and Schroeder.
Well, Schroeder's the main part of this.
We could have some.
Schroeder's a dog, dude. Schroeder tried to go into the Lakers locker room to fight Luka like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and
he's just an insane person.
And what I love about that is he would have lost.
Like security,
security
legitimately, they had to have multiple security guards to hold him back. He was trying to break into the Lakers locker room. We got a crazy person. I don't think we've talked enough about the idea that Schroeder's a wild card in all of this for all the right reasons for the Cavs.
So with the trade deadline coming up in 40 minutes, we also found out that Tarek Skubal in his arbitration case, which was argued yesterday, they've made a ruling.
Mm-hmm.
And Tarek Skubal won, and he'll make $32 million this year, and he'll make $13 million more than the Tigers argued for.
Yeah, I mean, that was the difference. It was 19 to 32. They tried arguing because the highest paid pitcher in arbitration ever was $19 million, and they tried setting that as the precedent. What I love about the arbitration, and not the boring take of, well, you just tell them how bad they are in front of their face. That's tired. What I love about it is that it's three attorneys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Three attorneys who don't know baseball at all. By all accounts, they don't know baseball at all. And then in this instance, you have to have Skubal's agent sit there and which is Scott Boras, sit there and be like, here's why the Tigers are cheap and suck. I would have loved to have taken that job. Like I might have gone through everything it takes to become an agent and be in Major League Baseball just for the idea that I would be able to just basically tell the Tigers, you're cheap, you suck. He's won back-to-back Cy Youngs, and that's why he deserves $32 million.
And we also have so we do have the full details here. The Pacers are sending Bennedict Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, and 2 first-round picks and 1 second to the Clippers for Zubac and Kobe Brown. I don't understand the NBA. I don't understand trade values. I don't understand it.
Okay.
Like I don't understand how Anthony Davis is still worth 2 ones. Despite being old and broken. I don't understand how Trae Young, as problematic as he is good for none.
C.J. McCollum in a bag of basketballs.
And quite frankly, the Windhorst report that the Buccaneers will deactivate Giannis Antetokounmpo and not let him play for. It's been a day. It's been a week. But the Bucks are expected to deactivate Giannis and not let him play the rest of the season if he's not traded. What are we doing here? Does the NBA make any damn sense anymore?
No, but baseball doesn't make sense either. Framber Valdez just got paid $39 million.
Well, that's because he's going to throw a 99-mile-an-hour fastball right into the solar plexus of Jake Rogers.
Highest paid left-handed pitcher of all time. All these sports have gone bonkers in some respects. But you're right. The NBA trade deadline has been weird. It's been weird. You know, it's been a lot of fun, though.
Yeah.
You got to admit that. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just a really bad precedence that the NBA keeps setting that the trade deadline's more exciting than the rest of the regular season.
Well, and this is also in line with the idea that some people like the NBA offseason more than they like the actual games being played.
And that includes NBA players. Now, all this being said, we do have to get to Joe Flacco. I don't know we're going to be able to get to the true extension, the extensiveness of his comments yesterday, because we've simmered this all down to about a 35-second clip. I think the original clip is like 2 minutes. And, Joe was on Kevin Clark's podcast, This is Football. And it was asked if there's a quarterback developmental issue here. And Joe goes into 2 real different directions at the same time, talking about rule changes and how they impact the game, and then also toughness.
I still have that mindset. Like, I don't think it should be roughing the passer when they land on us. I don't think being slapped in the head should be roughing the passer. It honestly annoys me because it affects games in a negative way at random times.
Yeah.
And they can call it or not call it. It needs to get out of the game. They need to go back to it. I know CTE is a thing these days and all that, but it's football. We signed up to play it. And I do think that the guys of my generation probably benefit a little bit from having that mindset. Listen, we signed up to get concussions. We signed up to get hurt. It is what it is. You might not like that, but that's what we kind of did when we decided to play this game.
All right. So I want to get to what I think is the very valid part of what Joe has said.
While acknowledging that's a football guy answer?
No, that's a dumb answer.
I know.
With love and respect to Joe Flacco, you did not sign up to get CTE.
Okay, but there are so many football guys out there that heard that and just thought to themselves, hell yeah, Joe Flacco.
Yeah, and they probably have CTE.
They thought, I like that, Joe Flacco. That's
Like,
right, you did sign up for this, didn't you?
There's no takebacks on the disease. And so if you already got it, why not display it proudly?
Yeah, once the tau proteins have already built up.
I just got to say, Joe, you have to be a little smarter than this. I understand what you're saying, which is there are hits in the sport that have been taken out of it that should be put back into it, but nobody on the planet. If I told anybody that I know that personally has CTE,
yeah,
hey, when you're 5, I'm going to tell you about what CTE is and what it's going to do to the last half of your life.
Yeah.
But you get to play football at a high level. I'm going to say a fair amount of those guys are going to walk the hell away and become accountants.
Yeah, it wasn't even like Joe was worried about that aspect of it. It was the part that was interesting is that Joe is already signed up to basically. He's got one more year left, maybe. Like he's already done. Like he's done the stuff. CTE's already. You already had the hits, buddy. Like it's coming for you.
There's no takebacks.
No takebacks. Like you are on the path to having it with all the amount of hits that you took and everything else that accompanies it, but and the subconcussive hits and everything else. And so like this almost feels like when I was in college in my fraternity where we had hazing, and then like you got up into like higher, like I'm a junior, I'm a senior, and then it's like, well, we don't have to continue to haze the other freshmen or anything like that.
But we probably should.
Everybody did.
Why? It made me a better person.
And why? Because I did it, which is the worst way to ever do anything in life. Like I had to go through it, so you have to too. That's an awful way of thinking about life, but it's how so many people think about it. And that's what this kind of felt like to me with Joe Flacco. He's like, well, I had to go through the hits, and so now Patrick Mahomes, CTE, you don't get to avoid it. It's coming for you because I'll enjoy the game this much better.
Yeah, I think there's a distinct difference between there are side effects to playing football that you can only mitigate so much, which is fair. Like in terms of, guys, if you sign up for football, you might be signing up for a torn Achilles.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea that the NFL, in their intent to actually make the game safer, or at least make you and me think it's safer, has changed the game. They have. But they've also helped players avoid future brain trauma, and that can't be a bad thing. It just can't be.
Yeah.
Why do we even have a blue tent? You signed up for this, you idiots. Joe, simmer down. Now, here's the problem. He's not wrong about the roughing the passer penalties and what it's done. But the problem is, good luck trying to find a way to find a middle ground.
Well, are they too
punitive?
punitive?
You can't just take them away.
No, you can't take them away, but maybe if they're not worth 15 yards, maybe if they were only worth 5, it wouldn't be the same thing.
But if it's still a first down, that's still a massive – because, the down and distance you're going to get them tend to be third and long, and that swings games.
Well, we can change all of it, though. Like, even, again, a 5-yard penalty isn't nothing, but if we all of a sudden move it, I think the amount of yards attached to what it does, I think, is the big difference with the roughing the passer.
So I don't disagree, but it's funny to me. Like,
it's kind of like pass interference plays.
Well, so that's actually where I was going to go. Like, I think we need to allow more holding in the NFL. I do. Like, I think if it's blatant, like when guys have their elbows under Miles's throat,
yeah,
that should be called. Guy kind of held on to a guy as he was moving to his left. Oh no! Stop the game. Like, that's a problem in the NFL for watchability. Defensive pass interference is ridiculous. Like, if we really want to get to it, let's bring back some. Don't not after 5 yards. Give him 10 yards. Give him some real space there to be more physical. Those are the kind of things I think impact game flow, watchability. Like, I think DPI penalties are just as costly as the roughing the passer penalties without the intent or without the player safety intent.
Well, for sure. Some of the best throws we have in football right now isn't actually completions. It's just the quarterback knowing he's in trouble, underthrowing the wide receiver, and the receiver comes back for the ball and then gets the DPI.
So it's weird. Like, I'm sitting
That's a skill that Mahomes has, which should not be considered a skill.
Like, I'm glad that you landed on, should we just make these penalties less punitive? So instead of a spot foul or instead of 15 yards.
Because really, that's his main argument.
Yes.
His argument isn't necessarily that he wants more hits and he needs more hits because he's a football guy and he's a meathead. His argument really is that they changed the game in such a way that it's turned it into a ridiculous thing.
But so to me, okay, now it's a first down and it's 5 yards. These things are things I think you can work on. The problem is he's only focusing on it from the quarterback perspective and not the rest of the game flow, where I think if you wanted to, I think there's been a lack of give and take. You've gotten more nitpicky with things like holding and pass interference and focused in on stuff like that, while also getting what is a catch, what isn't a catch, while also then getting incredibly nitpicky about what is and isn't roughing the passer or the slaps to the head and stuff like that. If we're going to err on the side of protecting players and certainly protecting the quarterback, I'm fine with that if we can just loosen everything elsewhere.
Well, so here's the hard part though. If you make the let's say you go from 15 to 5 yards on this, you know there's going to be the reaction to this is going to be a lot of players that then just say, all right, I'll take the 5 yard penalty. Like I'm going for broke. I'm just going to nail this quarterback 3 times in a row, take the 15 yards total, 5 yards apiece, and then all of a sudden he's a different quarterback in quarter 1 than he is in quarter 4.
I think here's why I actually don't fully agree with you. I partially agree with you.
I just wonder if it's going to be one of the reflective natures of this.
I think to me, it's still you're giving up a first down, and that's going to have enough impact on the flow of the game that it's going to make sure defensive coordinators and head coaches don't let that happen.
Because part of the reason why it is 15 is the idea that it's such a harsh penalty that you don't want to have it committed. It's kind of like when I wonder, the injury reports exist for a reason, right? Why? Because Vegas needs them, and they're an obvious thing for bettors, and that's why they'll always be a thing. But I always looked at like injury reports, and it's like, oh, you're just making a target for the other team now. Like you see that a guy's got his left leg banged up and hadn't been able to practice and do all this, and that's on the injury report. Where are you going after him, right? And so like I just feel like there's a nature and a part of this game that you instinctively try to exploit people's weaknesses. And if you think you can get to the quarterback and just take 3 5-yard penalties, you'll do it.
Well, and maybe that's another thing where almost like technical fouls in basketball, you can only have so many before a suspension's incurred.
Oh, see, now we're cooking.
See, this is why
now
you
we're
and
cooking.
I.
You see, we just had to get there.
Yeah. This is why people have said if we were the NFL commissioners, we'd fix that be in about 6 months.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not even 6 months.
With help of CTE Joe, of course.
And obviously, like lobster dinners and steak lunches every single day as part of the mandatory meetings.
But nobody can eat until you and I eat. That's a Goodell thing we're going to keep over. Remember the pizza story? Wherever they bought office pizza for a big meeting, and nobody could eat pizza until Roger showed up and took a slice?
Real. There's no way that can be real.
I promise you, Google it.
I'm going to Google it.
I'm signetting you.
This feels like when you told me that Jordan Hudson broke up with Bill Belichick, but it was just Facebook and you were wrong.
No, that was Jordan.
Yeah,
That was Jordan.
They're definitely still together, by the way.
Jordan Hudson is still with
your Facebook feed has gone wild.
But Jordan Hudson
I don't know about this.
Her alter ego has broken up.
That is one of the
with Old Man River.
That is one of the most insane things.
See, nobody ate pizza because Roger Goodell wasn't eating pizza. Bang biscuit.
I got to read the story. I believe you. I didn't think you'd make it up, but
you thought I made it up. 216-474.
But I had to fact check it for myself before we went down that road because it's such a crazy person thing to do.
0092. Is Joe Flacco right about rule changes and toughness impacting quarterback development? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. Watch our live shows, best segments, all the best content all week long. 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Bill Ryder coming up in about 20 minutes. We do have the NBA trade deadline coming up in 20 minutes as well. Will the Cavs make another trade? Who knows? Probably not. But they'll at least be able to see the first apron from their backyard. We got plenty to get. We are live at the 26th Greater Cleveland Sports Awards. We're ahead of the game here. We got plenty cooking. NBA trade deadline. Tarek Skubal hitting the old arbitration record for a pitcher by a considerable amount, and so much more. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Well, JP, I've already referenced this a little bit, but Vikings receiver Justin Jefferson made his rounds on Radio Row this week and yesterday when he appeared on Up and Adams, and he discussed how he and the Vikings can get better after their 9-8 season, missing the playoffs this year.
It just was one of those, difficult ones. Just one of those difficult ones that I had to really not really look in the mirror, but just look at my teammates to get better.
So I don't have to look in the mirror to get better.
No, he knows he's good.
But my teammates do. That was probably one of the greatest answer ankle breaks in NFL history of. It's one of those things where, I didn't have to look in the mirror, but my teammates did. In terms of leadership moments,
yeah,
is it a great leadership moment? Because he did tell the truth.
It's only topped by, Monday when he said that, we would have had more wins with Sam Darnold here. Justin, he's low-key on a heater this week.
But what's funny about it is he's also too nice to ask for a trade.
Oh, but he's not wrong. So is that a belief in the Vikings that he just didn't exist for last year, but he has previously, so it's going to be all right?
I think that there are one of the big talking points to any bit of a reaction here is nobody thinks he has the stones to put the Vikings on blast and say, you failed the quarterback position, trade me.
It's why you have agents. The coward's way out if you're an NFL player is just
or
do
an
everything.
NBA player.
Any one of these athletes, just do it through your agents, and then you don't even have to worry about it. It's what the 5% is for, Nick.
I just have to say, there's nothing funnier than saying, I'm about to take accountability. Yoink, it's on them.
Yeah, they know. They know what's going on. All right, Ja'Marr Chase has been doing all the rounds, right? As now we're in Thursday, and so this is good. We're getting all the big-time players, right? Justin Jefferson, Ja'Marr Chase, and he was talking about Caleb Williams to Pat McAfee, but he didn't know his name was Caleb Williams. He thought his name.
Oh, yeah, of course. We know who
That's
that
the
is.
helmet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's the helmet.
Caleb
One of my
Daniels.
favorites, actually.
Like what Caleb Daniels does is special.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like him?
Just so good at ball.
CD?
Yeah.
Come on now.
We see Caleb Daniels and we think to ourselves, holy that guy? Who is Caleb Daniels?
I'm trying to find out. Who is Caleb Daniels?
Yeah.
I don't know what his first name is. What's his name? What's the quarterback for the Bears?
Caleb
Williams.
Yeah, put two quarterbacks together.
Jaden
Daniels.
Yeah, I get it. He said Jaden Daniels. I'm like,
get it.
I think his name's Caleb. I don't know his last name like that.
This is kind of a reminder of anytime you're like, I need to hear what that athlete thinks about the sport that I love. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't need that insight.
All right, rank this versus Caleb Williams, which is what Mike McCarthy called him before he got the Pittsburgh job.
Caleb is fine. Caleb
is so much worse.
It's not
There's
worse
such
than not
a
even knowing
connotation to
not
Caleb.
even knowing his last name. What's the connotation?
You know the connotation. Don't make me. Come on, old ass Mike McCarthy saying Caleb.
The Yinzer, Mike McCarthy.
Yeah. Oh no, that's just how Yinzer say it. Is it? Is that there's no crime in just saying, oh, I mixed up Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, which is what Ja'Marr Chase did.
It's a really bad mix-up, though.
It's no Caleb, I'll tell you that.
I love McAfee did a good job going with it. I'll give him credit there.
The World Anti-Doping Agency will investigate claims that male ski jumpers are injecting their members with hyaluronic acid to improve their sporting performances if a complaint is made, and only if a complaint is made. So apparently the acid improves the size down yonder, which would increase the surface area of the suits during competition with a claim.
So this is the Facebook story, right? This is
100%. You know how I know? Because Baskin and Phelps talked about it today.
That doesn't mean it's not from Facebook.
I have prep. This is from a reputable website.
What is that? That's just
BBC
words.
Sport, baby
That's
boy.
That's just words on a paper.
Nope, from BBC Sports. And I realized the term there. However, the claim is when you increase the surface area on the suit, it actually will help the ski jumper fly farther. Which, by the way, going to anyone and being like, baby, I'm just doing this so I can fly farther. During the fact it's going to last up to 18 months, that's just a happenstance.
Okay, so
I'm really committed to ski jumping at the highest level. Oh, you were all about this. He's reading about it right now.
I'm trying to figure out what investigation do they need? Like, is this what is it actually doing? Is it just enlarging it, but like to what size?
Okay, now let's not be crass there. Good Lord.
Is it going to make it? I don't even want to end. I can't even finish that question.
All right, it's going to help. Oh Lord,
describe it to me. It's being dubbed.
Trying.
It's being dubbed as Penisgate.
We don't have to put gate on everything.
I like when we put gate on everything.
All right. So it helps. No.
Last year, 2 medalists got 3-month suspensions for this.
By the way, it's not illegal. That's the other part.
They secretly did it. They secretly adjusted it. I don't know.
So
what
you
got
to tell people.
I don't know. I guess
hey
maybe.
Guys,
yeah,
I got the hyaluronic acid over here.
This isn't like corking your bat. You know, you got to.
It actually is like corking your
well,
bat.
in many ways.
It's exactly like corking your bat.
But you don't have to. I guess you just be on the up and up on with. Penisgate. We're everywhere.
Now here's the thing. What if you just claim it's for your bedroom life? No, guys, this has nothing to do with ski jumping. I just wanted to be better in the sack.
Got to increase lift by 5%, Nick.
Yeah, 1 to 2 cms.
We still talking ski jumping?
Yeah,
that's not a tiny amount.
JP is all in on hyaluronic.
Omaha.
On their jump, it increases 5%. On their jump.
You're saying JUMP or JUNK?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, you be careful. I'll be doing ad reads for them in 3 minutes, okay?
5%!
Everybody knows.
5%! You can't.
You inject it yourself? You got a friend to do that.
Well, I think that's up to you.
I'm just trying to. I have way too many questions and not enough answers. Also, anything that ends with acid, I'm probably not putting anywhere near there. By the way, I'm probably not. That's just the starter. I'm just not in on that.
Okay.
If it ends with acid in the
title,
title,
if you want results,
not.
You don't make excuses.
This isn't the reason why I'm not making the Olympics. There's a lot of reasons why I'm not making the Olympics, but the lack of dedication to putting acid in my penis is probably a big one.
Just so everybody knows out there, I've actually been thinking about this for a while, and I'm getting into ski jumping. I've been thinking about it for a while. It's not the story.
Yeah.
I've just really been toying with the idea for a minute.
All right, J.R. Smith. He was on FanDuel TV, and he was talking about the Cavs 2016 team and the group chat and who they had to kick out.
I mean, we got some characters, dog. Y'all know RJ Shannon and K-Love on their own. And then throwing in Tristan, dog, it's hectic, dog. It literally is a snowball effect day by day. It's just a lot of random stuff, especially with RJ, dog. We just started a new chat where Tristan started going a little sideways. We just made another chat without Tristan. And then we just,
Switch, you got to hold him.
He trip a lot, though.
What was Tristan Thompson saying?
I don't know. We got kicked out of the group chat for the title team.
I mean, in fairness,
he's a wild card. You want to talk about a wild card? He's a wild card.
Very fun interview, as we all remember. Yeah, I can say him. Okay, but amongst those guys, they've shared a locker room. Think about the things that guys talk about in locker rooms that any of us who've been in a locker room for 5 minutes have heard.
What was the interview? Did you interview Tristan and didn't it just not go well?
Oh, no. It was awesome.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah. This was the
I don't remember this.
This was the second turn he was here, and he was just honest. He
I
was
remember-
just honest about where they were. I loved every second. of
Okay,
it.
I remember interviewing him at his locker once, and then the interview ended, and I've never heard so many curse words in the span of like 60 seconds. It was like this very wholesome, very whatever interview, and then he just cursed up a storm. I was like, oh my god.
I just feel like maybe he got the guys on hyaluronic acid. Maybe that's what got.
Is that how you land a Kardashian?
Maybe. Well, yes. I'm gonna say it didn't hurt.
Well, we went back a couple times. I think.
Now, this being said, I gotta know what got him kicked out.
I mean, think about how upsetting that would be if you're in a group chat for something like this, and then all of a sudden, the group chat just goes silent, and you're like, where'd everyone go? No one's contributing anymore, and you find out they have a whole other group chat off to the side.
Oh,
that's just almost sad. Now I feel bad for Tristan. He doesn't care. What are we talking about? He doesn't care.
Omaha! All right, the Tigers made a big splash signing Framber Valdez, I don't know why I said it that way, to a 3-year, $115 million deal. We also found out earlier this last hour, Tarek Skubal won his arbitration case against the Tigers. Given that Skubal is a year away from free agency, will signing Valdez lead to the Tigers trading Skubal before the regular season?
So the Dodgers had already been paying attention, and I'm scared about the idea of him going to the Dodgers because who isn't going to the Dodgers these days? And so if you made me guess right now, I think he plays this year with arbitration, and so the Tigers have a Skubal and Valdez 1-2 lefty-lefty combo that will be dynamic and not fun for the Guardians in any sort of way, and then ultimately he gets traded next offseason.
So the weird thing about this
it might even be the deadline, I guess.
The weird thing
That's
about
in
this
play.
is, that would be a brutal thing if they're actually doing well. But funny, the weird thing about this is Valdez really isn't a good replacement for Skubal because he's kind of settled into more of like a number 2 or maybe a high-level 3.
Nobody outside of Skeens is a good replacement for Skubal.
No, fair. But I think my point is, like, if they sign Valdez, so once they got the arbitration news, they could turn around and trade Skubal, that still feels like a net loss no matter what you
I don't
get
think
in
they will.
return.
I think they're going to do the final year with arbitration for Skubal, and then next year is going to end up being the year where they go ahead and they trade him off, and that's what it looks like. And it's got to be depressing as hell for a Tigers fan to see how good that could be. Think about where they're at, though. A year ago, they were talking about trading for Skeens and trying to acquire him, and their team just went completely broke and are just so unserious. It'd be miserable to be a Tigers fan.
It'd be funny, though, for me.
Yeah.
Omaha.
I think it stopped working. I don't know what to tell you. We need more
hyaluronic
acid, I guess. All right, Mike Vrabel says knowing Drake May was special was a big reason why he took the job. He's been on this campaign now for the past couple of days, it feels like. The idea that it was always about Drake May, it was only about Drake May, and exclusively Drake May for why he took the job. Are you buying that being the big reason now that he's seen it work out and have success? Was that more proof that the Browns were never really in and had a chance for Mike Vrabel?
Yeah, probably. And listen, Drake May was a good bet after watching what he did as his rookie year. I also took it to mean like, well, it wasn't the rest of the roster. There's a reason they put,
$250 million. Yeah, all they did was spend.
The roster.
Yeah.
So, yes, I actually buy the only reason he was really interested in the job was Drake May because they replaced the other 52 guys.
It's not a bad reason. If you're a head coach out there or want to be a head coach for a new team, and the selling point is the place could be a dumpster fire, but if you believe that quarterback is awesome, that's enough of a selling point.
Yeah, I mean, I do think any job that is potentially out there, you should look at and go, what's my 2-year quarterback window? Because if I don't have one now and I don't have a way to get him now, will I have one in a year? Because if you don't have it in the first 2 years, you're getting fired. There's just no way. Maybe it'll last 4 or 5 years, but if those first 2 years you don't land your either franchise quarterback or long-term starter, you are hosed.
Yeah, I just like him not beating around the bush with the whole thing. I mean, it sucks for Browns fans to hear that because the reality that you never had a chance was already there. But I think for some fans, you're like, he was in the building and you let him go. It's like you didn't have Drake May. It was never happening.
We got 5 minutes till the NBA trade deadline and 5 minutes till Bill Ryder on the Ryder Than You Substack on 92.3 The Fan.
done is done, unless there's no way that two coaches could be hoodwinked by whatever the other quarterback has. So it may come down to, as of right now, a quarterback to be named later once the new league year starts, or Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Okay, so be it.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code CLUB, C-L-U-B, at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Cleveland Golf Show, February 13th to the 15th at the IX Center. Unbeatable deals on golf equipment and accessories. Get tickets and info at clevelandgolfshow.com. It's all from the Cleveland Golf Show and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive at the 26th Greater Cleveland Sports Awards, as of course we're out here at Rocket Arena. We just saw our guy George, who was very nice to say hi. As with anyone, we do not bite. Peterlin does get a little peckish around 5 o'clock. That's the schedule with the ChatGPT with your food, but that's okay. We can.
Well, I mean, it tells me like you feed me at 5, I got 90 minutes until I have to be fed again.
That is fair, but he will not bite. He might look like it, but he will not bite. I have a PB&J sandwich, so we're going to be fine. So come on over and see us if you are here. The trade deadline is come and gone, and the big deal of today appears to be Benedict Mathurin, amongst others, to the Clippers for Ivica Zubac and Kobe Brown. Well, the Cavs are done, according to Chris Fedor, saying no more trades for them. Finally, he said. And then he said they'll look to use their final open roster spot to convert Naquan Tomlin from a two-way contract into a standard deal, which makes a butt-ton of sense because I think he's going to not just be important the rest of the season, but certainly into the playoffs as well. Excited to see how he and Jalen Tyson, because I can get his name right finally, factor into their postseason plans. But to talk about the Harden deal, to talk about just how stupid the NBA trade deadline can be, we welcome on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, Bill Reiter. You guys remember the show, Writer Than You. You can now read his work on Writer Than You on Substack. Bill, welcome to the show, buddy.
Gentlemen, so I miss remotes. The remote shows are the best, peckish or otherwise. What's up?
It's a two-way street here because we get a little looser out here, and I don't think we need that.
No, I like being in the studio, Bill. I'm glad you like remotes. I'm not the biggest fan.
Got it. Maybe it's just nostalgia for doing those back in the local radio days.
We'll invite you next year. We can get you out here.
Yeah,
if you want to travel to Cleveland in February.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'll see my in-laws. Let's get it.
All right, Bill. Let's get to the big deal. Obviously, the Cavs also traded Lonzo Ball. They opened up another roster spot, but the biggin, James Harden for Darius Garland. What did you think of this trade from the Cavs side of things?
All right, so I hate it, which I know is not probably I'm not the welcome voice of optimism on this trade. Now, I was past tense more bullish on the Cavs' chances in what I think is a pretty weak Eastern Conference. I didn't feel whatever sort of sense of desperation or need there was to do what Kobe Altman felt there was a need to do. I'm not a big believer in James Harden in the playoffs, but I will. So I hate it, but I will cede that, look, if the guy has a remarkable postseason, which has been rare, guys, he does create some offense for that team and take some pressure off Donovan Mitchell. And maybe I understand why someone would talk themselves into he's an over-the-line guy. I just wouldn't be one of those people.
Did they do too much to try to make sure that Donovan is happy?
It's a really good question, right? It's the ultimate question. And I guess, you didn't bring me on to ask you questions, but if Donovan Mitchell and James Harden convince LeBron James to come be in Cleveland next year, is that, A, worth it just because LeBron does his farewell home? And, B, does that make them good enough until maybe making Donovan happy and the idea that if LeBron comes as well, Mitchell signs a new deal? The answer to the question is no, probably. It depends. You have to keep these guys happy, even though Giannis didn't get traded, right? All that drama is even winning a championship, you don't know when a superstar gets miserable or frustrated or angry or the team isn't good enough and he wants to go somewhere else. And I'm from Dubuque, Iowa. My wife's from Lima, Ohio. I'm not from L.A. or New York, so I'm not insulting Cleveland when I say there's only a few markets where guys are going to flock to. Most of the other markets, including Cleveland, it is not as easy to recruit. And if you get a star like Donovan Mitchell, you got to try to keep him there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I understand from Dan Gilbert's side of things that he remembers what it's like the two times previously when LeBron left I think my rebuttal would be, well, you didn't have an Evan Mobley type talent there because you didn't get Kyrie till a year after he left, and again Kyrie was 19 years old. Evan Mobley, if in this summer Donovan Mitchell kind of were to get disenfranchised here, well, okay, one, you're going to get a lot for Donovan in a trade, and two, I think Evan Mobley, the one thing they haven't done to unlock Evan Mobley is throw everything at just getting every player in here who actually will get the most out of him.
I mean, I think that's right. And look, I also, and I don't know your temperature, guys, on Darius Garland. I like Garland, and I'm really to have the keys. I think is going to be really interesting. Which is all that to say, it's a really, really talented Cleveland team, and I don't think you needed James Harden to be better. In fact, I think it's very possible it makes you worse in the critical moments where I think the Cavs can or could, maybe still can, push through and do some real damage in the playoffs and maybe even be a finals team. I said the other day on the podcast on Substack, if I had to take a team right now, I would take the Cavs. Not the Knicks, not the Pistons, just before the trade. I would have taken Cleveland. And I'm with you on Mobley especially. There's talent on the roster, and you're right, you're not beholden to a single guy. But I can't speak to the sort of nostalgia or the hunger for, maybe the opposite of LeBron James coming home. And LeBron likes Donovan, and Donovan likes LeBron. And you guys know, obviously, Mitchell's sort of connection to him and the Boys and Girls Club and the decision. And so there's a lot of layers here. But at its very most basic, I don't like the Harden trade because I think Cleveland was good enough to do something as they were constructed.
Yeah, the way I see it, Bill, is I just think Garland was just way too injured at this point. If it's not the one great big toe, it's the other great big toe. And so, I understand what they did because I do think there was limitations with this team with Garland, and I don't think you were getting over any sort of hump. It doesn't mean Harden will get you over that hump, but it's a better chance than what you had previously.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? James Harden can create his own shot. He can create for other guys. He's a remarkable player. He can still play at a super high level. I'm not worried about his age or his conditioning or his sort of nightlife. He is. My issue is I have just seen him time and again turn back into a pumpkin when the clock strikes the playoffs, and it's a real thing. I've just covered so many of those games that I worry about whether, because you don't bring James Harden in, I don't think, because you really want to be great in the regular season for the next 2 months. It is to be marginally better in the playoffs. And I think James Harden is a bust when you get to playoff time. Doesn't mean that can't change. Doesn't mean he can't have a different role. He's broken up with so many teams, been underwhelming in so many postseasons. As a guy that's not a Cavs fan but roots for Cleveland because my wife's family's from near there, I didn't love it.
We do have a little bit of surprising news coming from the NBA. Shams just tweeting out the Nets are waiving Cam Thomas, the scoring guard that the Cavs had been linked to at the deadline. He didn't play last night against Orlando in effort because they were going to try and find him a spot, couldn't trade him, so they cut him. Something possibly to watch for the Cavaliers is, Kobe Altman loves him some 6'3" guards. This being said, yeah. Bill, I'm curious. The NBA pick fetish that has happened with 4 teams in the NBA owning greater than 25% of the picks over the next 6 to 7 years, 6, 7,
8, 9.
I think it's the dumbest thing in the world. I kind of think we need to amend the Stepien rule because none of this makes any sense to me anymore.
I think it's great if Sam Presti is your GM, and I haven't checked in the last few hours, but I think he's still only in Oklahoma City, and so yeah, dude, I'm with you, but I will say this. I'll raise my hand as the moron who, as an NBA insider at CBS Sports, did not think that Presti's strategy and approach of collecting picks was going to work and make sense and be effective. And not only is that obviously completely wrong, that he just got Jared McCain. And I know that McCain's kind of a reclamation project from injuries and hasn't been able to get in that rotation this year in his second year in Philly. I don't mind the collection of picks as a strategy if you're under the radar and you're Sam Presti and you draft well and you know how to utilize it and you seem to, like some sort of Harry Potter magician grown up, rip off with a magic wand every GM you ever talk to. I think the problem, Nick, for me, is most of these teams that acquire these picks are not going to execute those picks and whatever strategy they have with them the way that Presti did. And so you're most likely going to have years of losing and then a bunch of guys that get drafted that don't work out.
You mentioned LeBron, and like, would this all be worth it if LeBron comes here? I do think it's so funny. You know, I feel like so many people always turn around to the idea of like, well, LeBron was always going to come here and finish out his career. It's like, no, he wasn't. If you weren't good enough, like if you didn't show something in the postseason, you still have to give some reason for LeBron to try to make this fairy tale ending happen. Do you think that's how this goes down? Is it LeBron acquired in the offseason, or should we be thinking about something else, potentially even something like Giannis?
Yeah, 1,000% agree with you. I mean, I think LeBron would love to be in Cleveland, but Cleveland has to be desirable for him beyond the fact that he is from that part of the country. I mean, they have to be competitive. I'll say this: no one ever knows what LeBron James is going to do, right? The Miami thing was a shocker. Going back to Cleveland was a shocker for some people. That one I got right. There's only a few of them, but he's just hard to read. And so with that asterisk, everyone believes that Cleveland is 60-70% where he's going to be if Cleveland wants him to be there. Now, I think Golden State's an interesting team to keep an eye on, and one of the sort of known unknowns is LeBron willing to take less money? I mean, if somebody has the mid-level, is that enough? Does he want to make $20 million a year? Is he willing to take the minimum? Nobody really knows. He said in the past that he wouldn't do that, but he probably knows his market value. Well, what will be what? I think he'll be 42 in December next year, halfway through the season. I think it's Cleveland. I think, as you said, they're good enough to be interesting enough that it's a nice combination of farewell, a place he loves, and I think a competitive basketball project. But it's LeBron, and so you never know.
All right, we got our time with Bill Reiter here, Reiter Than You Substack on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. But with a trade deadline passed, it has been announced Cavs GM, or President of Basketball Operations, Kobe Altman, will address the media on the James Harden acquisition coming up at 4 p.m., so we're going to have some sound on that as well. I guess we'll look big picture here. Who do you think, and I know this is a little on the nose and a little broad, but who do you think are the big winners over the deadline over the last couple days?
Yeah, so I love Oklahoma City, which is just, I know, dumb and stupid because they don't need to win anything. They're already the best team in the NBA. But I mean, McCain was Rookie of the Year last year until he got injured 20-some games into his season. I think the Wizards are one of the worst-run organizations of the last 15 years. I sort of don't hate Anthony Davis and Trae Young, and I'm not even sure if I think that that's a competitive combination if those guys can be healthy. I just like for Wizards fans that there's some actually good, interesting basketball players that will be on the floor and a product. And I mean, there's a lot to go through here. I think the biggest winners are the Milwaukee Bucks because you cannot trade Giannis Antetokounmpo if you do not get an absolute haul. It has to be a massive return, and the way to do that was always to wait till the summertime. And whether it's because Giannis played ball or because John Horst, the GM, put his foot down or some combination, I think Milwaukee holding pat, whatever they're going to do with Giannis, whether they're going to play him or not the rest of the year, they are the winners because they will get a massive return in the summer if they move him.
Did the Warriors become like the big losers of all this or no?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting, right? Because I really like Jonathan Kuminga, and he obviously goes to Atlanta, and Porzingis comes back, and he'll go, to Atlanta too. But Steve Kerr doesn't like Kuminga and doesn't want him in his rotation and doesn't think that he fits. I mean, Porzingis is sort of where he was for a reason, right? He's really great if he can stay healthy, and he can't stay healthy. I don't think Porzingis makes the Warriors markedly better. There wasn't a lot they could do. They understood very early, it sounds like, that they were not going to be in the Giannis sweepstakes. So you don't get enough for Kuminga, but when you devalue that guy's value because you don't play him, someone's going to take a swing. It's Atlanta, and yeah, I think the Warriors are a loser, but I think that loss happened years ago, and Kerr couldn't figure out how to develop or use or believe in him.
Bill, great stuff as always, buddy. It was the perfect timing to have you with the trade deadline where it was. You're killing it. We love the Reiter Than You Substack. We appreciate you, buddy. We'll talk to you down the line.
You guys are the best. Thanks, dudes.
Bill Reiter there on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Great stuff with him. We got to react to no more moves for the Cavs at the deadline. So close to getting under the second apron. How much does that matter? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factory Direct. At Northeast Factory Direct, buying a hot tub or sauna is simple, affordable, and stress-free. Their team helps you choose the right model for your space and budget without pressure while cutting out the middleman to deliver factory direct value. And unlike many specialty dealers, Northeast Factory Direct keeps hot tubs and saunas in stock, meaning no months-long waits and no surprise price hikes. It's a smarter way to invest in relaxation and wellness for your home. And if you are over the cold the way I am, guys, as much as a hot tub or a sauna is great.
University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Cam Manna.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
All right, so I hate it, which I know is not probably I'm not the welcome voice of optimism on this trade. Now, I was past tense, more bullish on the Cavs' chances in what I think is a pretty weak Eastern Conference. I didn't feel whatever sort of sense of desperation or need there was to do what Kobe Altman felt there was a need to do. I'm not a big believer in James Harden in the playoffs, but I will cede that, look, if the guy has a remarkable postseason, which has been rare, guys, he does create some offense for that team and take some pressure off Donovan Mitchell, and maybe I understand why someone would talk themselves into he's an over-the-line guy. I just wouldn't be one of those people.
That is Bill Ryder, Ryder Than You Substack, joining us in the previous segment here. Nick and JP back at the Rocket Arena at the 26th Greater Cleveland Sports Awards ceremony here. Well, we're not at the ceremony yet. We're at the site of the ceremony, which will be later tonight. Always got to get the deets right. Yeah. But it's interesting. Like, so much of what Bill was saying is obviously what I was saying. And right now, I just don't think there's a fair amount of Cavs fans that actually want to hear it.
Well, I mean, I think so. The difference here is that if the argument is trying to make James Harden into like a postseason player, that's going to be impossible, relatively speaking. Like for Game 6 and 7 exclusively, he's had all sorts of good playoff moments. But for Game 6 and 7, like if we were doing like a debate club argument or something like this, and like we'd have to start with the idea that we both recognize all the forefront of it. You bring up Game 6 and 7 in the postseason. Not 8, 9, 6, 7. We're just not going to be able to have a discussion on it because that's like there's no getting over that, right? So like, and if that's enough for people, listen, I understand it. For many reasons, I understand if you think James Harden is not a playoff player and is never going to be one. Okay, fine, I can get with it. But like that for me. And for my thinking on this, I do wonder how different would people feel if in the 2018 conference finals, when he's up 3-2 against a dynastic Warriors team, if Chris Paul doesn't get injured and he's able to break through because Chris Paul doesn't get injured, how different would we look at James Harden? Probably pretty differently, but he didn't do that, so we can't look at it that way.
So I just think I think where we're at now, because now we can say it, the Harden-Garland wars are over. They've made the trade. They're paused. They're not over. Nothing's ever over. Not if you want it. Not if you want it bad enough.
Okay.
But they are paused for now.
Yeah.
And now it becomes, all right, what does this do for the immediacy? Because I do think you can break it down into spots here.
Okay.
Right? What does it do for you now? What happens this summer? And what happens beyond? Because because you made this trade, I do think it woke Cavs fans up. And I don't think it's – listen, the Cavs have been playing good basketball recently, as have the Knicks, by the way. The Knicks had a great win last night. But the Cavs have been playing better basketball. But if you turned on that first quarter against the Clippers last night, there was off-ball movement that we haven't seen consistently.
Yeah, they were energized.
Like, I think it woke up the Cavs a little bit, too. And I think that's interesting. I don't think that automatically means, bang biscuit, let's go
and
ahead
I would
and hoist
imagine
the
Saturday
finals.
night they're going to feel it's going to look a lot of the same stuff when Harden makes his debut too.
I would imagine so as well, but it is interesting now knowing that the deadline is passed and that you're still about $4 million above the second apron.
Yeah.
You can clear that this summer. But I think some of the enthusiasm was you're so close to getting it all done in one fell swoop. I wouldn't have a problem if somebody said, wait, we didn't get below the second apron?
Well, no, I mean, it's odd they didn't get below the second apron, but like I'm looking at this in more of like a 2-year lens than I am anything else. Like this is part one, and if part one means that you have a good enough playoff finish so that you take care of Donovan and you showcase to LeBron that you're a serious contender, then in the offseason, LeBron comes here, and then you have one more year after that to go ahead and try to make a real run. So it's like a 2-year approach to all this, and a 2-year window that they're really playing with.
216-474-0092. Are you disappointed no other moves were made today? The Giannis thing's wild. Like the fact that Giannis not only didn't get traded, which I like the second Kuminga got traded, and it wasn't to Milwaukee, I thought to myself, I don't think Giannis is getting traded because that was the team that had 4 or 5 first-rounders. And the report is they offered 4 first-rounders, and Milwaukee didn't bat an eye. But then now they're going to potentially deactivate Giannis for the final 30 regular season games.
So, like, some of the reports for, like, what the Heat was offering, though, was really light. And so, like, I just wonder, I don't know. It'll be interesting to find out some of the details off of that, because you would think that they would get a better offer in the summer. That's typically how it works. You get your best offers in the summer.
Well, and don't forget, if the Cavs can get below the luxury tax this summer, it's gonna allow you to offer 3 firsts and Evan Mobley.
Yeah.
That's doable compared to Kristaps Porzingis and 4 firsts from what Golden State's going to offer. So
yeah, I mean, 3 firsts and Mobley is the best that they're going to do.
So the Giannis thing is still hypothetically open. So now it becomes Strus is probably the odd man. In a weird way, I like that they didn't get below the second apron because of what it would have taken to get below the second apron.
Yeah, that's fair.
I wasn't really okay with trading Max Strus because that is a useful playoff body, even if he's not going to be useful in every single game in the postseason.
Yeah, it's fine. And as far as the penalties are concerned and everything else like that, as long as you're not in it for 2 years, you'll be fine. You're not going to have anything. In the moment, they'll be all right. They're going to be all right.
All right. Devil's advocate.
Yeah.
It's a little tough for me to be like, man, I'm so glad Dan Gilbert saved $100 million in luxury tax. I don't really give a rip about that. I know the implications this summer, but like people are like, well,
yeah, I mean, if you had it happen twice,
I don't care.
But if you had it happen twice in 5 years,
money.
But then all your first round picks and everything get frozen.
No. I understand. I was just talking about the overall amount that you saved.
No. But I'm saying like they're actually like it's dumb, but they've actually made it like real ramifications for living in the second apron as often as the Cavs are attempting to live in the second apron. So like they have to get under it. I damn would live in the second apron until the end of time. I feel like as long as it was just a purely we take your money and that's it rule.
Can we say one? This is
Man's
tough.
worth $35 billion.
This is tough to have this conversation because it's not the biggest name, and you get a little inside basketball here.
Okay.
Obviously, opening up the extra roster spot by sending Lonzo out allows you to elevate Naquan Tomlin,
right,
who deserves a role, and I think
you get rid of his two-way status, you make him a full-time.
I think between Naquan, Dean Wade, Strus, and Jalen Tyson, I think you got some wings to throw at this, even if you still might be one wing short. Can we just say lost in all of this? And I think I did make this point a little bit earlier. Jalen Tyson is a leader. I'm enjoying this kid playing so much right now.
He's a lot of fun.
Well, and he's the kind of guy that they've missed as the kind of Mr. Fix-It. Is he the best facilitator on the team? No. But can he be your second point guard on the floor? Yes. He actually might be your best three-point shooter, right? He's shooting like 45% or 40%. It is ridiculous, his three-point shooting right now. But he's doing just everything at like a competent level or better. And that's kind of been one of the things you were hoping DeAndre Hunter was going to be. Max looking at me like he wants to. 48%. I didn't say 40. I was going to say 47%, but I was like, that sounds astronomical. That's not possible. So I said 45.
Okay.
Paltry numbers.
Yeah. I like Mac fact-checking you from 5 feet away.
Well, no, I'm glad he did because I knew it was more. I thought it was more than 45%, but I was like, I don't want to sound dumb, but he's shooting 50%.
Yeah, we gotta figure out what's worth a fact check and what we just kind of let go, right? 45% means you were in the right ballpark. I think 45% means if he had said 45% and the number was like 32%, then maybe you chime in. But 48%, I don't know. Unnecessary chime in by Mac.
It's 3%. I mean, you were talking about that hydrolonic acid at
That's
5%.
That's 5%.
So, I mean, come on.
We're off in
We're
penis
quibbling
game.
over 2%?
At 3%. We've established it's 3%.
Well, no, I was saying.
For the difference from 5 to 3?
Yes.
Okay.
We're talking about differences here. Different
always,
measurements.
Oh, well, we are in the home of the diff.
That's true. That's true. Can somebody put the diff on the board here? But it's got to be in centimeters.
I can tell you don't want to do much Harden discussions today.
Well, no, I mean it's done. Yeah. Like there's nothing left to it. It's now go.
Are you excited now? Are you excited to watch on Saturday?
I mean, I'm excited for the novelty of it's new, and I listen. I do believe that Evan Mobley is going to get some kiss off this.
Yeah.
I do think so there is the 100-mile view, which is. I don't think you're winning a championship this year, and I'd be very surprised if you got to the NBA Finals. So there's I don't know how much this actually matters. So the intermediate, but yeah, am I excited to continue to watch Cavs basketball? I think that probably coincides, though, Well, they've been playing really good basketball before all these trades.
Well, I mean, yeah. So what, they've won 9 out of their last 11.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've been on a little bit of a tear here. It's going to be interesting to see. He's picking up in an interesting spot because people are they're gonna rewrite it to be like, well, they were already gaining steam right before he even got there. It's like if he comes in there on Saturday and looks like they did last night, we just need to continue the good times going. By the way, 10:30 start times are insane.
Please, thank you, preach.
10:30 start times last night. What? I hate this. What is that?
I'm to the people on the West Coast. You already live.
I got annoyed. I thought it was 10 o'clock, and then I was like, I have another half hour of this.
Yeah,
this pregame show.
I put it on at 10:30, and I was watching it, and I was trying to intently watch it, and I nodded off about 17 times. Our friends on the West Coast, bleep you.
I stay up I do that, but like 10:30 is insane.
No, well, your little ones are getting up early too.
I know. Yeah. They did it again today, Charlotte.
I was a little lucky because
very, very early this morning.
My oldest had delayed start.
I go, it's still dark outside. What are we doing?
See, my oldest had the delayed start. Usually I wake up at 5:30 with her because she had a delayed start. That meant Dad could actually watch most of that game last night. Otherwise, Wednesday, 10:30, no. The hell no.
All right. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan. Appreciate you guys all tuning in.
We didn't talk about the weather, and let me tell you how cold it is.
There's a moment there. I'm like, I'm never complaining about the time guy, but now that I have kids and they're all waking me up at really, really early hours than I ever enjoy. Because like part of why I always stay up late because I always catch every game and I always make sure I watch every game into completion. It's part of what I enjoy in life, and this has been ridiculous.
Yeah, and here's the thing: if I get any bit of blowback on the hydrolonic acid story, I do get to blame it on Baskin and Phelps because they talked about it.
That's the best part. The story came from them, huh?
Yeah, 15 minutes at 12:40 there, Keith. Nick Wilson didn't bring that one to the air.
We haven't gotten a text on it or anything. I think we're okay.
Probably not.
What do you mean probably not?
I've been on one this week.
But that's not because
I put a target on my back.
That's not because of Penisgate.
That's true.
I think we're okay independent of
Maybe
that.
that's the one that cost me.
It might be.
That's the
one.
It
might be.
That's how it was always meant to be.
It was always the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards.
But no, I mean, listen, to me, like this next stretch is interesting because you got Donovan, you got James Harden. Let's see where it goes.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the summer is so much more interesting.
Oh, yeah. And that's why I think this is like a 2-year approach. I really do. And so, like, even if they don't achieve everything everyone wants them to achieve in this postseason, the beautiful thing about this is that the idea that if they look competitive enough, LeBron will then come here or another big-time fish will come here is the hook.
I think
this is all one big audition for that.
I think the problem is they're two big fish. And now the rebuttal will be, well, you never know what's going to shake free, which is fair. To me, it's
two
either
big
LeBron.
fish. Two big fish is more than most off seasons anyway. Though, like two big fish is you got plenty, especially when you be real players. In
but you got to
fish.
catch one of them.
Yeah, but no, you do. This is part of this. Like you do. You have to either get LeBron, you have to either get Giannis, and then we can keep this thing moving. But the idea that, and I think this is really what they were trying to showcase, and why they made the move for Harden, and why they're so all in on all this is because they couldn't sell anyone on. Well, Darius and Donovan is going to be it. No, we've done that for 4 seasons. They couldn't sell anybody on that. They had to showcase not only what Harden could do within this team, but then how this makes Mobley look different, how Donovan all of a sudden morphs into a different player, all these type of things, and it's all based off of this trade initially to then be the selling point. Because LeBron wasn't going to come here if you're another second-round exit.
I think, listen, if LeBron wants to play next year, he's going to play. I'm still not entirely sold he actually wants to play.
I don't think it's an accident that all of a sudden everyone around LeBron's people is like it's an obvious destination. Bill Ryder says 60 to 70%. Like
I think that's because he was here a week ago.
No, that started within the Harden trade, though.
Literally everything that I've heard.
Jason Lloyd article came after the Harden trade.
Yeah, and everything that I heard. No, I'll say it. Everything that I heard in that. Meaning like that was publicized at that James Harden trade is the thing that I heard when LeBron was here.
Yeah,
which is LeBron, if LeBron's either going to come home or he's going to retire. That's all I heard the next day after from anyone I talked to who I reached out to about LeBron or vice versa.
Which makes sense if everyone in Clutch has been telling Darius Garland he's not going to be on the team. For 6 weeks they've been telling him that. The wheels have been in motion on this for a long time.
No. What was the report? 6 weeks?
6 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, but I think you still get LeBron without James Harden. I think LeBron. If LeBron wants to play next year, he's playing next year, whether you trade it for James Harden or not.
I think a big part of that.
Help you?
I think
a
big part of that is them showcasing. And again, this is where the job isn't done. It's still showcasing in this playoffs that LeBron would be entering a team that is contending for an NBA Finals, that is contending deep into the playoffs. Because maybe he watches this postseason and sees Harden with Donovan. Donovan's not the guy to get over the second round, and he never will. If that ends up being the result, he's not coming here. Like you still have to show out here.
216-474-0092. Are you disappointed no other moves were made today and the Cavs remain above the second apron? Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com. We'll talk about the Browns' aggression at upgrading the quarterback spot in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Wash.
Wash Smart Unlimited starting at just $22 a month at any Greater Cleveland Clean Express Auto Wash location. Or treat yourself to the very best signature cleanest Unlimited Wash Club membership for just $42. For locations, hours, or to buy online, visit cleanexpresswash.com today.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. It's Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from favorite shows in The Fan, live and on demand now.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back at Rocket Arena at the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards. Our next guest usually joins us today on Thursdays at 6 p.m., but given the fact that today we're at the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards, like to keep the back half of the show a little more open up, we got to go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline because he's been so generous here, Lance Reisling, Cleveland.com, 92.3 The Fan, to move up for us. Coach, we appreciate you. Welcome back.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. What's going on?
Well, a lot's going on right now. I guess it's interesting. We haven't talked a lot of Super Bowl yet, despite the game coming up this weekend. There's been a lot of talk about the lack of buzz about this game, about the lack of star power, the lack of this, but yet there's the actual game to be played. Do you think the game itself will surpass the alleged lack of buzz that the media claims there is on the Super Bowl?
Oh, absolutely, because both coaches are kind of old school guys. McDonald, Vrabel, they're guys. They're going to play great defense. So I'm not sure how exciting the game's going to be, but it's going to be a well-played football game. These guys are going to be ready to go offensively. We're going to see Sam Darnold, Drake May. I'm interested to see how they do under the lights with this kind of pressure going on them. But I think both teams will be highly prepared for this game. And once again, I think these games that aren't that don't have to live up to the hype, they are usually better, right? Because you're going to see good football, two teams that are playing at their best right now.
What do you make of Drake May? I'm very confused by it. He had one of the best regular seasons you could possibly have while not winning MVP. That'll go to Matthew Stafford. But then this playoffs, he's been pretty bad. Like, there's no other way to sugarcoat it. He has not been good this postseason. 6 fumbles in 3 games, 11 turnovers, more turnovers than touchdown passes, not even close. Like, it's odd, Coach.
Well, one thing is that the run game hasn't been successful. And once again, the run game for me is not always about numbers. It's impactful runs when needed, the balance when you need it. And I think the run game has struggled a little bit more, which has kind of put some pressure on him on some second, third downs. As I watched the film leading up to this, he's a little bit more has been expected of him. Even though he's been outstanding all year, they've played great defense. They've run the ball pretty well. So he's kind of been a piece, and he didn't have to be a bigger piece. When you get in the playoffs, we see it every year. The quarterback has to be a bigger piece, and so there's been a little bit of a struggle there. So you're going to see the Seahawks with that really good defense. They're going to put 8 in that box. They're going to challenge him to throw the ball, especially on first down. If the Patriots have a chance to win, he has to be successful, and he has to be successful on first down.
Coach, 2 of the big talking points this week have been about Max Crosby, who one report by Jake Glazer said that he's expected to not be back in Vegas with the Raiders because he don't want to go through another rebuild. And then obviously Justin Jefferson, who is not asked for a trade but clearly is not happy with the way things went in Minnesota. He talked about rooting for Sam Darnold to win the Super Bowl and the missed opportunity there for the Vikings who let him leave in free agency. So this is a hypothetical question, but it's really built on the premise of an elite top 3 wide receiver versus an elite edge rusher. There's about a year or 2 difference between the players. Who says no to a hypothetical Justin Jefferson for Max Crosby trade?
Well, I would say, I think it have a lot to do with, what is your depth on that side of the ball? Obviously, if you're going to get a quarterback, receiver, what's your quarterback play? What's your run game? What's the nature of your offense at that point in time? Especially, if you're Max Crosby, what are you going into? Are you the only piece? You saw that with Miles this year. Not all of it, but a lot of Miles' success this year came that he had other pieces up front. And when you have other pieces, it's hard to game plan and slide protection and chip you all the time because other guys can do things. So I think it would have to do with, like, where are the offense and defense when these guys were going in. But how about more than that, though, how about the Justin Jefferson interview when he just kind of threw his teammates under the bus on the Super Bowl interviews? That was kind of interesting to me. That's, typical NFL receiver kind of talk there.
All divas, right, Coach?
Well, especially if they don't touch it early. You got to get them touches early. If they're on your team, and my dad always pressed this, if they're on your team and you are, especially in the NFL, you're paying them, then your job as the offensive coordinator is to find touches, because usually it doesn't matter how many yards or anything like that. Those guys just want touches. So create touches early. Jerry Jeudy's a classic example of that. Get him a touch early so he's happy and he plays all game.
All right, so this is I'll localize it more to the Browns. Obviously, Miles is under contract; he's not going anywhere. But the Browns need a number one wide receiver. If Minnesota called you and said, "We'll take Myles Garrett and we'll give you Justin Jefferson," do you say no if you're the Cleveland Browns?
Yes, I say no, and I say no because of the offensive line right now. I think the quarterback position will get better and better with Monken. Obviously, the run game with Junkins is going to get good, but until they improve up front with those guards and center and the physical run game, until they get a tackle that can kick and block some edge rushers, it's not going to matter. So you're going to trade your best defensive player for a receiver that's not going to be able to touch it downfield because they can't pass protect, in 5 and 7 step drops right now. So for me, the situation of the Browns, I would say no, just because offensively they cannot pass protect and they can't get a consistent run game going yet. But obviously that's why Monken's here, and hopefully he can change that.
Oh, so that kind of makes it sound like you're letting Jerry Jeudy off the hook for last year.
No, because I think his body language is irritating at times. And, obviously as a receiver, you're not a pass catcher, you're a receiver. Pass catchers are what you do in 7-on-7, and once again, I always refer to my dad as old school coach, but, receivers are not pass catching guys. If you look at the Rams, they're a classic example of that, where you got to block, you got to make sure if your job is to clear the area so receivers come out open underneath you. There's a whole bunch of things that go into being a complete receiver besides catching the ball. That's just one aspect of it. So, no, I'm not giving him a pass because I think he's got to improve his body language and make sure that he's doing everything he can as a receiver. But Jerry Jeudy has a lot of talent. He just got to go out there and prove it, and hopefully the consistency with a scheme that's based on getting touches instead of over a system will help Jerry Jeudy.
All right, so let's get to the quarterback position. Todd Monken on the Browns YouTube channel with Nathan Zagura the other day, yesterday, talked about the quarterback position and said he's excited to coach up the guys they have here, but he's also potentially excited to add another maybe quarterback or two to that room. So because you've got Deshaun under contract, Shedeur and Dillon going to year 2 of their rookie contracts, how aggressive should the Browns be at upgrading the QB spot this offseason?
Well, I think before that, you got to upgrade, as I said earlier, you got to upgrade the offensive line and the pass catchers. Until you do that, you're not going to get a true kind of measurement of that quarterback spot. I think the young quarterbacks have done enough, especially Shedeur. They've made enough plays where you can say, hey, these guys with proper coaching. And that's the thing you're going to get out of Monken, is that he's going to maximize the talent of all 3 of these guys. Now, I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but if healthy, Deshaun will be in this mix because, obviously Monken is a guy, this is a fresh start for everybody. And that's part of the ripple effect of, losing your head coach, is that Monken doesn't care what happened with Deshaun Watson leading up to this year. He doesn't care where guys were drafted. The best guy's going to play. And, obviously if winning games is the most important thing, it might be Deshaun in week 1, and if he's healthy. Now, I think Deshaun Watson is a fantastic talent. I'm not sure how much more his body can take, but we'll see because, again, I think Monken's going to maximize. Now, if you ask me what I would do, I would go out and get Garrett Nussmeier. I think he's a guy who will be around late day 2 or into day 3. They had a terrible year this year. He didn't have a great year, but there's a guy with a lot of tools that comes from a football background that I think is going to be a really good pro quarterback.
Coach, I just keep thinking about Todd Monken and how he's been with so many quarterbacks, but he made Stetson Bennett look really good. Obviously, he's had Lamar Jackson and some real treats to work with. But Stetson Bennett, he did the back-to-back national titles. He did a lot with very little there. And when you have a guy like that, I just feel like he's very confident in what his abilities are into getting the most out of quarterbacks. Is he going to fall susceptible to the idea that he can fix Deshaun Watson? Is that the type of thing that in his brain he'll be like, I can still it was there before, I can do something with that? that, or will he not look at it that way?
No, he'll just look at it and see whatever Deshaun can do within whatever he's trying to teach him. And if Deshaun can't do it, then that'll be it for him. The thing that's great about Monken is that, it's very much like Schwartz on the defensive side of the ball. This is not a guy that focuses on what you can't do. He focuses on what you can do. And there's a lot of us coaches that, we always say, hey, we're going to make this guy be better. Well, sometimes you don't need to do that. It's just like when you heard in his press conference, he said, well, what do you want to do offensively? And basically wants to score more points than the other team. And sometimes that's 7-6, sometimes that's 48-41. And really it comes down to winning and losing. And that's the same thing when you're evaluating these guys. How do these guys help us score points? How do these guys and that's what's great about his offense. This is not a wide zone boot offense. This is, because he's a veteran, he's 60 years old, he's been around a lot of different offenses, and he can kind of morph whatever needs to be done with the gap scheme, zone scheme, in and outs, high lows. He can do whatever you want offensively, whatever the strengths are. And that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a week-to-week plan that matches the defense you play. The Browns' best players will attack the worst players of the defense. It sounds kind of simple, but a lot of guys don't do that. And that's what Monken will do. He will, early on, guys like, I guarantee you, if Judy's here, Judy's going to get early touches because Monken's an older guy and he knows a guy like Judy needs an early touch. Fannin, Junkins, these guys, they'll go out and get a couple guys, but the best guys are going to touch it. It's not scheme-based, it's players-based, and that's what should make fans very excited about Todd Monken. And even though he's older, he still does a lot of new things offensively, especially with pre-snap movement. I think Todd Monken has a chance to be pretty good pretty fast.
I know you like an early touch there, Coach. Before we let you go, 15 seconds. Give us your Super Bowl prediction.
Well, I think the Seahawks are going to be too much defensively, and I think Sam Darnold's playing a high level. I got the Seahawks. I think that it's going to be a fairly high-scoring game. I'm going to go 28-17 Seahawks.
All right, all the credibility's on that one. Coach, great stuff as always, buddy, and we'll see you around the building.
I appreciate you guys. We'll talk soon.
Lance Reisland, 92.3 The Fan, Cleveland.com on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Just talking about all the touches. I thought we were vibing there. We will react to what Coach had to say and talk about perception in Browns quarterbacks in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Nick Wilson here again for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. The Ohio winters, especially hard on the roof of your home. And
hot seat.
We take you through the schedule game like never before.
And we finally share our thoughts about Bad Bunny at the halftime show. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app. I'm very nervous to do that now. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Come on.
Don't do it.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin at the Rocket Arena here. Things are heating up. We got food coming out here.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, I've already got a couple sources on food.
You mean sources on food?
As I've had to make my way to Tinkletown over across the way.
Yeah.
Hey, big man, you need some food. You come over here. I got my guy right out here in front. I got many sources here for food if I want.
Do you have sources of food, or do you have options for food? Are people offering you food
on the sly?
Well, yeah. I mean, this food isn't for us.
Yeah.
And so if they offered you food, it would have to be like there's definitely like I don't know. Can they get fired for offering us food?
No.
Or offering you food. I want no part of this.
Yeah, I think because of your pro Harden stance.
Yeah.
I think you're clear.
Well, I should be in the.
They might get promoted if you get it.
Yeah, okay,
good. But for me, it's like
it actually really would be funny if the Cavs were the amount of petty where they like came on out and like gave me like a whole cake and everything and was like, for you, Mr. Peterlin, here you go, here's some sirloin right here for you.
And then they just put like an arm up.
Yeah, and then they looked you dead in your eyes and like nothing for you, man. You don't get any.
All right, here's the thing.
That'd be really funny to me.
It'd be really funny to me.
I know. I know.
The problem.
We'd both have a really good laugh about it.
Yeah, like I would like, and I'd still get my food, by the way, because
well, I wouldn't let you go
dominance.
Hungry. I wouldn't let you go hungry. I'd break you off a piece.
But then my reversed act of dominance would be eating their food right in front of them.
See, we still got it anyway.
And then I'd get tased.
What have you been offered in this building? I've been offered nothing.
No, I can't talk about it. I can't. I would just let it be known I got spaces to go. If you need some, if you're feeling
no, I'm good.
malnourished.
I brought my own sandwich. I think I'm going to be able to make it. I got a yogurt. I might be able to. I should be fine. But it depends what you have offering.
Nah, I can't do that. It's a blind offer for you. I know what I got. But you just kind of got to go, do you want something, do you not want something? I can't let all this. I got sources.
It's all right. I want to go bid on some of the sports items over there in the corner.
There's a Taylor Swift, allegedly, signed acoustic guitar.
Yeah.
If we had told Ross Tucker this yesterday, he would have flown back to San Francisco and stolen the thing today.
I watched one episode of Pawn Stars where this guy brought in a Taylor Swift signed guitar, and he thought it was worth like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And he's like, well, where'd you get it? He's like, well, I bought it at one of the, it was a charity auction. I was at this event and everything. He's like, I hate to break it to you. That's a fake signature. And so now I'm just convinced. I'm just convinced they're all fake signatures now.
I don't even know. I remember once I had something I thought was worth a couple $100, and it turned out to be like worth $25. And it was like I had the worst week of my life with that. I still am not over it.
Now I need to know what it is. Is that your food guy?
I'm not going to tell you.
Do I want a drink? No, I'm okay.
So that's my drink guy.
I'm okay. Just
that's my drink guy.
He tells me he has all sorts of guys around here.
I got guys everywhere.
I didn't know if that was this food guy just popping up. You're the drink guy.
Well, we don't have to put Woodward and Bernstein.
I just met your drink guy.
You met one of my drink guys. I could have multiple drink guys.
I didn't know how many guys you have. Coca-Cola. That's your offer. That's a nice offer.
But it's worse when he says you got water, you got Coca-Cola.
Thank you. I like Diet Coke. It's a great offer.
Now, all this being said.
Wait, what did he say when he left?
I do not know. Simpler times.
Did you say watch your mouth, buddy?
Which one?
I think to me.
Yeah.
I think he looked me in the eyes. Guy. He's like, watch your mouth, buddy.
That is my guy right there.
This isn't real life. This is a radio show. Off the air, I'll apologize.
Please, sir. Can I have some of your shrimp?
Didn't mean to upset you with your fake Taylor Swift autographs. I'm so sorry.
Now, let's get to quarterback perception in the Cleveland Browns. It was interesting. Tim Hasselbeck, and this audio has kind of made its rounds here. Tim Hasselbeck was on Get Up yesterday and said something about Shedeur Sanders and where he is in his career that has upset quite a bit of people.
I think there are things he does at the position extremely well that you need to be able to do well to play in the National Football League. I actually think, that's the good side of it. I think the bad side of it for him, I just think physically there are limitations that he has as a player that don't know that anyone is building around that. Could he end up, playing in the league for 10 years, in some role as a backup and then maybe get an opportunity to play? Sure, he could. But I don't think that anybody, listen, There isn't a single team of the 32 that would look at him right now and be like, yep, I want to build around that guy. It's not, I'm not saying that to be demeaning or mean. That is the reality of who he actually is as a player and how he is viewed, quite frankly, consensusly around the league.
All right, I know that this was part of a bigger conversation. This feels like the biggest no-duh, the most basic duh comment I've heard from an NFL analyst on Shedeur Sanders. He's a fifth-round pick that you and I both think had a greater value than that last year. Yeah. And his numbers aren't top 20. Like, yes, I can say this about every quarterback in the NFL that isn't named Shedeur Sanders. So I know they were having an extended conversation about Shedeur, but, like, I guess I kind of looked at this and went, to me, this is like low-hanging fruit that Tim Hasselbeck was like, well, I'm going to get a couple clicks on saying this. Yeah. When honestly, I can say this of all but maybe 15 quarterbacks in the NFL.
It's a good point. It does kind of feel like he's like kicking a man while he's down almost. And I don't even think Shedeur, by the way, looks at it as being down. I think Shedeur looks at it as like, did you see the offensive line I had? Did you see the receivers I had? And did you see the situation that I had?
Yeah, and I think, like, listen, I know Shedeur is very PR forward, very PR conscious. And I understand that, even the thing we talked about yesterday when we had a disagreement about him talking about, this would have killed other men. And I thought, well, that's a little heavy-handed how you're talking about it. The truth is, I understand that the way Deion has always thought is to attack narratives, and I get that. And I think Shedeur's very similar in the way of trying to be proactive about that and be
you make the narrative
friendly
before they can do it for you.
And I get that. Here's the thing. There's only one thing from here that can change the narrative on Shedeur, and that is winning the quarterback job this summer, and that is playing better than he did as a rookie.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for the next 6 or 7 months, there's nothing he can do.
Yes.
Like, it's out of his hands. Like, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Like, you made this bed for better or worse, and now you got to lie in it, and this is just the reality. And do I think he'll overcome this? Time will tell if he'll overcome this. But, as of right now, like, it's there's nothing you can do for the next 6 or 7 months in order to change Hasselbeck's opinions or anybody else's opinions when it comes to if they were a hater before, they haven't moved off that.
So it's tough for me to call Tim Hasselbeck a hater. I just think he was an opportunist. I think he was using Shedeur as an easy stanchion to make a statement that can be made. Like, part of my problem yesterday with Shedeur was what Shedeur went through last year outside of the 4-quarterback room, but what Shedeur went through was a pretty typical 5th-round pick kind of lifestyle. And I understand that's humbling, but welcome to the NFL. My thing with Tim Hasselbeck is okay, you're not going to talk about you would be talking about this with any other 5th-round pick, whether he's a quarterback, Shedeur, or a damn center.
Yeah, but so the problem, though, or the difference is that any other 5th-round pick doesn't get talked about on ESPN on a daily basis. You know what I mean? Like any other 5th-round pick, and this is the difference, and I think that Shedeur was trying to emphasize, is that like the part of his life that is different is that the attention that gets put on him and the conversations that get put on him, and then everything associated with it is not that of a 5th-round pick or someone that only played 7 games in his rookie season. It just isn't. It's not of anybody unless you're, I don't know, one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. You get talked about the same way that Shedeur gets talked about.
Now, what I think is interesting is, again, because we're talking about perception, because other than that, we're talking about 7 games.
Yeah, and it's tough because, like, what can he do? Come out and say he's confident and arrogant or whatever you want to say? Like, I mean, he's going to have confidence in himself, but, like, that's it. Shedeur Sanders having confidence isn't going to change Hasselbeck's opinion about what he can and cannot do on the football field.
But I do think what's interesting is, and I thought it was a fair perception for the supporters out there who said he's not getting a fair chance or he's not getting any chance compared to what Dillon Gabriel got and Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. That's fair. Like, the early returns were Shedeur got morsels and everybody else who, as they struggled mightily in their more expansive reps, while Shedeur did a very good job that we all saw in camp in limited reps, like, I understood that. That was fair. And the Stefanski stuff was fair until Kevin kind of embraced him once he started starting. Like, there were so much of the perceptional things that I did agree with on how Shedeur was talked about. I am curious how Shedeur supporters now feel about this chance going forward.
Well, he's got a chance. Is I think the big idea.
Oh, see, that's interesting because I haven't sussed it out or read it out yet because I think you will get as fair of a chance as you're going to get in the NFL with Todd Monken because it's not like Todd's going to look here and go, well, I got so many other options I can just kick you out the door for.
So as of right now, Monken seems like a breath of fresh air, right? Like Monken is not Stefanski, so that's a good thing. There's a leg up just in the idea that you're going to have somebody that isn't Stefanski in charge. I think that's number one. Number two on this, though, is the idea that he did just enough. It's not like he blew everyone's socks off with how he played, but he did just enough to showcase to people that if he ended up winning the starting job next year, no one in the NFL is going to be surprised by it. In that same conversation, though, the job is nowhere close to being done. Like, it's just a competition. Like, they're the same world where Shedeur gets to start week 1 next year and never lets up the job and is just off to the races and is great. There's another world that exists out there where a different quarterback comes in, beats out Shedeur for the job, and then we don't see Shedeur be a starter for years with an S. Like, that's the weird part about being a Shedeur supporter right now, is as talented as you can think he is, he didn't do enough to close the conversation shut on any other quarterbacks coming in.
I just think what's interesting about the Browns quarterback room with Shedeur, Deshaun, and Dillon right now today is interesting. They could make it more interesting by signing Malik Willis and trading Dillon Gabriel. My point is, it's not a great quarterback room in terms of what your expectations are going to be off of based off what happened as recently.
Right, sure, yeah.
But yet it's incredibly interesting because you could be incredibly aggressive and replace 2 or 3 of the guys in that room this offseason, or you could just say, we're going to be aggressive in every other part here, and we're just going to let the quarterback thing play itself
So that'd
out.
be the hope. Like, if you're a Shedeur fan, that's got to be the hope, is that you go really hard at addressing the offensive line and the wide receiver room. You change that up on its head, and then you turn around and you give whatever quarterback a chance to win out the race, whatever you want to call it, and you'd think it'd be Shedeur then, and then you're off to the races. Because, the worst thing that can happen is you kind of, softly address the wide receivers and, softly make a plan of, 1 or 2 offensive linemen, nothing crazy, and then you throw them out there you're throwing them to the wolves once again. That's the worst case scenario.
And I do think, that's Andrew Berry again earlier this week preached a little bit of patience. And with love and respect to Andrew Berry, to hell with that. I'll have patience at the quarterback position.
That was so dumb, though. Can we talk about that for a second?
You may.
That's the same guy that said this isn't baseball and it doesn't take 5 years. It's the same guy that wanted to preach patience in that moment.
Yeah, great point, because this will be year 2 of the rebuild. I will give them, I don't want to say give me, but the last year of Deshaun starting fully, that was everything fell apart, and you've been trying to build back from that moment. Well, this last year was year 1. Yeah, right. 2025 was year 1 of the rebuild. Year 2, it doesn't take 3 years.
It doesn't take that long in the NFL. It just doesn't. You get to turn this thing around as quick as you want. I mean, look at all the teams. Look at Patriots in 1 year, Jacksonville in 1 year. All these teams in one season go from a 4-win team to what you're seeing right now. 4-win team in the Super Bowl this weekend.
So
it's crazy.
But I do think, getting back to that flexibility of aggressiveness.
Yeah.
You can sell me on Shedeur, Deshaun, and Dillon, or Shedeur, Deshaun, and Carson Beck, or whatever the arrangement is for this year, but only if I see a number 1 wide receiver and a brand new refurbished offensive line.
Right, because that's going to be the part that'll make people like myself and people that like Shedeur as much as we do. I think we're going to get upset with that idea, and I'm curious if you're included in this as well. Like the idea that if you just kind of half-ass put this football team together and don't give them any real upgrades, how could you expect anything to be drastically different then?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that will upset me is you don't have to be bad this year. And I know that we're playing a catch-22 here, because if you're too good, you might miss out on that quarterback next year. Mm-hmm. And I understand that this is going to be another thing that we wage all season long. At the same point, then put proper protocols in place, like another trade down to get yourself another first, so that you have the ammo next year to make that happen.
Well,
don't put it all on losing next season, because you need to win with this head coach. He is a 59-year-old head coach who the buy-in around the NFL isn't there, and I don't know the buy-in with Andrew Berry internally is there, no matter what anybody says. You need to win more than 5 games this year, while also understanding you might need to find your quarterback in next year's draft.
I thought the Saints' philosophy was really interesting. They wanted to make sure they had everything figured out before they threw Tyler Shuck out there to give him the best chance. So part of their idea was they weren't going to start him because they wanted to make sure they had everything set, and then they put him out there. And you're figuring out what you have to do as an NFL team. Do you build the team first, or do you just get the quarterback first and then rally everyone else around it? It's always a fascinating discussion.
So Tim Hasselbeck, the lesser of the 2 Hasselbecks, was on Get Up and said no NFL team wants to build around Shedeur today. which does feel a little bit on the nose. But what can Shedeur do to change the perception? The problem is, over the next 6 months, nothing. Well, that's not true. He can win the job, but that's going to be 6 months in the making. And the all-too-honest Justin Jefferson that we're all signing up for in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time. And if you can't do that, get it right the next time. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Bookman & Son. Josh Bookman and his team do such a great job of helping you and me and anyone that comes into the store there in Brecksville of getting it right the first time, or if it's your next time buying jewelry, getting it right then. And I didn't have that luxury. I didn't know about Josh and his team 20 years ago when I was getting ready to propose to Vanessa. And so I went to a big box jewelry store, and I got ripped off on every level, including customer service and price. And that simply is not tolerable. And one of my favorite things is I met Josh through the station.
custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
The home of Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
Please welcome the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I've been hearing a couple, Mafia fans talking a little bit here and there, but I'm a Viking, so.
Justin Jefferson, Vikings wide receiver, when asked by Kay Adams on Up and Adams on Radio Row about the Bills fans' interest in him, I do like that he admits, oh, yeah, I've heard from those fans, but I'm a Viking for now.
Yeah, for now. Okay.
For now. If you guys missed a moment in our show, for instance, talking about skiing and maybe getting some lift in skiing and quick hits, however you want to listen, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
It's a very confusing tease if you didn't listen to the show previously.
That is true, but I just didn't want to say
skiing.
I didn't want to say what gate it was anymore. I haven't said it. You've said it about 7 times.
It's something you can say on the radio.
It is something you can say. You're right. You are anatomically correct, and you are correct by FCC guidelines.
Is that just a line you do not cross?
Wouldn't it be funny if that's the one?
It sounds like it might be.
Yeah. Well, I it's a little on the, well, it's not on the nose, but it's on the something. Like, it's just, we're just going to take this word and put gate behind it. That's not as like.
Just keep saying this word.
But everything's a gate. Not everything can be a gate. Watergate was 50-some years ago, guys. I think we got to get a new. I'm not naming it after that. Good Lord, there's
Deflategate.
Yeah,
Spygate.
But everything derives from Watergate.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Now, this being said,
and now we have Penisgate.
We'll always have it, really. If you got enough hydrolonic acid, you can always have it.
I like how thrown off you are that I'm just so comfortable saying it.
Because you're the uptight one on the show, and when you're like, I'm gonna go guns a-blazing here, that's not good for me. You're supposed to keep me in check. Don't you know that?
I know. But every now and again, we just step over that line, and it is what it is. But not this time. It's all within FCC rules. We're good.
No.
We're good.
Justin Jefferson. I got to say, Justin Jefferson is the rightful sequel to Myles Garrett on Radio Row last year.
Okay, so I think Max Crosby was trying to be it through Jay Glazer and everybody else.
Didn't have the stones to do it. Got to get some hydrolonic acid there, Max.
He didn't actually show up and do anything about it. And so I kind of love the idea that athletes are using, or NFL players are using Radio Row as like, this is when I tell everyone how frustrated I am and I have a problem with all of you people, and this is where you're going to hear about it.
All right, so
it's their version of Festivus.
So since Monday, let's try and catalog all the things Justin Jefferson has said that maybe the Vikings wouldn't like. He said they clearly made a mistake. No, it was if Sam Darnold was their quarterback this year, they'd be in the playoffs. Yes.
Yeah, they would have won more games, and it was like obviously that we would have won more games.
He also went out and said would try to talk about looking themselves in the mirror, and then he said, "Well, I don't have to, but my teammates do,"
which is really funny. Takes no responsibility or accountability at all, but is really funny.
Well, what more could he have done? He can't throw himself the ball. He's kind of got a point there.
I'm not saying he's wrong.
But you just don't say it.
That's what this week has been about.
He was asked about Bills fans' interest. He's like, yeah, I see him. But I'm a Viking. And then he was asked about, and this is, so have I missed anything to this point other than the J.J. McCarthy stuff we're about to play?
No, I think you got it.
So then he was asked again on Up and Adams, and Kay did a great interview with him if you guys haven't seen the whole thing, but he was asked about his quarterback and the state of the quarterback position and how the Vikings get better.
If I want things to change, if that's going to be my quarterback, that's not my decision. I don't care who's throwing me that ball. That's not my main priority. I don't really care who's going to be throwing that ball, but that person that's throwing that ball needs to throw that ball and needs to lead us into that big dance at the end of the season. So as of right now, JJ is my quarterback. So for me, it's to get him to where we need to go, and it starts off right now in off season and getting better now.
That starts with an oof and ends with an oof. If that's my quarterback, And then he says at the end,
well, was that even like the trade, or was that even just JJ might not be the quarterback next year?
I think, yes. You can read
you know
this
what I mean?
in any which way you want.
He's right to say it that way. If we're going to give him the credit for what we did previously, we got to give him the credit for the idea he doesn't know who his quarterback's going to be next year.
And listen, we'll get to the Cleveland part of this later in the show. It would not surprise me if the Vikings, not just, I think they're going to bring in like a Kirk Cousins or an Aaron Rodgers, regardless. So bringing in a veteran quarterback and to probably usurp JJ. It wouldn't surprise me, given that the reports are, who knows if this is actually true, because one side's reporting and the other is being blamed for, staying home with his kid after he was born for 2 weeks.
Using paternity leave.
How dare he? But I actually kind of agree with some of what Albert said 2 days ago, but that's neither here nor there. But if Kwesi wanted J.J. McCarthy and Kevin O'Connell doesn't, there's really nothing that J.J. McCarthy can do that he hasn't done the last 2 years to sway Kevin. If Kevin O'Connell's not on his side now, he never will be.
Yeah, so if the reports are that Kevin O'Connell was like, he was telling everybody that would listen, JJ isn't it, JJ isn't good in practice, JJ doesn't know what he's doing, like if that continues to be the trend, like you have a new GM in there, you're going to have a new GM in there, new people in charge, you have no loyalty to JJ McCarthy. Like now's the time to split.
Yeah, and I think if you're Justin Jefferson, I think this is an important part that you can love up J.J. McCarthy and also utilize the leverage that you have as of right now. I mean, I know Kevin O'Connell's the head coach, so he's kind of the face of the franchise too, but Justin Jefferson's the face of the offense. So you do have leverage here, and I don't know he'll do it. Like this is all the things that he said are actually pretty tame, and you can walk back from. Like he hasn't asked for a trade. He hasn't really gone hardcore on the franchise.
Right.
But I just, as a thought exercise, I thought about this driving in.
Okay.
We were in this situation last year trying to find the value for Myles Garrett.
And it was 3 firsts is basically what we all kind of came to the agreement of.
But I think when you get to player-for-player trades, which are really hard to make happen.
Yeah.
Like when we've talked about Lamar to Vegas, it was the first pick and Max Crosby for 30-year-old Lamar. That doesn't, I understand why people say that's the price. It might be the price, but that seems astronomical for a 30-year-old quarterback that half of his living is made off those legs. I will throw you, though.
Okay.
Max Crosby, the coward's way with Jay Glazer, saying, I would like to he's very unlikely to be back in Vegas. So Max potentially
wants out. He's done with this, apparently.
If Justin is wanting to be traded, all right, the Raiders are going to need a number 1 wide receiver to go with that guy named Fernando Mendoza. You could do worse than getting Justin Jefferson for Max Crosby. As a matter of fact, I don't know you could do better than that. And from the Vikings side of things, you get an elite player that's still just 28 going on 29 years old that has probably 3 to 5 years left. So is Justin Jefferson maybe the second best wide receiver in the NFL with Max Crosby, who's maybe the, 3rd, 4th, or 5th best edge rusher in the NFL?
Yeah, first of all, I don't know. Justin Jefferson, I might have to I move him down my rankings. Last year going into the season, it was Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. I think now it goes any combination of Puka, JSN into then the Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. So in a weird twist, I think he actually might be playing in the same stratosphere that Max Crosby is as an edge rusher. I think he might be there as wide receiver. Like, they might be playing in the same category of where I think they both are right now.
I just think it's interesting in how I want to build a team. I would take an elite edge.
That's the question. You're taking the edge or you're taking it over the wide receiver. And if you follow the money and the contracts on all this, the NFL world is basically split 50-50 down the middle on this, because the same time Myles Garrett makes $41 million, Jamar Chase makes $41 million.
Exactly.
So it really comes down to a preference thing. Now, if I was the Vikings, I think that is a much bigger blow losing Justin Jefferson than what I would think it would be with the Raiders losing Max Crosby.
Yeah, because, so I guess I would look at it listen, you do have Jordan Addison in Minnesota. That has not gone all the way you wanted to, but that's at least a worthy player to have there. It's not like you're leaving whatever your quarterback is with nothing. The problem is if you're trading Justin Jefferson, it should be for a pathway to a better quarterback. And Max Crosby added to an elite defense doesn't really help you the way you wanted. I do think the JJ for Miles thing is fascinating. I'm not trading Miles. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that.
But for
Coach Riz did not want to say that, by the way.
He did not want
to. He
to.
knew this thing was going to get clipped by Keith immediately, sent all the way across the whole everything.
A little disappointed. Wanted him to go full get up.
He
Wanted
wasn't
him to go
gonna.
full Tim Hasselbeck on get up.
Yep, he wasn't going to.
But
hey, shocker. Local Cleveland guy doesn't want to trade Myles Garrett.
But I think the reason why it's interesting is, one, Miles is a year older than Max. And two, Miles for Justin Jefferson, Miles is the best defensive player in the NFL. And is a clear
noticeable
level above
difference,
Max Crosby.
Yeah.
And Justin Jefferson's everything you've been missing for the last 5 years. What you wanted Odell to be, certainly.
I think the convo comes down to preference. I think it comes down to what you prefer in your team. And the past couple years have spoiled me on defense, but it has not done me any favors for thinking that defense wins championships in the NFL in any sort of significant way, because we've had one of the best defenses in the NFL, and it's gotten us 5 wins last year. And so it's that one hurt. I've always been pro-offense. You know this about me, and I'm way more offense than I am defense.
Oh, I feel the swerve coming, you coward.
What swerve?
You're gonna say you wouldn't trade Miles
What
for
swerve?
You're pro-offense. I'm a trenches guy, so I couldn't possibly trade Myles Garrett for Justin Jefferson, but you're an offense guy.
Yeah, that's the whole point. The setup was there, and now you spoiled it.
Oh,
you spoiled the setup?
Wait, were you going to say you would?
Now I'm not saying it. Now I'm not even going to say it.
Now I feel bad.
The setup was there. We were in the moment. We were driving down the field. We were going to land the plane.
That's on me.
And then you just swerved right in.
Yeah, I'm going to say right now, that's on me.
And now the best you're going to get out of me now? Obviously, yes, I'm a pro-offensive guy. Do I think Justin Jefferson does more for this team? And you want to just move it to the Raiders convo? Do I think he helps out the Raiders more? Yes, I do, by a lot than what anyone on the defensive side of the ball could do.
So you pivoted it back to the Raiders.
Because I'm so upset with you right now. You ruined me landing it, so were
you going to say you would trade JJ for Miles?
Yeah, I think I would. I think there's a lot of people that would strongly disagree with that sentiment, but yeah, I think they need so much help on the offensive side of the ball. And would your defense take a hit? Of course it would take a hit. You're still going to have a defensive line that is great. You still have all sorts of good players up and down the D-line. You still have Denzel Ward. You still have all sorts of great players. You kidding me? Schlesinger, everything you have. The defense wouldn't fold like a cheap suit. The offense needs help in a big-time way. Justin Jefferson makes any quarterback instantly look like they can thrive. Including a bad J.J. McCarthy last year. The best he looked is when he was throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson in any manner.
I think wide receivers are incredibly important. Hot take. I just think the trenches and the quarterback play is more important. Like, I think you can win championships with the 10th best wide receiver as opposed to the first best or second best wide receiver. I think what's fascinating is if Miles were traded last year, I think you would have gotten 3 firsts for him.
Well, I think the really fascinating thing is the idea that now both on the defensive side of the ball and the offense and wide receivers, the two positions not at quarterback that are making the most amount of money, go up and down the list of the highest paid defensive ends and the highest paid wide receivers, and it's a lot of people that didn't appear in the postseason this last year. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of Max Crosby's. It's a lot of Trey Hendricksons. It's a lot of Myles Garrett's. It's a lot of those type of guys. Meanwhile, if you go for the wide receivers, you're doing the same storyline essentially. Like when you go from the highest paid at their position, that's Jamar Chase, that is Justin Jefferson. It's kind of weird how that's worked out.
So it's just interesting. If we traded Miles last offseason, I think you would have gotten 3 firsts. Where if you tried to trade Justin Jefferson, I think the best you're getting is 2 firsts. So I do think if we're talking picks for player, I think there's a discrepancy in the value, even with how they're paid.
Yeah.
But I think the closest you can get in 1-for-1 is Miles for Jamar Chase or Miles for Justin Jefferson. Again, I would choose Trench. And it's not about Miles. I feel the same way about Max Crosby. The Fernando Mendoza thing makes it interesting for Vegas, but I would choose the Trench player, the guy that gets after the quarterback, because I still think you're either trying to stop touchdowns or create them, and I think great quarterbacks can create touchdowns without great wide receivers.
Well, and so that's why the answer, though, if you're talking about what would you trade for Myles Garrett, you're probably, if you're a GM, you're choosing the 3 first-round picks than you'd ever be choosing Justin Jefferson in this equation. You're getting more off of choosing, hey, the Lions want to give me 3 first, or the Eagles want to give me 3 first, than just doing an easy swap.
I feel bad. You were really cooking. I was like Shaq in 2008. I clogged the lane there.
That's okay.
No. Hey. My bad.
That's fine.
That made a sound. That was skin right there.
What did you hit?
It was my man.
You a lot of moob.
My flesh up here. A lot of moob. Yeah, got full contact. There was liftage.
I could hear it.
There was liftage. All right, so this is a hypothetical based off Justin Jefferson clearly doing everything he can to make his organization uncomfortable. Justin Jefferson for Max Crosby, who says no. Justin Jefferson for Myles Garrett, who says no. And new expectations for your Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
AmericanEagle.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
But that's not Donovan's job. Donovan's job is not to run in my office and tell me to go get this player or make this move. Do we want his input? Absolutely. Just like I want my head coach's input. Just like I want my staff's input. You know, a lot goes into decision making and evaluation. And there's future outlooks that we wouldn't even talk to Donovan about from a financial implication standpoint.
Koby Altman, Cavs president of basketball operations, earlier this hour pushing back on the notion that Donovan Mitchell had a say in the James Harden trade for the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Because apparently he thinks the rest of us don't know how the NBA works.
He thinks we're just idiots, apparently. I think it's so funny he had to put that on the record, though. Like, he had to make sure everyone knew that this was his call. This was his. Yeah, he took input from Donovan. Okay, Kobe, okay.
I also he's like, there are aspects of this we don't run by him. The financial implications, because Donovan doesn't care.
Yeah, the boring stuff.
Donovan, we're not going to get below the second apron. Should we still do it?
I imagine being Donovan is kind of like Mac doing the NBA trade machine, where he's like, wait, does this work? Okay, good. All right, I want that name, and that's you figure out the rest, but you make it work.
It's funny to me. There was in listening to and watching some of the clips, there was a slight defensiveness about Kobe today.
I love that he wants credit in this. I love this.
Why?
Because it shows that it's not necessarily, yes, it's a Donovan motivated move and all this, but like there's a part of him that believes in what they're trying to do, not only for this season, but obviously then in acquiring LeBron in this offseason as well.
Yeah.
I like that. I think he understands this is going to age. And a chance maybe 5 years from now to maybe age poorly, but there's also a chance that this ages really well, and he wants a piece of the credit here.
Yeah, then take the credit once the success has happened.
Well,
Taking credit before the success happens feels a little...
Well, so you could do the Brandon Beane, where you take all the credit for it in the moment, and then when it blows up like Keon Coleman...
You play the victim?
You then are like, well, that wasn't our decision.
Yeah, I have kids, guys. My kids hear about this. If I hear one more person in a public spot be like, guys, my kids hear things too. And you know what I tell them? Yeah. It doesn't matter. As long as you're safe, it doesn't matter. People say things about Dad. Dad's a fat, loud mouth. Sorry if you get blowback, kid.
Are we talking about you now or someone else? I'm very confused.
All of us. We are a community. Me and Kobe, same guy.
Same guy.
Many people have said it.
Are your kids coming home being like, "Hey, Dad, can you not speak that way on the radio?"
No, actually, it's funny. I was with the right one today.
Yeah.
When something happened, so Olivia has had kind of like an upper respiratory thing, so we took her to the doctor today. She's okay, by the way.
Good.
Still was able to go to school, just needed some meds.
Good.
But the doctor, about halfway through, stopped, and she goes, "Wait, are you the Nick Wilson?"
The?
She listens
like
to
your
the
Ohio
show.
State.
She listens to the show
Yeah.
every day on the way home.
Nice.
And I got the one person in my house that when somebody does this to me,
likes it,
loves it.
That's fun.
Could not love it. Like the twins get embarrassed. Vanessa goes, "Oh, here goes this ego." Olivia was like clapping. And by the way, this doctor's awesome because not only
it makes them awesome immediately, right?
Well, here was the one thing she did note. She agrees with me a lot, and there was an inference that a doctor, very smart person,
yeah,
very knowledgeable person, they go to school for a long time,
yeah,
that she agrees with me far more often than she agrees with, like a very learned person.
Yeah,
is very pro Nick Wilson.
They do so much studying, they're not really great sports fans because they just came out of medical school and they're not really watching sports. They're doing the studying of, medical practices.
I mean, no. She's got college kids, so she's been out of school.
Oh, good.
She is learned. She is well beyond her years.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you got that from her then.
I'm glad, too.
I'm glad. I'm very glad.
And I asked if it was okay that I said this on air so that then I could tell you a doctor thinks I'm smarter.
Okay. Now I get to tell you a story. Saturday, I went to the Chabad, and this guy, this is a real story, and wasn't going to say this, but now I got to say it. Went to the Chabad, and this guy goes, yeah, I really wish they would just give you the show and she could do it by herself because Nick's got a lot of shtick, and I can't stand the shtick. And I said, but you like the show? He says, yeah, I like the show.
What's his name? Put his name on it.
I'm not putting his name on it.
Oh, you coward.
I'm not putting his name on it.
I don't think this man exists.
He does exist. You can ask Elise. You can ask her in between the break.
Those are very
I swear to God.
specific details.
That's why it happened.
Because you knew
they were
I
very
wasn't
specific.
at the Chabad on Saturday.
They were very specific for a reason because they happened. You can't just make up, I went to the Chabad Saturday and somebody said your partner has too much shtick and I wish you had the show by yourself.
I'm going to say it right now.
You can't just make that up.
I'll say it right now.
Now, the wild part about it is Elise is right there. And
she was nodding
the
whole time.
And Elise, afterwards, she goes, so what happens when somebody did, because she knew I just got uncomfortable and I wasn't going to be like, very nice guy. Like, he said a lot of really nice things about me. That's what I liked. But I wasn't going to be like, whoa, yeah, he does have a lot of shtick. I was like, I just stayed quiet because I can't be like, I don't agree with you.
Because it's going to get back to me
because it's awkward. I don't know what to do with that. And so it was a very uncomfortable situation from that perspective. But he was very nice, and then, but at least like, what do you do in those moments? And I'm like, you saw it.
I'm gonna tell you,
you saw it. I just stand there. I don't have anything to add when you're dogging my partner.
I'm gonna tell you, Barry from the Chabad, meet me in Temecula.
Is that it?
I'll show you my shtick, and I'm gonna bring some hyaluronic acid.
That's what he said. Like,
and we're going to meet.
Because you just got so much
in
shtick.
Downtown. Okay, I was going to say downtown Pound Town. That's a different place.
He also did it like a not for me type thing. It's so funny to me. But of course I had to be like, I don't know. Thanks for saying the nice words.
All right, Mac, who wins? I get a doctor to say she agrees more with me than to JP. Or our guy at the Chabad says it should be JP's show.
And don't forget the shtick part either.
The shtick part.
I'm going to go with the guy at the Chabad.
Whoa! A doctor! 8 years!
A doctor!
You have no respect for the medical community, and it shows.
They just spend so much time studying. It's hard to be a really good sports fan if you're studying that often.
All right.
Can't listen if you got your nose in a book.
You know what I'm saying? They missed some formative years there.
The schooling is over. They are learned people.
They are.
All right? They've learned what they need. They don't need to learn anything more. They're doctors.
They don't stop learning.
Well, okay, but it's not like they're hitting the books every single day.
Yeah, I mean, not every day, but a good
like you know what a doctor does.
What kind of
you
doctor?
You know the study habits of a doctor, Mac.
I know
all right.
one that isn't a doctor. And
was it a general?
Non-existent.
Was it a general practitioner, or was it a pediatrician? For your kids?
I'll give you more details because I've given you more details than Mr. Chabad over there. All right,
that's the whole story.
But you know his name. You know his name. And by the way,
I don't remember his name. That's why I didn't say it.
To our friend, I
don't remember his name. That's why I didn't say it.
Mr. Barry at the Chabad. You're not wrong about the shtick. There's a lot of shtick there. He's not wrong. I do think if there's a community that loves shtick, it is that community.
Is this what, the Chabad community?
Yes! Of course.
What do you mean?
I'm big in the Chabad community. What are we talking about?
Big in the Chabad community.
Well, I'm big in any community because I'm a large fellow. But
yeah, you'd like the Chabad community. It was very nice.
Except Barry.
We had a whole lunch and everything like that. All great spread and everything. It was a great time.
Now I'm going to go.
Thank you very much.
To the Chabad.
Thank you.
All right, and I'm just gonna shtick it up. Oh,
what are you gonna do? Like turn into the chuckle hut over there?
I'm gonna turn into Shecky Green in 1956, like it's the freaking Catskills.
Yeah, I could see you.
I just flew in, and boy, are my arms tired. You want shtick? I give you all the shtick.
I know. If anybody knows you can deliver shtick, it's my buddy at the Chabad. He'd look over at me and be like, "This is exactly what I was telling you, man."
No,
exactly what I was telling you.
I'm going to shtick it where the sun don't shine, and I'm going to shtick him into loving me.
You can't force these things. You can't. Hey, Mac, we got some Cavs cheerleaders here.
Mac's about to try and shtick something, too.
And you think this isn't shtick? You're not really beating the charges here, buddy.
No, I'm proving them. All right. Well, we were going to talk about what are those new expectations for the Cavs, but we'll put that off for a minute. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
because it was appealing or because it was one of 32 and 31 other teams weren't calling? You know, who was going to give him a head coaching
job? I have to imagine a little bit of both. Like, you don't want to go to a place that you just think you have zero chance to win whatsoever, but also you've never been a head coach in the NFL before you're 60 years old. It's probably now or never.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win a pair of tickets to Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2 with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith Thursday, June 25th at Huntington Bank Field. Enter the word ONLY, O-N-L-Y, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets on sale Tuesday, February 10th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Nick and JP back at Rocket Arena at the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards. Business is picking up. We're seeing a lot. We just had the Cavs cheerleaders. That got a standing ovation out of Mac Robinson. We are clear, though. No more guests the rest of the show unless somebody stops by and swings by. Always possible while we're at this event. But let's go ahead and hop right into the lead here as Cavs President of Basketball Operations, Koby Altman, spoke to the media today following the NBA trade deadline, and he addressed the team's trade for James Harden.
We made a monumental trade to land James Harden. We think that he raises our ceiling and gives us a chance to have real playoff success. James is a top 75 player of all time, one of the greatest players in NBA history that's still playing at an elite level. He gives us a different look in the backcourt. He's 6'5", and he gets downhill. He leads the league, or say 9th in the league in drives. He's strong. He's creative. I think he's going to be great for our bigs. And I also know that Donovan's excited to play alongside of him.
I have noticed between the Shams reporting on that and then also, the NBA 75 thing.
Did Kobe germinate that?
No, between that and Anthony Davis, it's been like the thing of the past couple days. It's like just, well, he's an NBA 75 player, and it's like, all right, you're not wrong. I mean, he is.
I think you would sell me better if you just talked about what his actual production is
and what he was
now.
doing this year, and that's why I think he did throw in a couple, but I feel like I could have wrote a better one for him.
I think so too. Again, like, I understand. To me, it's weird. Like, it started out when this deal was first reported. I do think there was a tidal wave of negativity, and you pointed this out yesterday, which swung wildly in opposition yesterday by the time the deal was actually made. And what's interesting is that Kobe's still defensive about it in all the clips that I've heard, or has a kind of defensive tone, which is crazy because you're arguing and people are agreeing with you.
Yeah, what's tough is that he's winning
just for me.
Well, no, I think he's winning the local battle, obviously, because I think a lot of people locally here really do like it. I think the hard part for winning the national conversation on this, there's too many people that covered this with high stakes at play and watch James Harden not be good in the postseason, and it stays with them in a way that the selective memory off of this is extremely high when it comes to James Harden. Now, the difference for the Cavs in this discussion, Nick, and I think this is important to know, he's going to have a different role than James Harden's ever had in the postseason if he's with this Cavs team in the postseason. Donovan's going to be your main scorer. He's going to be opening up opportunities for Evan Mobley. And it's like, if he does what he did in Game 6 and 7 historically, which is averaged 23 a game, a far cry from what he was averaging when he was in Houston, but like that's not bad. That's what this team needs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like, the two things, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but the Harden trade is successful if you make the finals this year and we look at this and go, James Harden's a significant part of it, you can't say it wasn't a success on some level. But I also think it bridges then into the summer.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is, all right, are you keeping Harden and adding LeBron or adding Giannis?
Yes.
Because to me, right now, you're not in a position to win a championship. You might get to the finals because of where the East is this year, but I think it's fair to say you're not winning the NBA Finals this year, and unless everyone pops their Achilles on the way. But there are moves that might hypothetically get you closer this next offseason, and I think that's where we are. Like, because I think I think what this also throws into action, and it's the part we're not talking about today, is I think this puts a timeline on a Mitchell versus Mobley conversation that will have to be had within the next 18 months unless you're seriously contending for NBA titles.
All right, more from Kobe Altman as he was asked about Donovan Mitchell's role in the Cavs trading for James Harden.
The great news is Donovan's all in. He's all in on Cleveland. He's bought in pre-trade, before trade, coming into the season, all of it. He's laying down roots here. He loves the city. He loves what we're doing as an organization. I think, of course, you want feedback from your best player, but that's not Donovan's job. Donovan's job is not to run in my office and tell me to go get this player or make this move. Do we want his input? Absolutely. Just like I want my head coach's input. Just like I want my staff's input. You know, a lot goes into decision-making and evaluation. And so it's not fair to label Donovan as the one that was driving this or forcing our hand or anything like that. Donovan's been an incredible partner. Austin Brown, his representation, they've been incredible. And I think they're happy. I think he's happy about what we did, but certainly not the driving force behind it. And it's not fair to label him as such.
Yeah, with respect to Kobe, we know how the NBA works, and there's a shift in how this thing had been done. Donovan, I think, has influence and has used it to some degree or another. Previously, this is a different level. This is Donovan communicating, whether directly or through back channels. Inaction is not what I want, and there was also communication about James Harden. This is as much power anyone has exercised since LeBron James exercised it. It might not be LeBron power, but it's as close as you can get to that. And I think maybe Kobe's trying to protect the organization and Donovan here. That's cute, but you can't fight the perception of reality.
Right. I mean, how many stories did you see today about the relationship that Donovan and James Harden have going back to when Harden used to train Donovan when he was early in the NBA? Like, those exist for a reason. They're talking about the connection these two already have because Donovan wants that to exist out there. But the other side of this, in trying to protect him, that I think is really fascinating. You know, Giannis on his IG today, after not being traded, said something to the effect of how stars attract, they don't chase. Like, there is something to the NBA and that world of being able to be Donovan and be like, I got this franchise to do this, all in the name of their belief of me. There's a big swinging you-know-what attached to that idea in the NBA. And with Donovan, like, that's not, among him and his people, that's not looked at as a bad thing that he got the Cavs to do this in the slightest bit.
Yeah, but I think Donovan and Giannis are, I think they want to have their cake and eat it too. Which is they want to chase championships. They want to exercise their power to get the things they want. They also don't want people to dislike them. And I guess my thing is that's a really, really hard line to walk. It's something LeBron struggled with greatly, not just in Miami, but since Miami. And the truth is you can win as many championships as you want, or you can have people like you. There's a sliding scale there, but I think this idea of, no, he's not this, he's not that. No. The reality is he exercises power. He has earned that right.
Yeah, and I only look at it as a positive for him.
Yeah.
I'm like, good for you. You got it done. I thought Kobe came off a little defensive with the idea that maybe he just wanted more credit for executing the trade and not being Donovan's puppet.
In an interview with Nathan Zagura on the Browns YouTube channel, Todd Monken was asked about his plan for the quarterback room.
I'm excited to get started with the guys we have in the room now and then looking to add to that possibly, because you said it. I mean, you've got to have a quarterback to give yourself a chance to win in this league. We know that. You also have to have good players around them to really get it going. So I'm excited about Shedeur, Deshaun, Dylan, and who else we might add to that in terms of competition to really have this offense take off.
Yeah, it's funny in that in the whole interview. I mean, he had a whole stretch in there too where he talked about the offense and how like he was brought in to do the offense and make this offense into a juggernaut. And like he understands the role and he understands how important quarterback is. So I like the offensive mind that he'll bring to the table. I like that he's an offensive guy. He'll figure out the quarterback room, and if not, he'll figure out in 2027.
So it's interesting. I want, when it comes to every other weakness on this roster, I want the Browns to attack fixing the O-line and the lead wide receiver spots with everything they got this offseason.
Yeah, like in particular, number 6 and number 24 in the draft, right?
Well, and if you got some free agents, you can sign one of those two. Little Tyler Linderbaum, little George Pickens. I'm just saying. Alec Pierce. I'm just saying.
Linderbaum had a bad snap in the Pro Bowl games, by the way. Oh, no.
He's out on Linderbaum.
Oh,
no. No Lindy for JP.
Right, like 10 feet over Joe Burrow's head. I was disgusted.
Now, that being said, I want them to be smartly aggressive at the quarterback spot. Meaning, if you have somebody you believe in that Todd Monken thinks can be Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield, the reclamation project that's going to be your 5 to 7 year starter, well, go get that guy and see what you can do. But I don't want you to be desperate. I'm okay with you. I don't want to say desperate because desperate always implies a level of, I don't want to say stupidity, but you lose common sense. I want you to have a real ruthless streak when it comes to building the rest of the roster on offense. At the quarterback spot, I just need you to be smart. And a lot of that ties into, I'm not giving you a pass on this or a Peterlin pass, but I am giving you a little bit of time where if you think Deshaun, Shador, and a third quarterback, if that's Dylan or somebody else, if that's enough to go ahead and see, let's improve the context around them and see what we do, that's fine, but you got to improve the context around the quarterback position.
Coach Riz, Cleveland.com, joined us at 3:40 today. We asked him how aggressive the Browns should be in addressing the quarterback position this offseason.
For that, you got to upgrade the offensive line and the pass catchers. Until you do that, you're not going to get a true kind of measurement of that quarterback spot. I think the young quarterbacks have done enough, especially Shador. They've made enough plays where you can say, hey, these guys with proper coaching. And that's the thing you're going to get out of Monken, is that he's going to maximize the talent of all three of these guys. Now, I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but if healthy, Deshaun will be in this mix because this is a fresh start for everybody. And that's part of the ripple effect of losing your head coach, is that Monken doesn't care what happened with Deshaun Watson leading up to this year. He doesn't care where guys were drafted. The best guy's going to play. Obviously, if winning games is the most important thing, it might be Deshaun in week 1.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, if there's the right guy out there, go get him. But so much of last year was the chicken or egg conversation of, can we really grade any quarterback behind this offensive line and with the lack of wide receiving weapons?
For sure.
I don't want to be having that again. I want to be able to say, whoever it is, Carson Beck, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., Shador, Deshaun, Dylan Gabriel, whoever it is, nope, we're going to be talking about the quarterback's the only thing you've got to get right if there's one thing wrong with this team heading into 2027.
You got to give them a chance. As of right now, you have a bottom 3 offensive line in the league and a bottom 3 wide receiver room. You have to give these guys a chance. It's funny how many people like Coach Riz, though, are now softening up to the idea that Deshaun legitimately could get the job week 1.
I mean, it's just tough to make a sell on any one of these guys right now. It's tough.
It's so tough, but I think people have put it so far in the back of their brains. It's now coming to the forefront, that idea of like this could end up being reality.
I think the Monken stuff does change things for people.
For sure it does.
And change it again.
New
like,
eyes.
I don't feel different about Deshaun, but I couldn't do the same context and expect different results, if that makes sense.
It does.
All right, guys, that is a lead. As we continue, big night for the Browns, big night for Myles Garrett, but it is a big night for you. We'll find that out in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The big
To learn more, contact Rivian Mental Health and Recovery at 440-989-4900 or visit rivionhealth.org.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3.
All of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive at Rocket Arena here for the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards. Real quick, want to say a big thanks to everyone for having us out here. It's always such a blast here. We got to watch the Darius Garland Core 4 billboard slowly being torn down. And the ironic part is the only one left up is Darius Garland.
I know. They couldn't have started on the spot where you would take him off first.
Is there like a specific
Or is that too
way?
depressing?
Or is this like an homage? Is this like the last thing of like, we're going to leave him up there for another 12 hours and we'll take only Darius is up now.
So how do you replace it then? Are you going to have like everyone with is it just one big James Harden beard?
No, it's not.
Like it's just like one.
No,
it's a beard. It's not even like it's like the part of James Harden's face, and then like the beard is massive.
Isn't there a podcast with that logo?
Oh, is there? Maybe that's where I got the idea from, but I don't know that there is. There's got to be something like that.
It should just be Donovan, because it's just Donovan's team right now. It should. No, I didn't mean it like that.
Okay.
I meant it in a good way.
We'll see how Harden feels about that.
Listen, I want Jose Ramirez up there, but the Guardians don't own that building, so it's not going to happen.
Didn't we learn anything about James Harden in the previous stops? You have to keep Harden happy at all costs. If he ends up getting upset,
that's the deal breaker.
If he ends up getting, I think
building?
it's a hell of a how do you do. I think it's a great. How's it going?
What's next? Do we all have to get Merkins and put them on our face?
I
so
will.
We can go ahead and act like
I
we
told
have the
you.
Harden?
I tried buying the Harden thing on eBay. It wasn't going to get here in time. I wanted so badly to have that for some time this week. Wasn't going to happen. But the point is that it's all a placeholder until LeBron comes back in the summer, and then we can put LeBron rightfully so up there.
But so LeBron's going to overtake Donovan?
No. Yeah. What do you mean? Is he gonna? Of course he is.
I mean, it's Donovan's team. If LeBron comes back, it's Donovan's team.
Even Donovan would have to be cool with the idea that LeBron gets the spot on the Sherwin-Williams sign. Like that's his spot.
Who's the better player?
Everybody else is just occupying it, and it's like renting it, but it's LeBron's spot.
Who's the better player? 42-year-old LeBron?
No, Donovan's the better player.
Okay.
It's not even really at this point.
It is debatable.
It's
just like you're going to say it's not debatable. It is debatable.
But Donovan is the better player. But LeBron is LeBron. Like LeBron gets the spot on the wall. That's not even the question. Now, are they going to do like a Step Brothers type thing together? Is that what they're going to do? Is that what you want?
All right, but okay. There's only two in the Step Brothers picture. Where does James Harden go?
See how this gets tricky?
Does he have to be like the baby in the? Do we just expand the picture?
You can't just put up another photo that says Core 4 and act like the original Core 4 didn't exist, though.
Yes, you can. That's exactly. It's
Core
called
4 Part 2.
Doesn't Hollywood do this every couple years? It's the latest Addams Family. Wait. We have had 7 iterations of this.
Also, do we have to trade Jared Allen then, or is he just booted out of the reboot of the Core 4?
I already booted him out.
I know you
but
did.
Then you traded,
but no.
But
you booted him out.
DeAndre
you
Hunter,
booted him out to put DeAndre Hunter in there.
And now what am I going to put Keon Ellis
that
in his place? Who? Jalen Tyson.
That is aged horribly.
Core 4.
That is aged horribly. Me and my Jared Allen defense, and then you kicked him out for DeAndre Hunter, and I said no way.
Yeah. Except the fact.
You're down to what? You're down to like a Core 2.
Nope, I got Jalen Tyson.
From your original Core 4, you're left with double trouble, and that's it.
Jeremy brought up a good point. Do they just break out the LeBron poster that they had it before?
Well, that's essentially what we're saying.
Wait, we're bringing back LeBron before he actually comes back?
He's got to be here, though. Yeah,
that's fair. I mean, when he does come in.
You do a placeholder. You get like something that just like kind of says like Cavs all in. Like, what's the hashtag for the Cavs right now?
No,
let him
know. Let him know. No. We're still on let him know.
Well,
okay,
let him know that's a bad idea.
So like hashtag let him know, and then you can even put like ... a little like teaser, and then in the summer when you land LeBron, bang biscuit.
I refuse. I want something substantial up there. Give me Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and no James Harden. He hasn't earned the Sherwin-Williams building.
I think it's easy. Curry good favor with Harden. You put him on there, and then and you just keep him happy.
There's
That's the whole
our guy.
idea. You keep him happy.
Everybody knows I am a mascot guy. He is not. And just so you know, he's not. But I am.
No,
Look at that.
I like mascots. I do.
He doesn't.
I just like pro mascots.
Oh, no. Oh, look at that. Oh, good Lord. Now we got another quarrel here.
Oh, no.
Second straight year.
We started another one.
At the Greater Cleveland Sports
Usually
Award.
nice, though. I like you. And I like the Lake Erie Crushers. Nick and I actually did a celebrity softball game at your stadium like 9 years ago.
But he would like you more if you were in the pros.
I like the pros.
Yeah, that's.
I do. I like the pros.
I like you no matter what.
I like the pros.
Because you are.
Are you a dog or a crusher? I'm very confused. I don't know what you are. I think you're a puppy, but I'm not really sure.
Oh, we're writing something
you also
down.
might be. You might be a crusher though, and I don't really know. Wait, if you're a dog, why are you a dog?
All right.
What did he
It's
say?
a bear.
You're a bear.
You thought a bear was a dog?
What did you think it was? You didn't correct me. You didn't say, "Oh, that's obviously not a dog. That's a bear."
I'm not out
you
here.
didn't say that.
I'm not saying like, well,
Where
let me
were
talk
ya?
to Mr. Horse over here.
Where were you? I thought you looked like a dog.
Good Lord.
You got the spots right.
I'll tell you right now, your ass is not going on the Sherwin-Williams board after this kind of stuff that just happened
That's a
here.
good-looking dog right there is what I kept thinking.
I'll tell you.
Oh, you're a bear.
But you're a much better looking bear.
Do you have a bear? Do you have a name? Do you have a name bear? I need to. Can you write that down? Oh, Stomper. Stomper. Okay. All right. Very good. Stomper
Have you
the bear.
not humiliated this man? This mascot enough?
Oh, no, that's on you.
Are you a dog or are you a
he's
bear?
disgusted with you
Are you
right
a
now.
dog or are you a bear? And what's your name? Who are you?
Well, I knew he'd have
what
a
kind of
jersey on or
monster
something.
are you?
He would be able to tell me.
Stomper, I would like to let
tell
you
me
know
what your name
on
is?
behalf of
Thank you,
Afternoon
Stomper.
Drive.
Yeah.
I would never have done this to you. That was all Jonathan Peterlin.
Well, it's not like everyone really thinks Slider's something great, although that's my guy. That's my guy. But do we know what Slider is 100%? No. Mascots are supposed to be ambiguous and confusing.
Now the Cleveland State
Is it a
mascot's
dog? Is it a
coming
bear?
over.
I don't know.
Oh,
well, that's
man.
a Viking. That's clearly a Viking.
well,
Take
yeah,
notes.
that's-
Take notes, Stomper. Hey, Stomper and Viking dapping it up.
Okay, but not a pro
I love
mascot.
You. I love you. You know
That's
that.
the problem.
Hello, Viking.
Big fan.
Hello.
Big fan.
Hello.
Right there. Dap it up.
Yeah, we were just at
Yeah.
Cleveland State a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
you guys
he
are
only likes
fantastic.
pro mascots, though.
Yeah, well, you're not.
Yeah.
You're not a high enough D1 mascot for myself. Magnus. Magnus. Say it ain't so.
Magnus pwned your
Now
ass.
Magnus always looks pissed though, so like this isn't anything
He's a
new.
Viking.
This isn't anything new for Magnus. He
You
always
saw him at the Cleveland State game a few weeks
his
ago.
thing is to be disgruntled. So that's his face is
You
like that
took-
is what it is.
You took a Viking.
Yeah.
You took a mascot that already looks pissed and somehow made him look irate.
I'm on a warpath with these mascots. I'm on a warpath with it. They can't talk. It's beautiful. You can't say a word. You're a mascot.
Peterlin is mowing down mascots left and
One
right.
by one. That's all this is. It's like the roast of mascots. That's all we're doing here.
I like that it took you 2 years to realize you can just insult a mascot.
I can't say anything.
And they don't have
There's
any
no
recourse.
Now, they might come over and punch me in the face at some point. That is on the table.
That is all I want.
That is on the table.
Not since the
But
Chabad
verbally-
moment early in the show have I wanted something to happen more than Stomper or Magnus just to knock your ass.
Verbally, they can't do a
another
thing.
one. Oh, which I don't even know which one that one is.
I don't know. Why does he have a sword?
This feels-
He's a parrot.
All right.
Why does he have a sword?
I am pro mascot. I don't know what the hell
I don't know what
is.
that is.
Mount Union?
That's Mount Union. It's just got the Raiders on the front.
That
Jazz.
looks
That's a
like
good,
a,
that's a
that
good
looks
read.
like a D3.
That's a good read. All right. Well, let him.
I'm saying that here.
Let him keep walking. You know what I
I'll
mean?
let you do the insulting.
That's the budget of a D3 mascot right there. That's all that is.
He's actually
made up of spare parts from the closet.
It's the Philly Fanatic from like 30 years ago.
He just dyed it purple
and
and
then,
get after
put
it.
a beak on it.
Oh, Macaw. His name is Macaw.
Like that softened him for you.
A little bit.
Ah,
It's a cute name.
he's a bird. He's macaw.
What's not like Stomper, the dog bear? At least makes some sense.
Oh, guys, I wish I don't think the video on 92.3 The Fans YouTube put it into proper perspective how offended Peterlin just meant. Like last year was bad enough. This was, you might as well have just pimp smacked
well,
either
they didn't
one.
get the memo from last year. What are they really doing? Like, everyone knows I'm the mascot assassin. Like, if you come over here, you're gonna face some heat from me. This is how this works.
They talk about it in mascot group therapy.
If this didn't spread around in their mascot group text, I can't help you.
He's the truth broker. He's the mascot assassin.
I just can't help you.
From Joliet, Illinois.
I'm not from Joliet, Illinois. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but Chicago doesn't sound as good. From Chicago, Illinois.
What do you mean?
He's the mascot assassin, Jonathan Peterlin. I don't know why it sounded very goonerish right there.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It was very tawdry.
Very much
That was bedroom Nick Wilson everyone got there. I wonder how your friend at the Chabad feels about that shtick you just pulled.
I'm not sure. I might hear about it, though. I'll tell you that much. You
know,
gotta ask your doctor
Nick's
if they
show.
sided with your take on that.
Oh, all right. Big night for the Browns. It's a big night for Myles Garrett and Carson Schlesinger. But how invested are we in Myles Garrett or Carson Schlesinger winning a yearly award at the NFL Honors tonight?
In my opinion, I've already given them the award, right? And so, like when I've been talking about Myles, I've been saying 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, and so I'm not terribly invested in this. I am. Now I watch this. I don't know if you watch these or not. I do watch these. John Hamm is the presenter. I like John Hamm. I like the show that he has on Apple. I think it's a really good show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think John Hamm can be funny.
No, he's tried. Remember when Ben Affleck, like 20 years ago, really tried to let everybody know how funny he was and it didn't work?
Yeah, because Ben Affleck's not funny.
That's where John Hamm has been in. That's the zone he's been in.
Well, he constantly looks like he's
Mad
half
Men.
in the bag. Like, you know what I mean? And so, like,
He's too good looking to be funny.
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to work.
You get to a point where you're so good looking you couldn't possibly be funny.
Yeah, like Steve Harvey, that was the right guy for that show. He had the right idea. I don't know about John Hamm in this. I really don't.
I honestly don't know that I can take a John Hamm, Steve Harvey off right now.
See, but Steve Harvey was the right vibe for everything. He didn't take it too seriously, but it also was still the NFL, so all parts of it was still a little uppity and a little they think that they're awesome because they are and they get all the ratings and everything. I don't know what to expect with John Hamm here.
Is it because they're not good that we're just not – because the Browns were a 5-win team that it's a little meh right now?
I think they try to cram all the events that people don't really care that much about into 1 week. And so we're just sitting there day in, day out being like, oh, here's the Pro Bowl games. Don't care that much about that. Oh, here's the NFL Honors. Don't really care that much about that. But we know we love the NFL and we love these storylines. And so I think it leaves us in a bad spot.
I want to be clear. I'm going to be happy. I think the expectation is Myles wins tonight. You said it. Like, we kind of penciled it in.
It's a done deal.
So I'll be happy to know it happened. But does it move the needle for me? No, Myles is already a Hall of Famer. You know, the second he got the first Defensive Player of the Year, I felt like that was, if he had stopped playing then, he was going to be a surefire Hall of Famer. So now it's just, all right, I know he's getting the personal recognition he deserves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that it doesn't matter to me. It's just, all right, he's getting what he deserves. Okay, move on. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just feel like it's not like this is a contest or anything. He's gonna win, and so it just the excitement has been taken away from that. All the hay's in the barn, so to speak. We've already seen the results. Like we're good. This will be now. I am excited to see him relish in the moment, if he will. And I like acceptance speeches somewhat. So like that part would be fun, but I'm not clinging to this. I'd be surprised if many people are.
216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says at Jay Peterlin. It does seem like all of the mascots for right now.
Oh, they ran.
They ran.
I don't know.
I'm seeing one. He's got a goat head on. That's not great. This could be a real kerfuffle coming up in the break here. But 216-474.
Oh, big old goat head.
Look
at him. No, he's got a suit on. Why does the goat head have a suit on?
It's called irony, JP.
This is bonkers. You played off that as if that was a normal thing that I'm expected to be seeing right here.
Stomper's coming back.
As if that was a normal thing. Stomper's telling his buddy. He's getting him warmed up and ready to go.
How invested are we in the potential for Myles Garrett
you're my guy.
and Carson Schlesinger winning awards tonight at the NFL Honors? You are getting aggressively pointed now by Goatman.
Goatman doesn't want any piece of me is the problem.
I think he wants all of you.
Now, what is Goatman
I think he wants all.
I don't know that you mess with a guy that is in a goat helmet and then a suit. I don't know. That might be a bit
Unless
much.
you're like a specific kind of convention.
That might be a bit much.
Miles, the NFL Honor Award.
Oh, that was the old Josh Hoover.
And a lack of buzz for the Super Bowl in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Nick Wilson here again for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. The Ohio winter
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Routers. They recap all the latest Browns news and moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night right here, 7 to 9 on the Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive at the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards. And as we have teased, I knew we'd get a big fish, and I know we get this big a fish, but we're seated right next to Browns. Let's lead the right way.
Yeah.
Northeast Ohio native, former Browns punter Dave Zastidle joining us here. Welcome to the show.
Thanks guys for having me on. It's great to be here.
Well, you're a really good punter. I just want to compliment you on that. In case nobody said that, you did it better than I would have.
Well, I appreciate you saying you're a good punter. I was a good punter, I think, but I enjoyed it. It's funny. I was always a high school quarterback. That's what I wanted to do. Talent only got you so far, but punting was something that I kind of just did out of necessity for the team. And being 6'3", 215 at the time, I started to realize I could have a future in this, and I never dreamed. You know how the NFL, you got 32 teams, you never know. But the fact that I could time up somewhat my prime to come back here and play was truly a blessing.
All right, what's remarkable? Obviously, you did a lot for the Browns and discussing the Browns in a post-career. What do you think about where the Browns currently stand?
I'll be honest with you. The more I hear about Coach Monken and listen to him, I love that he's a football guy. I mean, he lives, breathes, dies football. I mean, he is everywhere he's went, did some the guy has always improved offenses wherever he went. You talk to Kirby Smart, you talk to John Harbaugh. They speak the world of this guy. I just didn't see it coming. When you're hearing Nate Shieldhouse, you hear the history of how the Browns look at young coaches and innovative, that analytics side. I think they went with a guy that's like, hey, it's the right time to bring a guy like this. We need a veteran. We need a voice. And he's certainly passionate, and it sounds like he can't wait to get started.
So I do want to ask you about this because I used to be one of the people that said, leader of men, what does that mean? And then I stood in the presence of a couple football people that I'll give you an example. Ron Rivera, former Panthers head coach. And it was just like, oh, that's what that is.
Yeah.
And now, in fairness, there are a fair amount of guys who try to be that who aren't that. But as somebody who was in locker rooms, as somebody like – I think Todd gives off that presence, but to you as a former player, as somebody who was so ensconced in the NFL and football, what does leader of men mean to you?
Well, I give this example to everybody I talked about. I played under some really good head coaches, or coaches, Romeo Crennel, Mangini, it depends on how in Cleveland think of him, Ken Wisenhunt. But the guy that really walked in the room that made a difference, where guys just stopped immediately in the tracks and said, I want to go run through a wall, is Bruce Arians. Mm-hmm. His philosophy, Bruce was very, very aggressive, but his philosophy was, I'm going to coach you hard, but I'm going to hug you harder later. And he went after the first day of practice, Larry Fitzgerald, like I've never seen, to make a statement that it doesn't matter who you are, but then he'll go over and put his arm around Larry. And he just commanded the room. And guys, I think we made the NFC Championship when I was in Arizona one year, and that's the kind of guy that commanded a room. And I think Todd, when you hear it, when you listen to him, has that same type of mentality, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's the straight shooter mentality that I feel like everyone has given off with Todd Monken. You mentioned Shieldhouse and some of these other guys, though. Would he have been your first choice?
Listen, it wouldn't have surprised me. It's always been an analytical, front office, young guy, develop him. You look at the Mike Tomlin approach where he's there forever. But I think at the end of the day, when you looked at the roster makeup and really what the offense needed to be, you needed a guy with a proven track record to come in and do that. So, like I said, I think when I hear him talk and I hear everything is about, he's just a football guy. And I don't know the last time where I just felt that, a blue-collar football guy came in here and coached this team.
Dave Zastidle here, longtime NFL punter, former Browns punter at the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards. And I love talking about this with football players because you guys always have such a good perspective on this. But I look at this and I go, because of maybe the hire and the way it was received in the NFL, because you are coming off 2 straight losing seasons. I think the most important thing at all is that you just get 500 or better this year. Like 8 wins, 9 wins, 10 wins, because I think that's important. Like I think something that got Kevin 6 years was winning that first year.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's just like, so can you speak to the idea of that immediate success versus teams that maybe, look, we hired a new head coach, we've got 3 years to figure it out?
Oh, yeah, it just depends. I mean, you look at what Mike Vrabel did to the New England Patriots. You know, he came in and just turned that organization, that team completely around. It's not impossible. I think the most important thing, I've said it all along, is you have to build a team through the draft. We were behind the 8 ball for years because of the Watson trade. You kind of saw what Schlesinger, Harold Fant, and those guys, if you can hit on this draft immediately, get a couple free agents, you can start seeing the turnaround, but you have to lead on with the veterans on defense like a Miles Garrett. You got to get those leaders to start getting these young guys groomed and watching film the right way and doing those things. And, I mean, you draft right, you get some free agents, get a quarterback playing, well, you can turn us around in a year or 2.
Did you see enough from Shedeur that you want to see him start not only year 2 for himself, but this upcoming year in week 1?
It's funny. I was just talking about that. He was put in probably the worst spot I think you could ever put a rookie, let alone a 5th rounder, in. I mean, you had an offensive line that was giving up sacks. You know, we couldn't get the running game going. The receivers, it is what it is. He was just in a terrible situation, and he still made plays.
Mm-hmm.
He made some rookie mistakes, but he still made plays. So I think with a full training camp, full offseason, a new identity, the guy has talent enough to give him a good shot. So it'll be interesting to see what they do there.
Dave, I want to point out, you don't know this. We put you in crossfire here.
Yeah, I feel awful. That's why I like to ignore McCall right there.
My co-host, who is a good family man. This is a good guy here.
Yeah.
But
2 young kids.
He is enraged.
Happily married.
Pillar of the North Solon community.
I think that's right.
He is enraged. The mascot community here.
I've made a lot of enemies.
He called Stomper a dog when they're a bear.
Well, no, that was just not understanding what was going on.
He
there,
upset
right? He looks
Magnus.
like a dog.
So
like a dog.
I just want you to know, when these mascots are coming by,
I'm sure you've noticed.
They're just walking by.
and they're bucking up.
Yeah, they're not even looking at you.
It's not at you and it's not at me. It's just at him.
Yeah.
They all want a piece now, though. If you've noticed this,
Yeah.
they all come by.
Well, that's why you're in the farthest chair.
Yeah, they all want a piece, and but like we're doing the interview, so I'm like trying to be respectful to you on it, and I'm trying to make sure I'm like, not now, mascots. Get us at a different time, not now.
But if they corner you, you gotta let them know you're not with Peterlin.
Yeah, really disassociate from me as best as you can.
Yeah.
In life, outside of mascots, it's a good rule.
I respect the heads up. Now I know. I'm prepared.
Well, when who was the last one?
McCaw.
McCaw. I could tell he wanted to smoke, and I had to point to Peterlin. I'm like, I can't.
I've had to start making amends here. Like I had to talk to the GOAT from the Pro Football Hall of Fame because I was like, we need to get in good graces with somebody. Right now, we're not.
I can kind of tell there's been some friction when they walk by.
Yeah, so
It's
you picked up on that.
No, it's good to know. It's really good to know.
So I guess we can kind of wrap up back on the Browns here. Myles Garrett winning his 2nd Defensive Player of the Year award. We were talking about it's interesting because on one hand, I'm happy for Myles.
Right.
But it's once we got the first one, I think I was just like, well, he's a Hall of Famer. That's all that matters to me. You know, like.
Right.
So I think it's interesting when you think about Myles and what he's meant to this organization and his place in history. Between the sack record and the 2nd Defensive Player of the Year award, which people expect him to win tonight at the NFL Honors, what do you think that does for kind of his legacy in this era of Browns football?
Oh, he's done something that's arguably, I think, one of the hardest things to do in pro football. So the fact that he gives back to the community, he's a pillar of success here. He's a leader. I think he took a big leadership role last year just on based on what I saw, what I heard. He's in his prime, and that's what I'm saying. If we can get the draft, get some free agents and turn this around, Shedeur steps up, whoever that quarterback position is, it's not impossible in the National Football League to turn this around really quickly.
Dave, you're a gentleman. I got to watch you kind of be around people. You're I mean this in a very nice way. You got a very nice way about you. We appreciate you for your time and kind of your thoughts here. And don't be a stranger. We really appreciate it.
Hey, listen, my car ride home from work, I got you guys on every day. I appreciate your show. So
we
you guys
love
do
that.
a great job.
We do love it, and I'm sorry. Let me just tell you, if you heard the skiing thing at 240, that's on me, dog.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. No, you guys are on every day. You do a great job. You represent the team and the city very well, so I appreciate having me on today.
going to get that tattooed on my bicep. Dave, great stuff. Dave Zastidle there, former Browns punter, longtime NFL punter, Northeast Ohio's own. We'll be back on the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
weeknights 11 to midnight to get all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive at the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards here at the Rocket Arena. 1 hour to go, in case you missed it, coming up in about 45 minutes. Given how the show's going, I shudder to think how, in case we missed it's going to go. But it is our pleasure right now to be joined by MAC Commissioner John Steinbrecher. John, welcome to the show.
Nick, Jonathan, and all of your listeners, it's great to be here on one of the really great nights in Cleveland sports every year.
It is, and it's interesting. Outside of my partner turning every mascot in this building against this show, it's been very nice.
Yeah, I got a big mascot issue on my hand right now.
He does. So if you can help, if you can just...
I've thwarted all of them.
Well, we're going to add a couple mascots maybe next year. We've got Mac-Man I think we're going to bring, and we've got our pirate. So we'll see if we can add to all of this.
All right,
I like that.
Let them all know that I do like mascots. I guess we actually do have to talk about what a nice run we have here going on the men's basketball side of things in the Mid-American Conference. Obviously, everybody knows Miami, top 25 ranked. But, I mean, Akron, Kent State, this feels like one of those years that I distinctly remember with all the big programs, and it's been so fun. I don't want to call it a resurgence because there's always MAC basketball, but it's that kind of year.
No, it is. Let's go back. For the decade from the year before COVID, going back 10 years, we had a great run. We were basically 9 or 10 through 12 or 13 in the net or RPI, and we had top 20 teams occasionally. We were winning tournament games. COVID hit, and we fell off the table. And I have no idea what happened. I wish I could have figured it out. But we're kind of getting back to being what we ought to be. And part of it is scheduling. Well, although Miami couldn't get anybody to play them. And that's been a problem. That's something we talk about nationally with people. But beat the teams you ought to be beating. And we're doing that. And it's a credit to our coaches because the world's changed since then, right?
Oh, yeah.
With the evolution of extra benefits, NIL, transfer stuff, you're basically recreating your roster every year in basketball. Now, the interesting thing with Miami is they hung on to most of the roster, and good for them. So they're you're seeing the results of that, right? Senior-laden team, they don't panic. They come down the stretch and they produce, right? But, and you've got the normal cast of characters here that are doing things, and we're basically a month away from being here for our conference tournament, and it's going to be great on both the men's and women's side, and I can't wait to tip it up.
Have you noticed with the NIL and everything that's advanced with this that the level of play, I feel like, is just skyrocketed? And it's not because we always get better, right? But there's so many more foreign-born players that are making their way to America, and they're taking the NIL money. Let's be honest about it. And it's spots where they would have stayed overseas previously and not ever come.
Well, you have that certainly, and then you have with, let's just say, pretty free-flowing movement of players, right?
Yeah.
Players are going to go where they can play. So the kid went off to Ohio State or Michigan, and he's the 7th or 8th or 9th guy, and he goes, I could go over there and play, and they know if I want to get to that next level, I need to be on the court, I need to be seen. So, yes, we lose some kids. We also gain some kids that maybe we wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And so there's a little bit of yin and yang with all of that.
Obviously, one of the big stories this year has been the flow of potential pro athletes into the college ranks. And it's been interesting to watch how college coaches, the established coaches, are talking about it, whether it's in Izzo or, the obviously the biggest names, or no matter where you are. And I'm just how do you, because obviously I think college basketball or college athletics, you're at the mercy of what's happening around you. You can't control everything, but how do you work all of this and try and integrate it into this system that we as clearly had for a long time in sports.
Well, there's a couple things going on. And one, so like everybody got real excited about the person Baylor brought in. You know what? That's occurred the past couple years. I think that has a lot to do with people aren't big fans of Scott Drew for whatever reason. And so that's what part of what blew it up. I'm not a big fan of you could somehow be a professional or pseudo-professional and end up back in the college ranks. The challenge with the NCAA and our rules, if we've wavered ourselves to death. And you're reading about some of the things in football right now, right? You got to draw a line. Draw a line and go defend it. And if we lose in court, we lose in court. But set a standard. And that's part of the problem in the enterprise right now is we don't know necessarily what the standards are. And we're also showing we talk that we want rules until it's our young man or our young woman and we want the exception. So we're pseudo-ungovernable. And we've got to get that figured out. And now we may need some help from the federal government. I don't know if we'll ever get that or not. I make too many trips to Washington, D.C. now, which I never thought I would do in this enterprise. But we're going to need some help if we're going to have some rules, eligibility rules, that are enforceable.
So what are you trying to fight? When you go to Washington, what is your main goal?
I want limited antitrust exemptions around eligibility rules and championships. So, for instance, we almost had a state file an injunction against the NCAA tournament last year because West Virginia didn't get an at-large berth.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, right? I mean, that's a problem. But we need to be able to say, you're in college and it's a 4 or 5 year period of time. It's not 7, 8, 9 years, because what people forget is, oh, yeah, there's an economic thing, and, yeah, they ought to be able to stay there and get that. Well, for every kid you're doing that to, you're preventing someone from high school from moving up into the system. So we're clogging the funnel, for instance. So we've got to get back to it. It's a 4 year period of time. It's a 5 year period of time. Whatever it is, let's define it, and then let's stick with it.
I think what's interesting about what you're saying is that there've been these calls of there's going to be this nexus point. There's going to be this breaking point, and whether that's with how things are structured and rolling up to the NCAA or who makes the rules, who doesn't. What is the nexus point? Like, and I know timelines are tough, but like, what's the thing that puts enough pressure to get the kind of change, or at least stability, maybe is the better word?
I wish I knew the answer to that, right? We need to have some backbone on some of our rules and say, you know what, maybe we lose in court, but by God, we're going to fall on the sword on this. Right? You know, transfer rules was something I would have said, let's fall on the sword on. I spent 7 years rewriting the transfer rules for the NCAA. Got them passed unanimously. Nothing passes unanimously with the NCAA. We lived with them for 3 years. We got challenged by the attorney generals in Virginia and West Virginia, and we backed away. Well, you know what? Sometimes you need to go down fighting if you have to. Let's find out. We need to push those envelopes a little bit. And see what happens. If not, we do risk a fracture. It's interesting. You've had several SEC presidents say if the NCAA or the College Sports Commission isn't going to enforce some level of rules, or isn't going to dig into tampering, or isn't going to dig into they're giving more benefits than they should, then maybe as a league we ought to do those things. We'll go off and do our own thing. I don't know. I mean, it's easy to say those things. It's not easy to execute that. But it brings to mind that people are dying for define the standard and live with the standard.
What's interesting to me is like in the college football world right now, everyone's talking about how like Nick Saban should be the one that just kind of oversees everything. You're giving a smirk, you're giving a smile. I'm assuming then is that a ridiculous thought to have something like that happen?
And a good Kent State grad, by the way.
Yes, that's right.
We should point that out. Well, here's the difference. We're not the NFL. We're not a single unit. So at the FBS level, we have 10 independent conferences, right, that kind of work together.
With 10 different goals, yeah.
And so we all have different things. None of those leagues, particularly at the upper end of the food chains, is giving away their autonomy on an array of things, right? Sounds good in practice. It's not how we operate. Now, if we all want to come together and operate as a single unit, one, we'd have much greater firepower economically. We leave money on the table collectively because we're fractured. We're not all a single unit. But I don't view that as happening anytime soon.
Now, you mentioned we got the conference tourneys coming up here. So set that stage for us. Obviously, we know the individual details, but the work that goes into it and kind of how you kind of shape these things from year to year.
Well, you know what? We're really fortunate in this league. We have such a great partner here with the Cleveland Cavaliers and Rocket Arena, right? I mean, we have, I think, the best showplace in all the country. We're the longest running tournament in a single venue for conference tournaments across the country. And so you spend all year thinking about it, talking about it, and then trying to execute as we get closer. So, you know, the on sales going on and early returns on that are great. You know, if some of the teams that have been hot keep doing that, we're going to have great crowds, and I'm looking forward to that. And then we follow that up the exact next week. We host the NCAA Wrestling Championships here in Cleveland, and there aren't a whole lot of tickets left on that. And, you know, we go back to 2018, the last time we hosted it, set a record for attendance and revenue. I expect we may have a chance to better those this time.
Wow, attendance and revenue for wrestling? That's crazy.
And we still hold it.
Huh.
Now, does anybody need, let's say, again, thinking about the whole.
Just spitballing
we're just spitballing here. And
spitballing.
Understanding that it's a hypothetical thing.
Just a hypothetical.
But it's the NIL world. I have eligibility. I never exhausted it. Yeah. I am 40.
None of it, in fact.
I am none of it. Not a single ounce of it.
As much eligibility as you can have on the table.
But I am somewhat of a local celebrity.
Yes. That we can't argue against.
How can we do I need to wrestle somebody? Do I need to hard foul somebody in the tournament? How can I get some bread in my pocket, get some attention for you? I'm just thinking outside the box here in the NIL era.
Also willing to maybe throw a match if it helps out.
Oh, yeah.
Don't even go there.
You know.
No, I'm not talking about Dr. Vinny Boombatz here. No.
Not that way. I mean,
no. By the way, there will be no throwing matches. There will be me throwing my back out and some 19-year-old.
He'll try really hard. He'll try really hard.
Yeah, breaking me in half. I will.
We'll tell each other. That's how you end up losing.
No, I threw that match. It was nothing. So I do want to know how. No, you were going to say something.
Dare to dream. Dare to dream.
There we go.
Have been for 40 years. Hadn't got me anywhere. So, given that you've had this long and illustrious career, and given how you've been a steward of the MAC conference, with all these changes and all this added minutia, and I will say, like, stress that comes along with this, how do you stay in a way that you can stay positive about something that's changed so much from when you got into this?
At the end of the day, you need to be who you are. So you turn back to your values and you turn back to what's important to you, right? I know where we are on the food chain, and I also know that every time we've had good teams, they've been competitive nationally. So it's be as good as you can be where you're at. If you can do that in this league, you're going to be pretty darn competitive nationally. You don't need to be somewhere else. You don't need to try and do things you can't do. Be who you are. That makes we can do that fiscally sane. We can do that in a way that provides great experiences for our student athletes on the field of competition, in the classroom, in the community, all of those things. And we're going to put out really great kids who are going to be. I sound like some commercial, but I really believe that. I mean, I believe on the value add that comes from being a participant in intercollegiate athletics. And I think we do it as well in this league as anybody in the country.
Commissioner, it is great to catch up with you. We bonded over Boone, North Carolina, off air. Appreciate the perspective, appreciate the renewed fight that you have to keep this thing and trying to keep everything pointing in the right direction, and appreciate you.
Great to be with you.
John Steinbrecher here, MAC Commissioner, with us. We'll be back in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
for relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu, the nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. That got out of hand. We had the commissioner. We had Dave Zastudil.
Yeah.
I mean,
and every mascot in the world trying to interrupt our interviews.
I mean, they wanted it. They wanted every single bit of it.
A little bit of fame W's, if you ask me.
You are talking big now that they're not here.
I mean, no, I'm begging them to come back.
You were like, we're
trying to do these interviews, serious interviews.
I want to engage with you there, Stomper or McCaw.
I already called him a bear.
Yeah, no, that one's done. I think McCaw, you might have a chance. They talk to each other quick this year.
I know. What's so amazing, though, is that it's like they knew that, these guys, they're the ones, but then it's like, well, what do you think the outcome's going to be? I'm going to put the mascot on the radio? You can't speak.
I also like...
You're not going to say any words. What do you want out of this?
Last year, it was your first full year on the show. You played with them, but you were fun. This year, you were ruthless.
I don't know. I was pretty ruthless last year, too. I've not seen my guy Slider, though. I don't know where he's at.
I think he heard.
Because I'm a mascot snob of sorts.
What if he canceled you?
I like the pro mascots. I saw Moondog.
I just can't sanction your buffoonery on this.
What do you mean?
I can't.
Well, can't you sanction? I think it's
because you're a mascot supremacist.
Oh, and then I did talk to the Pro Football Hall of Fame mascot. I used talk loosely because he didn't say anything back, but we did dap it up. I didn't know what to do with him. I figured he was on because he represents a pro system. I figured it was all fine. We could do that. He wasn't one of these other mascots.
Now, all this being said,
yeah,
all right. You know me. I'm not afraid to call something out that is a media creation.
Okay.
I do not think the lack of buzz about the Super Bowl is a media creation, even if the media won't shut up about it. I also do not know whether this is actually bad for the NFL or whether this is the start of the next run of stars that will be creating a buzz over the next 3 to 5 years.
I think it's a fascinating story about this Super Bowl, and I don't know that it'll exist for many Super Bowls beyond this. I mean, it's a quarterback battle that just does not intrigue a lot of people at the moment, and that the league is built on quarterbacks. And what makes Seattle so great, top 5 offense, top 5 defense, there's 10 different players on that team that are legitimately awesome, but that doesn't attract big name attention.
Yeah, but what's crazy about this is I know Sam Darnold up until 2 years ago was an unmitigated bust.
Yeah.
And I can't remember who said it, but one of our guests said it recently. Well, if you're on your 5th or 6th team, you're probably not very good, except Sam Darnold, who as recently as last year in the playoffs was seeing ghost. He just threw for a bazillion yards and a bunch of touchdowns. You can't say that this isn't Trent Dilfer. That Seattle, if they win,
he's
they
a real
won in spite of it.
okay, so there was that idea for the first couple playoff games. He erased that, thankfully, in the NFC title game. The game before that, before the NFC title game, he threw 17 passes.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been multiple games this year where he's thrown 15 passes, 14 passes. Seattle was doing a lot of this in spite of Sam Darnold. But the NFC title game was so awesome, he erased all those storylines.
I just think when it comes to lack of buzz, I think what's interesting is I think it's fine that there's a lack of buzz because there's no Mahomes, there's no Josh Allen, there's no Lamar. I understand there's not even a Dak if we want to get real about it.
Yeah.
But I also I look at it from the other lens saying, I'm excited to see what this means if Drake May wins one. I'm actually, listen, I was so out. I couldn't be less in on Sam Darnold as a quarterback as recent as this last offseason.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see if he wins the Super Bowl, how that shakes up, how we think about quarterbacks. Because Matt Stafford, when he finally won one, didn't go from the 10th best quarterback to the 2nd best. But there was a level jump for him.
Yeah.
And Sam obviously has a more discursive path than Matt Stafford does. But that both of these things are interesting, and both of them are all predicated on who wins and how does it change the quarterback math going forward, even though the easy one is, well, if Drake May wins, well, I guess we got another franchise quarterback.
No, I mean, well, Drake May is a franchise quarterback if he wins or doesn't win the Super Bowl. But, like, the idea that Drake May, while having a miserable postseason and then also having what is going to be second in MVP balloting when it's all said and done, regular season is an interesting contrast. Like, which Drake May is going to show up to this game is a storyline within this. But there's just not enough juice attached to Drake May versus Sam Darnold. There's not enough juice if you put this on a Thursday Night Football game relative to it being the Super Bowl. You and I are liking it. People that listen to sports talk radio, you guys will be into it. But convince, I don't know, your Aunt Edna to go ahead and enjoy this Super Bowl. It's going to be a little tougher because she doesn't know any of these guys.
Listen, I'm not going to go out on a limb here. The ratings won't be as significant because Taylor Swift's boyfriend won't be in this Super Bowl. I'm smart enough to understand the implications of that, but yet I also look at this and go, well, how much does it really matter that there's a lack of buzz?
No, probably not much.
Now, if it's a lack of buzz and the game is one-sided, oh my, shoot me now. But
yeah,
if it's like the funny thing about this is kind of shaping up that it feels like it could be an all-time great Super Bowl, given the lack of experience for both quarterbacks late in the postseason and still relative youth for Sam Darnold and absolute youth for Drake May, and the fact that there are great defenses, great this, great that, the other.
I mean, there's just a lot of talent on the field in both spots, and like it's like both are deserving to be in the Super Bowl. I'm not trying to suggest that, but as far as intrigue is concerned, it's just missing a lot of people right now. Like usually, Nick, I mean, we'd spend all week talking about the Super Bowl in some capacity or another. I think we did one thing on it maybe yesterday. This is the first thing we've done today. We'll probably talk a lot more about it tomorrow, but it has not been a what's at stake Super Bowl the way it typically is.
But I also feel like this. I feel like sports talk, and I'm using that very liberally. I'm talking about what we do, what ESPN, what Stephen A. does, what more, I guess, stoic, less, more informational, less opinionated folks do, podcast, like all of this sphere, right?
Yeah.
I also think we've gotten caught with our pants down to some degree because people bitched about, oh, it's boring with Mahomes, and it was this, that, and the others. But you didn't have the ratings to back it up.
I never thought Mahomes was boring.
I think last year's Super Bowl is the least I've ever talked about the Super Bowl.
Not leading up to it. There's no way.
No. By the way, this is now the new one.
Now the game.
This one is
the game was. Well, all right, so
but the last 2 years.
Do we have a Super Bowl problem on our hands then? Because if it's Mahomes versus Hurts and you're not discussing it, that's a you problem.
I mean, I think it's more that the NFL, in a weird way, is stuck. Because so much of everything and so much of every coverage has been quarterback or bust.
Right.
And yet we come back to, I think we finally get a new quarterback.
I'm being stared down.
I'm trying to make this nuanced, what I think is a very good point. And Magnus is he's coming at you from every angle.
I know. Attention W.
He really. Magnus, he's saying you're an attention W. What does that mean? I disagree. I am pro.
He goes,
yeah.
At least you're accepted.
Popping right down next to us. If you want to write down your answers here, do you feel, Magnus? Do you feel like the mascot community has been, let's say, defamed by my partner? Go ahead and give us an answer there.
Do you feel like?
Wait. One question at a time, sir. Oh, definitely.
Definitely?
That is a definitely.
Definitely?
Are you guys all talking to each other about the treatment that you guys have received from Jonathan Peterlin? Oh, double underlines, definitely.
I knew it. I knew this mascot, this whole mascot world. You guys all talk together, and you guys all banded together.
It. You earned it.
Rightfully so. I said some hateful things there, Magnus, and I listened.
I'm team you.
I'm not even going to say I'm sorry.
Hey, send this dog back to the pound. Come on now.
Using send this dog back to the pound.
Absolutely.
Send this bear back to the
absolutely.
pound, am I right? Hey, would Cleveland State be what if you guys got Anthony Davis so many years ago? What if he didn't grow like 8 inches? What would have happened? You guys would be a juggernaut. You guys would be one of the better teams in college basketball. I can't. He's got to read it for me.
All right. Ring me. He said ring me.
Right?
Come
right?
on, Magnus.
You have it.
That's my dude right there.
I hope you're getting a lot of NIL money.
Yeah.
I hope it all falls on your lap. I wish good things for you and your people.
Oh, man. No, he does not.
I do.
He really
I really do.
Magnus, I do. Best.
Now,
One love.
Now, McCall, I can't say the same thing about. But you, I like you.
You go tell McCall.
Come on.
Don't
Come
do
on.
it. Don't
You
send that dog back
come
to the
on.
pound.
You won.
You
Come
can't.
on.
You can't.
You cannot leave me hanging.
Oh.
Yeah, you did.
You betrayed the whole mascot community.
Because you know, you're a good dude.
That's okay.
I
You know what?
appreciate you.
You're just a good guy. You're just a good guy, Magnus.
That's it. Everyone says you're a big softy at heart, and I know it. I appreciate that about you.
Look at that. Viking.
Yeah.
That's way too much.
That's a lot.
I can't read.
That is a lot. We at least found a way to communicate with mascots, so that's a good development.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. Magnus says Viking part-time, lover all the time.
Yeah,
right there.
I
That's
get that.
good.
I get
One
those
more
vibes
time.
from you.
Look
I
at
get
that.
those vibes very
We
much
just built
so.
a bridge there.
Yeah, you
We
might have
built a
changed me
bridge
on
there.
mascots.
Look at
One of
that.
the greats. One of the greats.
That we really covered. That was like Lord
You know
of the
what
Rings.
it was? He wanted it, and that's where.
And
that
you felt that.
I did.
But you know what,
knew
though?
he was a good guy.
Can you be honest?
Yeah.
You wanted it. You wanted it. I think you felt
From
some
Magnus,
remorse
yeah.
for going too hard at the mascots.
Well, not at McCall. That bird had it coming.
I can't refute you. I can't. How the hell am I supposed to go back to talking about the Super Bowl after that?
Well, I mean, I think the Super Bowl just kind of preaches to the idea that we could be so easily diverted from that conversation that if you need to know where the excitement lies, I think that tells you everything you need to know.
So, I do think...
Hey, talk Sam Darnold. I'd rather talk about a Viking and a mascot.
And again, like these are narratives that can both be true or both untrue at the same time.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that last year there was we're watching Mahomes again. There was Chiefs fatigue, and then a year later we're like, why isn't Mahomes in the Super Bowl?
I mean, here's what I know. I've never thought to myself, man, I wasted 3 hours watching Mahomes play football. I have thought that thought with Sam Darnold before, and so like that worry kind of sits in your
Not
brain.
recently.
Yeah. Well, no, not this last year. But I'm waiting to see if the Patriots just blitz him like crazy and just get in his face and the ghosts pop out on the biggest stage once again for him.
I mean, I think that's possible. And again, like, it's so funny. To me, the unknown is the intrigue. To me, that is where the buzz is. Pretty much, and I'm not saying I've been right all the time. Very few people are. But I feel like you could see how certain Super Bowls were going to go within some, just based off the matchup. These two teams are unknowable enough because they're so untested. It's their first time here.
Yeah, and the Seahawks.
Year one of Vrabel, year two of McDonald, and I think that's interesting.
The Seahawks are the sixth youngest team in football. Like It's funny. Like Andrew Berry talked about
Browns.
Well, Andrew Berry talked about how young the Browns are, and he's like, "Well, it's going to take time because we're young and we're building." And it's like, you're just as young as Seattle was this year. Like Seattle was doing it, and they're doing it with a very young roster, and so like you can turn these things around quick. Now, I would say I do think Seattle's a much better team than what the Patriots are. I don't want to tip my hand in my pick tomorrow, but I think Seattle's a much better team at this point.
I do not know that we accomplished much. God bless it, Stomper's back. I do not know how much we accomplished.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, dog bear you.
You
Get
just
it,
built the
Stomper.
bridge with
Stomper.
Come on. I'm not doing this.
Send that dog back to the pound. Come on. There we go. My guy.
Send that bear back to the pound.
There we go.
Right there.
Yeah. Oh,
All
please.
right. Fame W's. You know what?
Yeah,
you got a very good point there. All right, guys, we'll be back in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper.
773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Mostly cloudy skies overnight tonight, low of 16.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
Back on Afternoon Drive, one segment to go. Want to say a big thanks to our guest, Bill Ryder, Ryder the New Substack. He was at 3 o'clock today. Lance Reisland at 3:40. Cleveland.com. Dave Zastudil at 5:40. Former Browns punter, Northeast Ohio Zone, and John Steinbrecher, the MAC commissioner, at 6 o'clock. I think I might have hit on Dave Zastudil.
Well, I said unintentionally?
At the end, I was like,
no,
you have such a nice way about you.
Yeah.
And
No,
I
it was
like,
a nice thing to say, though.
I thought so, but in my head, I was playing it back, and I was like, I don't think we know each other that well. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's fine.
Like every time this guy talks to me, he's kind of putting the smooth move on it.
No, you just said a nice thing. I think it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Just
overthink
making
it.
sure.
Yeah, no. He's not even thought twice about it. Plus, when you're a really well put together person the way that he is, you get that a lot.
That's fair.
Probably
That's
get
fair.
that
See,
a lot.
I do not.
I never get it. Yeah.
There's no way I'm not talking about this. No names, please.
Okay.
I went to go say hi to somebody in media just now.
Yeah.
And then I saw somebody that I just don't have a great history with.
Okay.
And then I did the thing where it was apparent where I was walking to.
Yeah.
And then I just kept going.
So I need again, no names, don't do any of that stuff. But like I was saying hi to those two people collectively, and I know you don't get along with the other one the greatest. And so I said hi, and we were like joking around and having fun or whatever. And then I go to leave the convo, and I just see you like 20 feet away in a crowd of people and everything. You stood out, and you just look like, why are you talking to that guy right now? Like as if I like crossed you, and I was like, oh no. But you telling the story was obviously you just looking and seeing and being like, oh no, oh okay.
So the funny
I guess
thing
we're not
is,
doing that.
I was excited to see one of the two people because that's one of my dudes.
For sure, yeah.
And so I hadn't even seen him until I got around the corner.
Yeah.
And so it was like I'm either going in and bear hugging everyone, which ain't going to go well. And by the way, I'd like to be friendly with this person.
Oh, then you should have said hi.
Oh no, I think we.
That it sailed. Huh?
I think it has, but I can remain. I can have a peaceful distance, a respectful distance, where I try to be nice and try not to be an absolute knob.
Sure.
Right?
I mean, that's fine. Yeah. So are you going to say hi to the first person then, or are you just going to just
if
not?
I see him alone, yeah.
I don't know that
I'm
that's
not breaking this.
Yeah.
Not breaking this up here.
All right.
Now, I do want to say a big thank you to the Greater Cleveland Sports Awards for having us out today as well. Oh, okay. I am pro mascot. I'm pretty sure that we just have a big furry walking around here.
Yeah, there's some.
They keep calling it a Care Bear. I'm sorry.
It's not
I
a Care
see
Bear.
a furry.
It's not a Care
That's
Bear.
just a guy who realizes because there's so many mascots, no one's going to call him out for being dressed up like a furry.
I mean, this is like a mascot fest here, though.
It is. That's where
it's
if you're a furry, it's adjacent to the mascot thing, and so you're safe.
Is it like being a furry on a professional level?
No. Because there's a connotation for furries that there isn't for mascots. It's not a lustful thing with mascots, but you see another grown up dressed a little ridiculously in a kind of like you can basically you don't have to stand out if you're a furry hanging out with mascots.
Okay, yeah.
So you can hide in plain sight.
I was totally right about them being attention W's, though, huh?
Oh my God. I mean, and our guy Magnus turned on his own kind.
Yeah.
Just to get some dap from you.
I know. How about that?
That is not going to be seen very kindly in the mascot community.
How about that? Look at Lobo over there. We got all sorts of mascots.
Saw Sparty as well. Hadn't seen Sparty in a minute.
It really is. It's a who's who of Northeast Ohio mascots.
I don't think he'd passed a drug test.
I don't know that many of them will.
Yeah.
You know, like the very high, like the professional ones, like Moondog and stuff like that, those guys made decent money.
So what you're saying is,
like the mascot
is there
world,
a little jealousy there?
In order to become, from the minor league mascots to like Moondog, bunch of it.
I mean, I've done worse things for money.
It's like a weirdly competitive, and also then once you get to the higher ranks, a financially you just make a good amount of money doing it.
All right, let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
It's kind of a wild world. I watched one documentary on mascots. Now I think I know everything. All right, we're going to start with the story out of Philadelphia. Multiple reports have Vic Fangio returning as the Eagles' defensive coordinator. Eagles finished 2nd and 5th in the previous 2 seasons in points allowed. This is a big deal not only for Vic Fangio, but also what this could potentially mean for Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, I think obviously that's one less place for Jim Schwartz to go. Can we just say Nick Sirianni needed this win, though?
Yeah, he needed somebody to just stop the bleeding that was happening there with Philadelphia.
That Stoutland thing is...
Well, so, I mean, I don't know how much into it you read. I'm sure you read as much as you can into it, but, like, it's an interesting spot because they're obviously revolting against what Sirianni is, and it is a dumpster fire, and there's no other way to look at it. But on top of it, they're like, well, Sean Mannion does more of, like, what Kyle Shanahan likes to do, and it's a new system, and he just didn't want to learn the new system.
I get it.
I get it, too. He's 62 years old. He's as accomplished as you get, but, like, also, I don't know.
If you have one of the 3 greatest offensive line coaches in NFL history, a guy who count the championships they had before Jeff Stoutland got there.
Yeah.
And then after, honestly, I think Jeff Stoutland's been as impactful as either of the head coaches that have won Super Bowls.
Which is funny because he was hired during Chip Kelly's time, too.
Also, fair point. But, like, I'm sorry. I'm choosing an offensive coordinator that buttons up to my own line coach.
Yeah, what was weird, though, is that they started, like, midway last year. They just started doing run game concepts, and I guess he didn't feel very involved in the whole ordeal.
Yeah, well, no, they went around him.
Yeah, and it's like,
that's just dumb.
Why would you do that?
It's just dumb.
You're not going to win this battle. Why are you doing that? Hey, Cam.
Hey, Cam.
How you
Cam
doing?
Justice. Always awesome, Cam Justice. All right. One of our favorite listeners.
Come on for a second.
Come on. We got.
We're doing in case we missed it. We have like 3 minutes left in the show.
If you have any random thing that you would like to talk about, go ahead and just pop
that
on.
Right there. Yeah. Hey, Mac, is this up?
Yeah, we'll see. Oh wait,
Mac's got to do his job first.
Max, look at Max.
Mac's got to do his job.
Ever since the Kim Jong-un haircut,
you saw him talking to girls instead. He's not doing his job.
Yeah.
Listen, he's got priorities.
Yeah, you know what?
It's not you guys. I like that for him, though.
You know what? I don't. How you doing?
Doing good. Relaxing.
Yeah. What's that like?
You know, I forgot.
I was
so
going to say for you,
like,
you work 10 times as hard as I do. I just walk in and talk every day.
You guys all work very, very hard. No, this is fun. It's very cool to just kind of be around, pop in, see guys. I don't get to see you guys a lot.
I know.
So
I feel like I haven't seen you in so long.
Yeah, it's been a while.
That's my fault, by the way. I don't go to anything anymore. I have 2 young kids. I just kind of hang out in my house.
Listen to the excuse.
Life, you know.
Yeah. Hey, when they're grown up, I'll be back out and about at these things. But I got like 15 years for that.
We'll
Not
see you
me.
soon.
I just don't want to.
You'll see me in a very long time.
Introverted.
Yeah, no, I just
I just don't.
I could drive, and I could get out and see people, or I could stay home.
Yep.
And that's, I got to tell you, staying home's fun.
I like that.
All right, hot seat. Who starts week 1?
Ooh.
You don't have to answer that.
No, honest, I will.
We can pivot. I can pivot if you want.
At this point?
Yeah.
At quarterback?
Yeah.
Shador Sanders, I think.
Okay.
Right
I think
now.
so too.
Now, we'll see in the draft what happens, and we'll see with what Todd Monken likes out of Deshaun Watson, if he's healthy and ready to go. But right now, I think it's Shador Sanders. It's his job to lose right now, entering the training camp in the summer.
All right, first impression of Todd Monken after being around him as much as you have now.
Straight shooter.
Straight shooter. You can't hate it.
We're liking it.
All football, gets to the point, doesn't sugarcoat. He is who he is.
Many people have said he's like the me of coaching.
Oh.
Yeah,
many
straight
people
shooter.
are saying.
Many people. Many
Yeah,
people.
like a lot of people. I can't tell you their names because I hadn't asked them if I could source them yet. But many people have said it. Cam, you're a rock star. Thank you for stopping by.
Thanks for
Cam.
having me. Todd Monken, like radio host. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
In the bio.
Doppelganger.
Yeah. I'm also like 2 Todd Munkens. Like if you put Todd Monken together, so I'm like double Munkin.
Double
Yeah.
Munkin.
You can't beat the double Munkin.
That was a bit, you guys, right?
It sounds like
Too
a good
much
drink.
Munkin, not enough Munkin. I think
know.
that was
It was somebody's bet. It was somebody.
on this station.
I don't know who the hell it is.
No, who are they?
Kidding. Cam Justice there.
Thanks, Cam.
Rock star. Absolute rock star.
The
We
very
appreciate her. All right, we are up against it. Got to say big thanks to Mac Robinson, the supreme leader on the board. Yes. Did a good job engineering for us today. Did fumble it in the 11th hour.
He was
He's
so
always going to do it.
He was so close. he never saw it coming.
The amount of people referencing the Kim Jong-un haircut today.
It's been fantastic.
It's been everything I ever wanted.
How could you not be satisfied with that outcome?
Guys, to see a bit pay off this quickly, it's the best. Also, big thanks to Josh Gregory. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Cam Manna. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow for an NFL Friday, the final football Friday of the 2025 NFL season. Peace.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Well, Jonathan Kuminga gets his wish. He and Buddy Hield go to Atlanta. I can't wait to see Kuminga turn into an all-star there. He's been dogged by Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr.